Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Hello and welcome everyone, and a happy Pride Month to all. Spring is almost done. 3 teams remain. Conviction have already locked in a spot in the grand finals. We'll see who their opponent is today in the lower bracket finals. For the casting desk, my name is Eric Deserix Beltran. I am joined by the best to bring around the color casting crown. He's the toughest straight in town. It's my boy Beat Down Beat. How's it feel to be at the end of spring, baby?
Not as great as it felt to hear that. God damn. I'll never have an intro like that again. Jesus. What a way with words this guy has. And, you know, it's mixed feelings for us. It's the end of our spring split SRX. We have one more match, but this is it for you and me. And there's no one would rather finish off my season with. And there's no other team I'd want to be casting over right now because of this amazing run that Winthrop have been showing us so far. And also, you guys haven't seen Eric's tweet about Winthrop. Check it out. Good stuff.
Yeah, not just that, but also I think CCG have been punching well above their weight class, given they have a rookie, 2 sophomores, even with the veteran talent that they have, taking down a lot of people into the lower bracket in the first place. So this collision course, it kind of feels like Destiny beat now.
It is. It's really interesting too that you say that, because it feels like the story of CCG since they joined the league was this kind of almost at the top of the of these rosters. Is this their weight class? Are they punching above this weight class? And it's very interesting to see if they're going to finally be able to get themselves up there this playoffs, because it feels like they always get close. Well, and, just fall short a little.
Yeah. Well, it's been a wild ride to get here into the lower bracket finals. And to get the energy built, we got a hype video package to show what the road has been like to get into the top 3.
Great team performance from CCG as they did a lot to make sure they found that win from top to bottom.
Three teams, 3 stories being told. You look at the dominance of Conviction, a lot of their veteran players returning to form in playoffs. The topic of the day is that lower bracket, though. Winthrop's legendary lower bracket run, playing a full 15 out of 15 games since their early descent. But who sent them there? It was CCG. Their story showing the power of what veteranship can bring out of developing talent.
That's right, and this is that final obstacle here for Winthrop. Beat the team who sent you to the lower bracket in the first place to get yourself into the grand finals. Winthrop University already in uncharted territory, having never gotten to the top 4 in the NACL before and the top 3. So it's really only up from here.
And this really does put quite the matchup to see. We were talking about it a little bit right before the broadcast. CCG have had Winthrop's number repeatedly. You saw it in the, week 1 of the regular season, CCG taking them out right away. Then once you get into playoffs, it's CCG who get the 2-1 victory against Winthrop. CCG have definitely been showing a great performance throughout the entirety of the season and playoffs. So even though the talk of the town is going to be Winthrop University, I feel like a lot of people are kind of overlooking CCG here.
Yeah, and they really shouldn't, because this is the team, like we've been saying, is really touching on the doors of being a very top team in the NACL ever since they joined the league. And I think this split is probably the best that we have seen from them, you know, with the growth of Aojun, Dardoch continuously being, you know, the general of this team, and even the reintroduction of Cody-san into North American competitive League of Legends has done wonders for this roster. And even, you know, Fiji, only 35, like top to bottom, everyone has been having a really good split. There's so much to talk about when it comes to this roster, and there is that chance for them as well to get to the top 2, because CCG also as an organization has never done that as well. So both of these teams fighting for a couple of firsts between them. See if they can face Conviction in the grand finals.
And for Winthrop University, it's been a story about getting the reps in. right? You see how
Yeah.
many games that they've played throughout the entirety of playoffs. Every single game has gone the distance. It's 18 games in total, which is an insane amount to play
Crazy.
considering you have CLOL that you're playing at the same time. Runners up in CLOL, they're still getting second place at the end of the day. That finals did just happen last weekend, but it's a lot of League of Legends you're playing, even leading up to playoffs. By the way, they were playing in NACE finals at the same time. So this is a crazy schedule they've gone through. It almost feels like the more exhausted they are, the better they play, but it's about the reps, man.
It is. And you know what? At any level of play, any coach, any player, any team will tell you the same thing. More games, more stage time is always better because it sharpens you. There is no practice environment like actually playing stage games. Scrims, while vital, they just don't do the same thing very clearly. We've seen examples of it in basically every league when it comes to competitive League of Legends, and Winthrop, of course, are no exception.
Well, I know who can give us better insight on that, and it's the coach of Winthrop, Tails. Beatdown, go ahead and take it away. You got an interview to do, brother.
Thank you very much, Eric. Tails, welcome back here to the interview desk. Thank you so much for taking the time, especially with such an important match ahead of you. So we're going to get right into it. First of all, the last time I haven't spoke with you personally was in week 3. You guys were flagging a little bit after a pretty okay start. You assured me with the utmost confidence that it was temporary, it's part of the process, Zach is integrating, and things will look better. Now look at you guys, top 3. You guys are one match away from grand finals. I mean, this is the best split that your team has ever had. So, if you want to give me the I told you so, please, I can take it.
Well, I mean, I think the boys are just happy to play, and we've been working, on parts of our game throughout the split. Some weeks we were focused on macro, some weeks we're focused on, individual performance, talking about draft, on and off. So I think it's just been like you said, part of the process, and everything is coming together, and hopefully, we still give good performances here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really fun to watch you guys, and I kind of want to ask a little more about deciding on what you guys work on, whether it's, laning, macro, things like that. If you're comfortable sharing, how do you decide, week by week what needs to be working on? How do you balance such a dynamic approach?
I think as the coach, I always have to kind of have like the big picture idea, thinking about like the macro, and always like thinking about the overarching team, and how to get everyone playing together on the map. I think it's up to the players, and to focus on their individual needs and what they think, like from their perspective, how the team is playing. So it's kind of like a collaboration from both sides, and we kind of needed to meet in the middle. So just kind of facilitating that and balancing it, and obviously having like a staff behind me that helps provide feedback. Also, it's also good for me and for the players. So makes it all come together.
Yeah, and I gotta imagine that's really important, especially, we talked about, and everyone will talk about saying more stage games is better. I gotta imagine having that collaboration is really helpful, especially with this lower bracket run. You guys are playing a lot. There's a lot of tape to go back on and review. There's a lot to be discussing, planning. So I gotta imagine while that's been difficult, it's been a help to that as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think anytime we get to, have the pressure be on us, on our shoulders, I think we kind of do well, and we live up to it and play up to it. So, I'm happy the boys are playing more games, and hopefully, it comes out this week, and going to summer we'll keep improving. So that's the goal, and that's the hope. So.
Yeah, and like you said, they're happy to play, which I think is the perfect attitude to have. So another thing, too, I want to ask is that on top of this very grueling schedule and a lot of the success you guys had, you guys did have the CLOL finals, but in the end, you guys weren't able to take it. So I think after so much success in those early stages of that lower bracket run, how did you have any difficulties trying to, keep people looking forward, especially because, NACL is not over. You still did really great in CLOL overall. Does that really mess with momentum, confidence, in your opinion?
Maybe a little bit, if I'm gonna be honest, but I don't think it was a big deal. I think, going into that game, we were kind of like swamped with a new patch and kind of
Yeah.
changing up our sleep schedules, to be honest.
Oh.
We had matches from 4 p.m. for NACL, and our match for CLO was like 10 a.m. and within a couple days.
Oh.
So like it was like a big adjustment that we couldn't physically like ended up meeting. I
Yeah.
think. And that's like, I guess where I would say our performance suffered a bit. I mean, even for myself, I can say honestly, like I wasn't thinking and drafting as well as I could have that day. So, you know, as a whole team, we kind of just um, let everyone down. But you know, hopefully, we're back in the groove. We're still reaching for what we can in NACL, and I think momentum. I think it's still there. So
Okay.
yeah.
And it's good too, because you know you're back on the sleeping schedule you guys are comfortable with.
Right.
You know, sleep in a little bit, get your day started, and then warm up for the match. So that's good to hear. And I gotta ask now, while you guys have grown amazingly throughout the split and even throughout this playoffs, you're looking at CCG as an opponent. You lost to them twice. You lost to them in week 1. They sent you down into the lower bracket here in this very tournament. While it was pretty close, I gotta ask you, what's gonna make today different, Tails? I want you to sell me a little bit on the boys, even though, of course, I voted for them. I can't vote against you guys anymore. But you know, sell the fans if anybody's skeptical. Talk to me.
I would say so far it's been proven we're the best of 5 team. We haven't played them in a best of 5, so that's the difference today. You know, if we're able to stretch it out, I think we'll clutch it again. So, you know, take us in 5 if you will. So that's what I'm gonna go with.
Well, there you have it. Winthrop 3-2 is what I'm hearing from you, Tails.
For sure.
All right, you love to see it. I'm gonna let you go now. Thank you so much for taking the time. But before
Thank
I
you.
do, you know the drill, man. Shoutouts. Anything you want to say before you play your lower finals?
Just shout out to everyone who supports us. I know there's some doubters and people who kind of slept on us, so you know,
Yeah.
I'm appreciative of them watching. Hopefully we'll prove them wrong, continue to prove them wrong. So let's just keep going.
There you go, guys. Bet it all on Winthrop University. Thank you very much, Tails. I'll let you go prepare with your team, and I wish you luck in your series today.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring back Deserex. Now that the interview is over, my boy, good to see you, and really nice to see those insights from Tails. I mean, as usual, he's always a great person to talk to, and it's cool to know that despite their loss in CLOL Grand Finals, you know, partially the explanation of the sleep schedule is a thing, but also just the fact that he doesn't think it's going to impact them today, which is the most important thing.
I like the take, and I like the fact that you threw it over to the fact that it's a 5-game team, right? Every time Winthrop take it to 5, you know, you have to say
They
Winthrop in
win.
5. Same thing with Elton XD Mock. Shout out to him, one of the producers for Riot. Does say Nixon 5, by the way, for throwing over to NBA.
Oh, you love to see that.
I think an interesting thing to bring up in this conversation, though, is the fact that, you know, this might be 2 teams who are kind of on the downturn when it comes to confidence. You look at CCG, they just got 3-0'd by conviction over in the upper bracket, and then the 3-0 in CLOL that Winthrop experienced against Maryville. So both of these teams are kind of having a storyline where they need to bounce back.
That's very true. While it is a different tournament, I think that's a fair point, Eric. And it is interesting, too, looking at NACL playoffs. CCG lost, and the only 3-0 we've had so far in playoffs. Every other best of 5 has gone the full distance. So you got to imagine that's, you know, it's a tough blow to confidence. But on the other hand, you can understand, I think, as we all do right now, the Conviction are certainly the strongest team at the moment. And double elimination means they do get another chance. So hopefully they've also bounced back, as it seems Winthrop have. They can show us another best of 5, Eric. 5 games. You already know that's what we want to see. I don't want to see less. That's it.
Yeah, that is our matchup for the day. Lower bracket finals. Winthrop University versus CCG Esports. I also like the part that Tails was talking about, you know, the physical adjustments that you need to make coming into going back and forth between NACL and CLOL. It does make it quite the contentious effort to get through, but as we pull up predictions, even though CCG is the team that a lot of us are putting down to fall to Winthrop, You have to remember that CCG is the team that took them down into the lower bracket in the very first place. It's easy to see why Winthrop has become favored by the talent. This lower bracket
Yeah.
run, it's one of dreams, man. It's very legendary. To go 5 games back to back to back is an incredible feat. But again, I think this is a type of table where you shouldn't really count out CCG.
No, I agree, and it's very much like in a previous prediction where it was, look, these two teams, I think this is going to be a very close series. It really could go either way. I'm personally giving it to Winthrop, just the fact that they have so much more stage time, and they've grown, improved throughout this lower bracket, and that, even though they lost in CLOL, it's a different tournament, I do think momentum is truly on their side. CCG could very well beat them. I think it's going to be tough. But I think most of us are just kind of tired of predicting against Winthrop also. Just being wrong every single time. With the exception of you, Eric, the longtime believer. I can't cap.
Hey, I've suffered from that as well. I did vote against Winthrop in the Supernova game, and they did prove me wrong there. So
They did.
no, it's quite the team. It's quite the team. It's quite the lower bracket run. It's been a dream for Winthrop University, and to see this come through the way it has. Let's pull up the roster so we can talk a little bit more in depth about that. Starting off, Winthrop University, all playoffs. This has been the team to watch. We've talked about the peak form that Denethor has found this year, being a player who has had multiple MVP performances, a true standout. But I think the talk of the town as of lately has got to be the rookie of the squad, Zach. It's his rookie season, and he's the one who's stepping up to the plate time and time again for Winthrop.
That's right. Technically on the roster for Winthrop for quite a while now, was always playing second fiddle to Sword, and something changed this split. And while Zach stumbled a little bit in the beginning, Tails again in week 3 assured me that he was settling in fine, this team was going to look better, and everybody has delivered on that promise, especially Zach, who I think has been having a really great playoffs run, both individually and just the way that alongside the rest of his team, who's also playing very well. And it's a great thing to see from this rookie, who I'm kind of wondering if we even give him enough credit.
Yeah, I mean, the dude has been absolutely tremendous.
Yes.
In terms of what he's been able to do for Winthrop University. The squad tends to play towards Zach. You'll see Wilson, he goes for the mid lane quite often to try and get Zach some leads. It's one thing to be handed a lead, it's another thing to run the map with it in the same way Zach has.
That's right. And I think overall, especially when you think about champion pool, I think Oriana is a champion. If I'm playing against Winthrop, it's not something I want to be allowing through. I think he's proven very proficient on that champion, especially considering its win rate here in the NACL not being so good. He is the one showing us why it is such a strong pick alongside a couple choice others. And we got to give credit to the rest of the team as well. We said this was the year that we were hoping Mobility and Denethor could really elevate this team. They absolutely have, and of course to your shout out Denethor especially. I think even our boy KD in the bot lane, Kim Down, has been having a wonderful playoffs as well. Sure, of course some oopsies. You know, nobody's perfect, but I think he's had just so much more like high moments of great plays, whether he's engaging, whether he's playing, enchanters. I think he's also been a pretty standout player. And Wilson too. I mean, this is just one of these playoffs where a lot of these teams I'm talking about, I want to talk about everyone, man. It's really hard for me to focus.
I like the shout out for Kim Down, given what he's been able to do, stepping away from enchanters. I know he's one of the support players who are more willing to pivot towards Nautilus, and the bigger pick out of all of those has been Rakan, man. When he gets Rakan deep into the Fearless series, usually a game 4, a game 5, that is the moment you know you've thrown away a game, because his ability to play on that champ, both create space and to create engage opportunities for Winthrop University, have been tremendous.
That's right. And again, just the way he moves around the map as well, syncs up so nicely with Wilson to make plays wherever they need it to be, has also just been wonderful to see.
So now let's go on to their opponents on the Rift, and that is CCG. And in my opinion, they've shown great development of their team. When you have 2 sophomores and a rookie, it's very easy to overlook a squad like this, right? But everyone's been punching above their weight class. Fiji in particular has been an outstanding role player for this squad. When you get him on tanks, you know, he already said, get the double wrap, double chicken burrito at Chipotle. You gotta eat like a tank to play like a tank. All this without even starting the conversation of how insane Cody Sun and Dardoch have been.
Oh my God! Again, another situation where I could just go top to bottom and talk about every single player, and want to give that shout out to I think only 35, who during his time on Winthrop, I really didn't think much of him, and didn't have many expectations of him. But on CCG, especially over time, he's really grown and flourished as well as a player, alongside Ao Jun, who also sophomore, as you mentioned, has also really grown a lot this year, being reunited with Dardoch. And man, what else can I see about? What else can I say about Fiji? Man, is just what an exciting rookie to see. It's not often you see a player who is so willing to, just sack and play this more resourceless style where it's like, man, I don't need it. I got this. I can handle this. Put your resources elsewhere. The team needs it. Whatever they need, I'm ready.
Yeah, I think Fiji has been a great pickup for the team. I talked to him a little bit before the broadcast day. He was saying how he played with CCG in ACL, and even though they went to an entirely new roster, he was the first new member of that squad. This roster altogether is just the culmination of a lot of tryouts, and he's just been this guy who, he loves to play the game. He loves to play these like raid boss like champions. It's really shined out a lot to give pretty much this brick wall that the rest of the team can play around.
That's right. And I think he's done it well, even in situations where he goes down, whether it's farm, resources, experience, whatever the case may be, he's still able to find value for his team when it comes to setting up, being that wall that you pointed out there, Eric. And it's just been great. Especially, you love seeing that from new players.
I think our face-to-face matchup is going to be a good one right here because they're both technically members of Winthrop University. Only 35 this time around, as you said. What we saw from him last year resulted in Winthrop going with Kim down to lead the roster in NACL this year. But his improvements, being alongside a player such as Dardoch, who can provide that veteran insight, knows how to play around supports who do play a bit more aggressively, it's resulted in only 35 looking tremendous. Same thing with Kim down, who's been on point all year.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see these kinds of changes happen where both teams are better off for the change. And it really shows in how well both have been able to contribute to their respective rosters. And yeah, I think even only 35 in playoffs has been quite good himself. And even though him and the rest of the team struggled there against Conviction, we gotta believe this is not all they have to show us. And I'm sure it's all gonna come out here.
Yeah, and again, only 35. I mean, the relationship that he still has with his team, they're still his squad. He has played a few CLAW matches this year with Winthrop University, but how much would it mean to be able to take down this team, take down your teammates? I know he's been very, very proud of them because when they beat Maryville, you can see in the background of the cameras, he just bolted in and gave so much energy to the team and congratulated alongside with them for their victory. But I mean, hey, tastes a little bit more sweet when it's you who are achieving that victory against your squad.
Yeah, and you can look at here at the champ pool too and see what these guys are willing to play for the team. And the overlap, I think, is the most exciting one. Interesting to see too how much the support meta had developed from a point where we were only seeing enchanters and to a point where Kim down, especially being one of the first players to adopt the Nautilus, the Alistar, players like that, bringing that into the playoffs, and now only 35, the rest of the league have followed suit as well. That flexibility going to be really important, and I even got to imagine that the champions that came down in only 35 have unique to them. I'm sure we could see the other bring that out in this particular series as well. So don't think that's all we have to see from them.
And the next face-to-face we want to bring up is in the jungle role this time, Dardoch versus Wilson. I think it's very interesting how both of these players influence their team, where I see Wilson, he'll play a lot of early game stuff, right? The Lee Sin has been one of the biggest ones, and he plays it to get some of his lanes to lead. More particular, Zach, who will play towards that mid lane a lot. I remember the Lee Sin Orianna combo, which was absolutely disgusting, where Dardoch is the more experienced player, has had a lot of time in pro play, but he's also the more flexible player. We've seen him play towards his team in the regular season. As of lately, he's been taking on the carry role much more. But the interesting topic right here, and the reason why we brought this up, is they have some overlap, but for the most part, there's more champions that are different between these two junglers.
Yeah, and especially Dardoch, who has so many champions in the wheelhouse. Of course, that comes with playing for as long as he has, but also this willingness to play whatever he thinks is the most correct champion at the time. I think the Poppy game is one of my favorite examples of it, where he was the first Poppy jungle and the second in the league, and they're just in situations where even though it isn't popular, it just makes perfect sense. And of course, he led his team to victory in those scenarios. And the fact that he is able to play this more team-oriented style, but then you see the Nidalee, then you see the Kindred, then you see the Nefiri and things like that. He can also take resources and be the carry for his team. And that's not to mention the impact he has on individual players. A lot of young players credit Dardoch, so ever since he's joined this league, about being a player who has really helped them benefit from advice, guidance, and everything like that.
Yeah, I've never heard a bad thing said about Dardoch since he's been in the NACL space. Oftentimes using that veteranship that he has to instill knowledge onto a lot of these younger players, these rookies, these sophomores. I know one of the storylines we had is, hey, he really did want to play alongside Aljun.
Yeah.
And continue developing along that side. But Dardoch, I feel, has been a tremendous force, even when he needs to step up, right? I feel like he's been a big part. The Nasus game that we got very early on. I mean, the 2-0 against NRG, and a part of that was the Nasus game. And then the game that followed up, the J4 game, he's carrying on both of those, doing an outstanding job.
Yeah, and I think I personally got to give some shout-outs to Wilson, too, who I think, alongside Only 35 in a similar manner, where I wasn't so high on him. Didn't have the most expectations. I thought, suitable role player, but I think especially not just the late stages of this split, but in the playoffs, I think Wilson has also had an incredible glow-up. I think both playing well individually, I think he's playing and supporting his team much better as well. And even on situations where, he needs to have some of these big hero moments, he's contributed. He's made good on that. He's carried. And I think that's something, especially watching him for as many years as I had, and ever since I started watching League of Legends, I've never seen that from him. So it's really cool to see him kind of evolve to this point so many years later.
I feel one of the biggest things that has worked out for Wilson, and honestly, as Winthrop University as a whole, is everyone has found the role they need to fulfill for the team. Wilson, a lot of that is facilitating the early game for Winthrop and generating leads for his lanes very early on, where Dardoch can be a much more flexible player, allow that weak side play from Fiji, be able to sync up alongside Aljun in the mid lane, and pick the champion that best works for the team comp, whether he is playing more in that tanky style or whether he's going for the carry gameplay that we've seen out of Dardoch for years and years now. It does make for a very interesting kind of matchup that we have here, but we are ready for the draft of game number 1. The bans are already underway. ADC focus coming out of Winthrop, taking away the Varus and Ezreal, as well as that Karma. Not going to allow for any lane pushing shenanigans. Gwen, very interesting early ban coming out of CCG.
That's the one I want to highlight. The Gwen is a big pick there for Denethor. Of course, we've labeled him Gwenethor, but it's really important considering Fiji as a player. While, he has some instances where he breaks away from that style, typically, he plays with less resources. He plays frontline tanks, and it's just that scenario where Winthrop, knowing this, are going to very comfortably blind something like that Gwen and give a Denethor a really strong winning lane that the team can play for. So I expect Gwen to just not get through for the entire series, essentially.
Now, this is something you were mentioning, Beat. You can't let Zach get Orianna.
Yeah.
CCG were willing to let that go. I'm very curious what they're wanting to trade for it. I feel like one of the champions to pay close attention to is going to be the Lee Sin. The last time Zach and Wilson got that combo, it was a great ball delivery system to get shockwaves going. I know even in LCS level, we've been seeing some Nefiri Orianna coming out as another act of ball delivery. We'll see right now. The response is going to be the Nocturne, so they're taking away the Knock Wave at the very least. Going to get Aljun the Azir.
Also a huge pick for Dardoch. He's been very successful on this champion throughout that regular split. It's just really good at finding these perfect angles to use on that Paranoia. And so it works as a deny and a great pick that they can work for here. And speaking of denials, Sion, the big one there for Fiji. And though we don't see Denethor on tanks as much these days, I think this is that moment here where you can just, if you're drafting for this front to back, get yourself the best front line you can and also deny that pick because it's fearless from Fiji for the rest of the series.
I mean, for Fiji, every series he's played has had a Scion game. So it's a big champion for him to play into that weak side matchup when he needs to. So as you said, yeah, I do think it's a great takeaway. But instead of the Lee Sin, they're going to go for the Wukong right here. So they're really adding to some of this Wombo combo kind of press R type team comp that you have from Winthrop University so far. So I got one more pick to come out from CCG side. And another big pick for Denethor has been Jace.
Oh,
this would be a pretty significant takeaway to not allow him to grab it, but no.
It's not real. It's not real.
Be a
There
takeaway.
we
Instead,
go.
it's a Swain.
I like it. I like this one a lot. I imagine it's going to be a much tankier build there for Fiji. He's smiling in the camera, feeling really good about that one. You don't see a lot of Swain top basically anywhere. That idea is where he still can be a front line and a sort of drain tank in these later team fights. And it is going to be really interesting. Plus, you know, that Swain W, really great for long-term vision and could give you temporary vision, actually, to set up Dardoch's ultimate, which I only considered just now. So that would be really fun to see.
Okay, there is one thing I do want to point out. You saw Fiji kind of had the stank face going on there, right?
Yeah.
I had a conversation with him. It was through DMs on Discord. So I can see his Spotify right now. He's jamming out to some Disturbed at the moment, so he's going heavy.
What? Oh my god.
He's in the
so
zone
fitting.
right now.
Yeah, you love to see it. And the marksman ban makes sense. You want to remove some carry potential. I'm not sure if Ashe would have been ideal for Winthrop. I think they need a little more DPS. Honestly, something like the Caitlyn is what I would have expected. But now, Lulu being out of the picture, I don't know if we're going to go that Yunara route. But I mean, there's still Aphelios, which is a big one there for mobility. If we don't see tanks, maybe mobility feels good about the Jhin. But again, there's going to be that window of time where you might be damage lacking. So we'll see.
A lot of marksman bans at the very start, too. 5 in total, so choking out that pull quite a bit. Xayah, definitely one angle to go here, so that does get locked in. It also puts Winthrop in a situation where they could look to build upon their Wamba combo while denying the Rakan if Kim Down wants to go into that direction. Would act as a decent level appeal to try and get the Nocturne if the Grand Entrance isn't spell shielded. That is a direction that Winthrop can go. Kim Down, very proficient in that champion. But instead, I mean, the other one left up was Nico. That's another big champ that Kim Down loves.
Yeah, I think there's also possibly a trap that they may have fallen into. If they take the Rakan, could have been Nico or only 35. And I think Nico Nocturne is a bit of a forgotten about combination that is also very powerful. And I think overall, Kim Down's been really great on the Nico. You already have a really good Wombo too when you look at the rest of the ults. And I think at this point, you said it, it's a press R composition here for Winthrop University. And I think this is just set up well enough and there's enough damage that I think at this point the Jhin is fine, especially with no tanks, no true tanks on the side of CCG. I think mobility will have a pretty fine game.
And I mean, yeah, Jhin, this has been one of the biggest champions that we've seen for mobility. Very proficient at the champ. In playoffs so far, hasn't lost a game on it. And instead, going to forgo the Rakan over on CCG side. They want hard engage. They want someone to frontline. Once you do press that W, you kind of negate the fact that you're a support. You get a lot of extra stats to be able to absorb some of the punishment that's going to come out from Winthrop University. Fiji's still jamming out there. So I do like this over on CCG side. And it also gives you a little bit of long-range mobility into a comp that's, especially when you look at their carries, a little bit more on the immobile side.
Yeah, and I think it's important, too, that even though the Rakan never really mattered for CCG, Xayah is a champion who I think is in an okay position right now, and I think this is that comp where you want to have it out, because Winthrop, they're going to try to jump you. And as Xayah, you want to walk backwards. You want to lay out those feathers, use that Feather Storm at really key moments, and I think there is this opportunity for Cody-san to have a really good impact. But Winthrop, they're going to be hunting for him. They're going to be hunting for Aeojun on the Azir as well, the two main sources of damage of CCG, and Winthrop have CC to spare.
Winthrop University, their comp is very dependent around their ultimates. That's going to be the biggest thing for them as they step up. or CC, my God, Fiji's just into it, bro. For CCG, I feel like they have much better skirmishing that they can really play around right here. Much better pick that they can play around. Nocturne can be there in a heartbeat to start getting the ball rolling for CCG once he does hit that level 6 and get Paranoia. There's some excellent lockdown with the Leona, as well as decent scaling coming out from their composition as well. So for CCG, if they can get these early skirmishes and early picks going into their direction, they can try and run through Winthrop before that 5v5 becomes really big.
Yeah, and I think that's really important too, because another thing that CCG has going for them is a better opportunity to play side lane. Because I think it's just going to be too dangerous for Zach and Denethor to push too far out past a certain stage of the game, because of course you don't know where Nocturne is. There's just a real chance where he jumps you and you just die unnecessarily. So that's part of the reason you're seeing Winthrop just go so all in on this 5v5, fight at objectives, a type of composition. So CCG wanting to keep the game to a point where they have so many advantages. By the time it all comes down to 5v5s, they will be able to overcome Winthrop. Because you said it. It's ultimate reliance. If Winthrop, either whiff their combos, or if CCG just weather that storm, CCG will very much win the long fight.
Okay, I'm sorry I got to keep bringing it up, but I've become very curious and invested into what Fiji's listening to as he
What is it now?
His game. Now he's listening to Never Give You Up by Rick Astley. So
What?
a huge change of pace, Beatdown. I don't know. He's all over the place right now, but he even dashed out of his room for a second there as we do get ready for the game. But yeah, quite the diverse taste, to say the least.
Indeed, and you know what? We love people who are flexible in their interests. That's what it's all about, Eric. That's what it's all about.
We do got to clean that closet a little bit, but that's a conversation for another day. Yeah, between both of these two squads, again, to really reiterate the storyline between these teams, Winthrop have been lower bracket demons. They've been bathed in the blood of the lower bracket, taking out team after team in championship round slugfests that go the full 5, where CCG have been the team to kind of dominate a lot of the early stages of the upper bracket. NRG, #1 seed. Winthrop might have eliminated them, but who put them there in the first place? It was CCG with a 2-0. Put Winthrop in the lower bracket in the first place, it was CCG. The only team that they've fallen to so far was Conviction, who is a very stacked roster, to say the least, when you're talking tactical, insanity, general sniper, Dahomio, bounty. Like, it makes sense that they fell to that squad, but I think this is a team that's very, very capable, and honestly quite astounding, the performances that they've put throughout the bracket.
Yeah, and this is what I mean when I say CCG definitely haven't shown us everything that they have, even though they did lose to that only 3-0 that we have there from Conviction Esports. They still managed to overall just overcome, or at least get games off so many top teams in the league. You got to imagine they're going to give Winthrop a run for their money, if not defeat them here.
So one of the unfortunate side effects of remote play is sometimes computers can get a little bit crazy, and we did have a game crash, unfortunately. So we're going to take a moment to throw it over a short break while we get that situation resolved, so we can head on to the rift for game #1 between CCG and Winthrop University.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Hey folks, I'm Cubby, and welcome to the NACL recap. We went from 5 teams down to 3 last week, so let's see who's still fighting for that Spring Split title. Supernova versus Winthrop University was 1-1 going into a Game 3 that turned on a dime from Levitate, who stepped out of line, and Winthrop scaled into a 2-1 lead. Game 4 was tense until a massive Between Worlds from Shochi's Aurora brought us to a Game 5, where the sturdiness and scaling of the Eagles couldn't be broken as they soared on to face NRG. Winthrop lost Game 1 versus NRG and was down in Game 2, but an overload mid got them an early Baron and NRG wasn't able to find the split push. NRG tried to split again with Zumuto's Fiora in Game 4, but it was controlled by the Eagles, who survived a Spica, Camille, and Nidalee support in Games 4 and 5 to find the win and knock out the number 3, number 2, and number 1 seeds in order to give us a bracket that looks ripped right out of the upside down. Our winners final between CCG and Conviction featured a close Game 1 that was broken wide open by the General himself. Another big flank in Game 3 from Sniper netted him an MVP, as Conviction was firing on all cylinders and booked their ticket into the Grand Finals. They await the winner of our lower bracket final between Winthrop and CCG. To keep up with all things NACL, follow us at WatchNACL on X and twitch.tv/NACL on Twitch. Thanks so much to Philips Norelco One Blade for keeping our NACL recap trim and sharp, and thank you for supporting developmental League of Legends.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Yeah, those 2 minutes were a lie. Welcome back to the NACL lower bracket finals. We're able to resolve our issues a little bit quickly and get into the game a little bit faster for your viewing pleasure. But ready for game number 1. Again, lower bracket finals. It is CCG Esports versus Winthrop University.
Can't believe he told him 2 minutes.
It was me. I did it.
It's always the play-by-play guys.
Yeah. I pressed
People
the
aren't
button.
interacting enough on Twitter, and he just starts griefing the lobbies. It's disgusting. But anyways, we're here. In case you guys somehow forgot, Swain top. I feel like we didn't talk about that enough, because that's pretty exciting.
I think it is pretty exciting, and I think we should lead it with the person who's actually playing. You did have a quote for us at the start of the day after an exchange conversation. We'll pull that up in the lower third in a second, but I think with how spectacular of a player he's been, given that it's his rookie year, right? Everything he's been able to do for this squad, I mean, the champion picks that he's pulled out in the past, Lane Top isn't even his craziest one. We've seen the Singe that got pulled out earlier in the year from Fiji. I mean, the dude, even though we think of him as a weak side player, he's pretty phenomenal in all the other things he does, but I think at the end of the day, as a player, I've been efficient on what I do best. People were either scared of my playstyle at the beginning of the season, or they didn't know who I was. And, you know, I was one of those, Fiji. I didn't know who you were. I wasn't familiar with your game. And I'm
literally
happy to see how good you are.
Yeah, it's been great stuff. Playing the exciting picks. Even though he loses his Scion in the series, he shows us that. While unconventional, a champion pool goes deeper than we may expect. And the Swain is an interesting one, especially because, again, the vision possibilities with the W over long ranges, I think, will be an interesting way for Dardoch potentially find some angles for that paranoia. He can pseudo frontline. He is the Conqueror. Of course, the Demonic Ascension will make him harder to kill in these team fights because he is going to sustain. And I think while the damage is there for Winthrop, I think if he's not getting focused, this is a comp where Fiji can potentially just drain his way through these team fights without dying.
How familiar are you with Swain builds? Because personally, for me, I kind of don't see him enough. What should we expect in build?
I mean,
is it more like ROA, Riftmaker type deal?
I mean, if it was mid lane, that's what I would expect these days. But if I'm looking top lane, I mean, a bunch of HP items for sure. Maybe it is Aura. Maybe it is Roa. I'm just gonna look it up because it's. I don't see this champion. I'm not ashamed to admit that I don't know something. And the craziest thing is, like, are there even Swain top builds? There are. Oh wow! So Frozen Heart is usually a first one, at least in solo queue. It has not a good win rate. I'm just gonna expect Raw and a lot of health items. And Spirit Visage. Spirit Visage will be good.
Yeah, try and get us. Oh, first blood.
Got him.
Already picked up. Zach gonna just run down Ao Jun. We had the conversation beat. One of the champions you can't give Zach is Orianna.
Dude is frying on this champion. I'm surprised they got it on the first pick, and already Zach is paying it off with the solo Bolo plus Ao Jun being flashless. There is a bit of that vulnerability maybe Wilson can capitalize on as top lane again. Fiji having a great time here into Denethor. Just, you know, the long term, fine for Denethor. He's playing Scion as long as he farms okay, which so far he has been. He is going to be able to be the front line his team wants. I mean, as a CS lead.
Yeah. And Orianna doing well early could be a pretty bad indicator for the way this game is going to go for CCG. I feel like one of the big problems with a lot of people playing into Orianna is like object permanence.
Yeah.
If you stop, if the ball does not move, if it just stays still for a little bit,
I don't see it.
It effectively becomes invisible, and suddenly you get the 5-man shockwave.
Yeah, my favorite is an ARAM where you put it in the turret as they're getting closer. Yeah. That's a good one. You won't see much of that here, but it is an exciting opportunity for Zach, especially if he has a lead, to do quite a lot of damage.
Again, the important thing to point out is CCG do have some good skirmish they can play with. They can try and fight their way back into this. You're starting to see that in the mid lane, however.
Okay.
As Ao Jun taking it to Zach will force out his flash in the process after having his flash murdered. That was
earlier,
from the early exchange. Yeah. So Zed Emperor's Divide forces out the shockwave.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The coming back with the blasting wand that gave him the confidence, knowing Zach couldn't dodge it, to go for it. So props to Zach for living and getting the wave in. So all things considered, really is going to come out of that one. So now we're just kind of slowing back down a bit. Dardoch already level 5. Getting closer to that level 6 mark where we know Nocturne's going to start to have that impact. Oh.
Here we go. Zenith Blade finds Kim down. That's a burst of damage that comes through rather quickly. But now Wilson around the corner will hop on to only 35, forcing out his flash on the retreat.
Not who I was expecting to flash in that scenario. A good turnaround there from Wilson. While he did successfully allow mobility to get that wave in, you can see on the top side, Dardoch hit level 6. Going to use that opportunity to potentially even go for the invade. Oh, instead he wants to go mid.
Oh, here we go. Trying to take advantage of the fact that it's a flashless Orianna. Zach does get to safety in time. That's first paranoia getting burnt.
Yeah, and it doesn't cost much for Zach, which I think is actually pretty huge, because there was an opportunity, and we see Dardoch do this often, where, you know, if jungle shows on the opposite side of the map, uses their tempo to make a play, he'll steal resources. There was a chance for him to get a pretty big lead there, but instead, he takes a reasonable risk mid lane. It doesn't pan out, though. So Wilson's going to easily get to level 6 as well, and for the most part, keep up in farm.
Exchange coming down in the bottom lane.
Oh!
Odi-san.
Fancy feet.
Since playing on EUS servers, has come back a different man. Much more aggressive.
Say the thing, Eric. Say the thing.
You want championship ADC? Send your son, you know, what was it, 2 or 3 years, EU West.
Forget about him.
Forget.
And it worked.
And that's the thing I've always been told about EU West is you do end up fighting a lot more in the bottom lane in solo queue, so completely makes sense to me why Cody Sun's become a little bit more of a lunatic.
Yeah. It's really good to see. I think overall, it's been a breath of fresh air to see him back in the league and as good as, also as well as he been playing. It's been really nice. And right now, though, all Dragons being taken. A potential fight here. We got level 6s all around. Dardoch still doesn't have the paranoia. I actually don't think this is too reasonable. So Winthrop will get the dragon and walk away. This is important. As we talked about how Winthrop is very team fight focused and ult centric. So if they get enough dragons, you force CCG to have to face check them. This is that perfect opportunity for Winthrop here, and it starts with this first dragon.
Now, Winthrop, throughout playoffs, have been really, really good at stacking Drakes all together and making that a win condition for their squad. You gotta love it into the 5v5 comp that they have. As you were saying, Beat, like, get to 3 Drakes, force them to fight you on the 4th, and things are looking pretty good for Winthrop, especially if you take first position. That means CCG are walking into the threat of a Nico flank, they're walking into the threat of the Shockwave. Denethor can just run at your face. There's Cyclone. So many 5v5 tools for Winthrop.
That's right. And winning out on these objectives, especially Dragons, is going to be really important to set that up. Next one to look for, of course, is the Grubs. I think it's going to be a little harder now that Dardoch has Paranoia back and level 8 to fight this objective, especially because Fiji is here. Well, you know, first item hasn't been built already, has access to the Demonic Ascension. I actually think will make early skirmishes like this around him difficult for Winthrop to be a part of. So I think Wilson here with this pink ward, probably just looking to see if he can W and then smite away one grub and walk away. I think that's really what he should be hoping for. But instead, they're going to fight.
Dardoch's being very patient about his smite at the same time, but here comes the Cyclone. Fight gonna break out, Paranoia being used, looking for an angle. Dardoch denying vision for the time being. Will focus onto Wilson, push him out. Only 35 is getting low. Fiji with the Demonic Ascension getting damage in, but he's taking more damage than he's dealing. Has to flash out. Aojun gets rooted, and Zach will grab that kill. Curtain call opened up. Dardoch has a lot of HP to work with, but Winthrop University will push away CCG. Oh, we're not done just yet.
Will they get this kill?
The W being used, it's not enough.
Nice. Is he gonna get away? Okay. It was a good fight there for Winthrop University. Small downside for them, of course, is actually maybe big downside, is that Cody Sun wasn't there. He was able to get this wave in, also get some turret plates, so get a little advantage for himself. And of course, the fact that all 3 globes were still taken. We mentioned in the draft that CCG are going to have an easier time side laning. There's that chance that they are going to be the ones to make best use of having all 3 grubs. It's going to make winning these 5v5s around objectives even more important for Winthrop. But of course, that fight shows us already glimpses of what they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing for CCG to fight without having Cody Sun there. Because if you look at their damage profile, it's not that much, especially early on. You need to get some itemization going for an Azir before he can really become that big DPS threat. But here we go. Looking for a gank onto Kim Down. Will root him. Double stunned up. Kim Down falls. And Cody Sun, after spending some alone time in the bot lane, will receive a kill on top of it.
Yeah, I really like that trap setup. No vision to warn Kim Down of what he was walking into. And they basically faked that back timer.
Yeah.
With after crashing that wave. So I like that they stayed extra. It turned into a kill. It's going to make Cody Sun's lead even bigger. Going to make it even more dangerous to walk into CCG as a team.
Nice influx of gold on to Cody Sun. Gets him a 1K lead versus mobility. At this point, he's taking his back to go make a pretty nice purchase off of all that gold he's received. Again, he had some alone time with that tower. Did get him a slight CS lead in the short run, but will result in his Hex Optics now being completed.
And I like this too from Wilson. They had that vision there. They know where Dardoch is. Wilson has a level up, so... Oh!
Ooh, it's a nice spell shield, but it's not enough for the autos. Zach is going to sling them away and go on a killing spree on his tried and true Orianna.
I love that. I love that look. Again, this is part of what's made Zach so powerful in the playoffs here for Winthrop University, especially on this Orianna. They're able to find these lane advantages, move with Wilson. They're able to punish anybody who is not keeping track of this Orianna and where he might be going.
I do want to say, one of the interesting things I'm noticing about Fiji's build is he went tier very first item. Zach getting away there. He will be going Leandries to his first item completion, but I don't think I've seen many tiers. Usually it's been like Roa, Leandries. Later on, there will be an Hourglass and a Bloodletter. But it's curious to see the tier being rather early item built for Fiji.
Yeah, it's probably for lane, part of what allowed Fiji to consistently spam spells. He didn't have teleport, so it helps him stay in lane a little bit longer, since he doesn't have to worry about trading health against Denethor. So I think it makes sense, at least for the tier. And of course, Leandries, you got a lot of health stackers on Winthrop side, especially on the top side. So you're just going to get a lot of value there. I'm sure things like Rylai's are going to be in the cards as well. Not a lot of movement spells available there for Winthrop University. So that could be something, if Fiji's in the center of these team fights with that Demonic Ascension, it could really impede Winthrop's mobility.
And Fiji getting a decent enough lead early on, has 11 CS up above on Denethor. But for the most part, Scions are usually okay with that. You're getting a lot of stats just passively generated through the lane and the minions actually dying. To kind of counteract a little bit of that, you can see even Denethor itemizing very early on for the magic damage he's going to be taking on.
Yeah.
Because you do have that Hollowed Radiance completed first.
And I don't think he's going to go for the tier 2 boots for a little while. Could actually be looking to build Undying Despair. I think might be what he's looking to next. A really big Scion item. I think important in these longer team fights, just to allow him to sustain himself up. And of course, survive everything CCG are going to throw at him.
Unfortunately for Denethor, I mean, you don't have to deal too much with Cody-san in these early stages of the game. And that's the only real champion that can take you down alongside, give enough time for a Nocturne, he will chop down that tree. Does take some effort, though. Tower going to fall in the bottom lane. Aljun picks up that one, and that's first brick going over to CCG.
I gotta say, it is very rare that we see a jungler get ahead and get the best of Dardoch. Yeah, he's had help from his laners, but still, even in those situations, Dardoch usually finds a way to stay ahead, to maximize his farm, maximize the gold he's able to generate for himself and for the team. But here you can see it. Wilson's a level up. You can see him be a handful of camps ahead as well, considering what he's been able to take away from Dardoch. I gotta really give him some credit. Again, this is part of that glow up we mentioned from Wilson, who's looked particularly good in these playoffs. And being able to show that here against Dardoch, a player who is very respected in this league, I think cannot be ignored.
Yeah, Wilson has leveled up so much over the course of this season in particular. And looking at his lead right now, I mean, Trinity Force and Caulfield's completed in your 15 minutes into the game. You are very, very happy as a Wukong.
Yeah, especially with how expensive that Trinity Force is. To be 1.5 items, tied up there with Dardoch in a sense. It's a really good feeling. And now here it is. They picked up again. Aljun.
Oh, something's very off here. Aljun, Emperor's Divide. That's 2 ultimates going to be burnt. And Aljun will get away. He doesn't even lose his flash in the process.
I mean, Aljun really wisely placing that Sand Soldier behind him, recognizing that, if he walks out, he could be ganked. It allows him to walk away without flowing too much. I actually think it's fine too, because he TPs, was able to interact immediately. But does give...
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Solar Flare going down. The focus is Kim down, and there's that double root. No! Cody-san doesn't find it, so Kim down. He flashed out in time, will be able to escape with his life. But at this point of the game, a Nico losing flash is pretty significant.
Yeah, the flash on the Nico, very valuable. Considering we're a minute 30 from this next dragon, I think something... Down really hopes that he can get back, but of course he won't be able to. I don't know why this thing slow back down. I mean, you take stock and see CCG does have a minor lead. But otherwise, nothing really significant to speak of there in aggregate. This Herald's going to help. turn things into Winthrop's favor a little bit. But again, my focus really is on this Dragon. After fighting for this Raptor, I want to see Winthrop just set up on this bottom side of the map and create that situation we talked about where they force CCG to face check them. And it's not a position that CCG, especially Xayah, wants to be in.
And Winthrop will be able to open the Ripped up a little bit more. I think this kind of helps for their Dragon stacking on top of it. When you take that mid lane tower, you can push a little bit deeper and you can vision deeper as well. So 35 seconds till that Drake does spawn. We'll see if Winthrop want to continue their Dragon stacking. This might be an angle where they just look to forgo the second Drake over to CCG because of that flash being burnt earlier. You can see the pings from CCG. They are starting to tunnel towards that side of the map.
Yeah, the timing's a bit awkward. Mobility and Kim down, back a little late to make it to this Drake on time, and don't have the setup that I was expecting from Winthrop. But we're seeing TPs, so they're committed to it. BG's can't get enough that he's comfortable at least trying to face check and get a little vision there for his team. But Winthrop will be there second.
I mean, it's kind of tough for Winthrop to get the second foot on the river when you would really like CCG to be engaging into you. Instead, they're going to have to play towards the Fog of War. Again, with Kim down not having his flash up, and the Xayah pick as well can pay pretty big dividends right here, given if you go for the hard engage onto Cody Sun, a Featherstorm is significant in generating self-pill, getting away from the Shockwave, from the Pop Blossom. But now a little bit of a dance going out, and Winthrop and CCG will trade sides.
Yeah, remember, Cody Sun, 2 items, pretty strong power spike for the Xayah. If CCG can keep him alive and doing damage, they should be able to slowly win this fight, but it's going to be a Dragon flip.
Oh yeah, we're going straight for the flip right now, but flying right in, it's already going to get secured. Here comes the Pop Blossom, one's going to get picked off. It's only the clone that falls, but chasing down the real monkey is only 35. He'll give his life for the process. BG looking for the extended chase right now. He's frontlining, he's fighting for his squad. Curtain Call going to get opened up. One shot going after Cody Sun, the next targeted onto Fiji, but he'll step right out of that range. Dragon secured over by Winthrop University. CCG taking the fight right after, and it's going to be a 2-for-2 in the grand scheme.
Yeah, but you got to give it to Winthrop ever so slightly because they got that second Dragon. They went out on the objective, but already this is that concern I had when it came to damage for Winthrop's comp. Fiji is a problem. Yeah, he wasn't the focus, but the fact that he was so hard to take down once they put their sights on him shows you what Winthrop are up against later on into the game. Once Fiji gets more health, more resistances, even the shield from the Seraphs that he is about to build right now.
Yeah, he can just stay on that front line. He can keep doing damage. And in the 5v5, it's tough, as you said, for the damage profile of Winthrop to take him down. This was a nice secure by Mobility, the one to grab it at the end. Winthrop were looking a little more in the team fight, and it went even in the grand scheme, but look at Fiji go.
And look at Cody Sun and Ao Jun. Mostly full health. The Sand Soldiers from that Emperor's Divide really doing a good job keeping him and Cody Sun safe. And at the end of it, they were completely free of threat that entire fight. And that is key to Winthrop winning these team fights. Taking down the Xayah and Azir. We said it even in the draft.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is a great performance so far by Fiji, who throughout most of the season, we've kind of seen him just more as the tank player than anything else, which is not a bad thing to say. He's played the role exceptionally well, but some of these off picks that he'll grab every now and then, we talked about the Singed before, where he's hex flashing over the Raptor camp, and now this Swain that is providing a lot of threat for what Winthrop want to do. Good look for someone who's very up there when it comes to contention. A rookie. The split is now a team fight breaking out. Solar Flare's going down, not going to find the stuns. Instead, just gets the slows. But here's Cody Sun. Cody Sun has an angle. They want to root down Wilson. Cody Sun will kill the monkey.
Yeah, no, there was no Denethor in sight. The timing is so good that CCG are just going to go for the Baron. I like this. They do so much DPS between Dardoch, Cody Sun, and Ao Jun, so they're just going to see if they can take this, but Winthrop aren't going to let it go easy.
It's not going to be that easy at all. Pop Blossom lands onto nothing. Only 35 peels out. Shockwave is used. Curtain Call opened up. There's a lot of low health bars right here. Now Fiji wants to fight it out. Mobility delivers the fourth shot into the heart of Fiji.
Yeah, and okay, so Baron play goes a little awry after Wilson going down. It ends up being that 1-for-1. I like the angle there for CCG, but Fiji didn't live as long as he's probably hoping, and that fight was a little too scattered for CCG to actually make that one work. So Winthrop kind of happy to get something back after losing their jungler like that.
And the pick on the Wilson set up for what CCG thought were going to be an easy Baron bait. The problem is, it's still a 5v5 comp that fights really well when they have ultimate subs. Zach landed a shockwave onto 2, and the curtain call doing its work at the very end there for mobility to ensure that Fiji would go down.
That's right, very true. Now, minute till this next dragon. See Winthrop University just trying to get the best setup that they can. They were late to the last dragon, or were able to walk CCG out. I don't think they'll have as much luck doing that this time around, Eric. You gotta imagine that's why we're seeing this push for vision. More control over the side of the map, maybe even trying to threaten that bot tier 1 turret. We're just knocking down some plates so that they control this bottom river.
We have to start thinking about what Infernal Drake means to Winthrop's composition. Ultimately, Zach is going to be stacking some heavy AP, having a death cap later. I know we kind of scoff a little bit when it comes to the Infernal Soul itself, but having 3 Infernals when you have a Jhin and an Orianna is not something to scoff at.
No, not at all, because the burst, it really lends itself to burst damage, and that is what Winthrop are working with largely. So it's a great shout, and I gotta give a shout out to Zach because of what he is building. Going for double burn, knowing there are just so many health stackers on the side of CCG, I think is honestly really crucial, especially in a meta where everybody is building a rocket belt.
Here we go, Emperor's Divide to try and get Aojun out of there, but gets caught by the Cyclone, has to get right over the wall with the dash. Now Dardoch setting his sights on the Wilson. Wilson gets feared. He's getting lower and lower and cleaved away as Dardoch will take his head. Now 4 members remain. Curtain Call gonna get
they got
up. Mobility takes him out with the Curtain Call. Knockup found by Denethor's decimating smash. And watch out for Zach. He can create a lot of space by just putting that ball right out there.
Yeah, remember, CCG, they're the only ones with ultimates available. Featherstorm and Solar Flare are up, so this is not going to be easy.
Here we go, jumping on to Fiji. Able to get the Blade Caller. It roots up. Denethor gets also caught by the Solar Flare. Now Denethor into the zombie mode. Wants to steal away the Infernal, but it's not going to go his way off of the Blade Caller. And like that, the Dragons are evened up.
Successful fight there for CCG. Gonna tie up the Dragon stacking game here, and they are slowly inching their way forward as now the gold lead is up to about 1,500. And it's tough. These chaotic fights, not ideal for Winthrop University. CCG are the ones who are able to...
Oh, he's pulled right into his demise. The grass gets him by the neck, and Fiji will take down Zach.
Really nice solo kill from CCG's rookie top laner. And now, I think the thing we got to set our sights on is that Baron. Remember, CCG's Baron take, especially as they continue to move forward in their itemization, is very quick. And something that Winthrop are going to have to respect. Denethor doesn't have TP. That's why he's here in the mid lane as well. He needs to respect that this is a possibility, and it's happening.
This is very hard. Your main teamfight ultimate, the Shockwave, is not going to be there. Teleport coming out from Fiji. CCG. Here we go. Onto the back line. Dardoch's going by himself. It might be too ambitious. Wilson over the wall. Gives Dardoch a taste of his own medicine. Only 35, rushing right after Denethor, but he's a tanky boy. And CCG might have just thrown away the play.
This could be very dangerous for the game, because now Winthrop still have a lot of critical ultimates, and they took out CCG's jungler. They can start this Baron. It is tough. They have Denethor to tank, but they do it very slowly. But the good thing for Winthrop, they have Pop Blossom, they have Shockwave, and they found
it. And they have Aojun. Aojun dashing out, will have to take the recall. There's no smite available for CCG. 6k health remains. Cody-san is stepping up, but this is quite ambitious to say the least. Now coming in with the Pop Blossom. Featherstorm used to get Cody-san out, but it won't save, only 35. Baron belongs to Winthrop University.
big find for the Eagles to be able to get that Baron buff. CCG, I think, overforcing a little bit. Once you're facing down the Pop Blossom and that Shockwave, once you lose Ao June, I think we have to let that Baron go. But they give away a little more gold than necessary because of it. Now Winthrop, they have a pretty big earning opportunity here. 2 minutes away from this next dragon.
Infinity Edge just got completed by Mobility. That's a pretty significant spike for the Jhin.
Oh, yes.
And it will make Mobility oh so dangerous in these upcoming fights. And what a rare misstep to see out of Dardoch going in by himself into that back line.
I agree.
It cost CCG big.
Very interesting. I kind of hope we could see that Baron fight as a replay, but right now, we have a real play.
No, we don't. Okay, go ahead. What do you got?
It's over. No, I want to see the replay of that fight if we can, just because it's really interesting. It looked like Kim Down baited by using the Nico passive to impersonate Mobility. I think that could be why the Mobility, I think, was flashless at the time. If so, excellent play there from Kim Down to bait a very winning fight. But right now, Winthrop have a very winning Baron play. You're able to knock down a tier 2, collect a nice chunk of change, have Denethor answer topside.
Ao June didn't get much damage onto that tower. It's going to be rough because that's usually the response. You see them stacking players, overloading that bot lane to get the inner tower. You're hoping for an exchange to at least maybe pick up some plates to cash in, but they're empty-handed thanks to that unstoppable onslaught.
Right.
Denethor becoming more and more tanky. That Scion in the late game, it's pretty unkillable.
Oh, yes. Already with that Unending Despair, working towards item number 3, which looks like Jack Show. Gonna make him... I mean, these fights do get long. It's going to be very easy for him to get that that passive up, and we're going to see that replay. Yeah, it really looks like it was that bait there from Kim Down.
Yeah.
It was impersonating Mobility. Maybe making Dardoch think that he could get a quick kill onto the Jhin, who's the biggest source of damage Winthrop are working with. So nice bait. Got Winthrop the Baron after a big fight. Now they want to spend their gold that they just earned off this Baron in preparation for this dragon.
30 seconds or the dragon spawns. Should be soul point for either team, but you have to favor Winthrop into this. Now, they did get the Baron buff earlier. It's a nice influx of gold, even though the gold is even. I feel like it's a better spike right now for Winthrop University, given their 5v5 potential. We've kept mentioning that as this game has gone on, and Winthrop, first foot on the river, will only expand into that point.
And I think, really quick, 2 items that we got to be looking at here. Crypt Bloom, you don't see that often because of how powerful Void Staff is as an item, but really good because every time they get a takedown, there's going to be that healing for Winthrop. It's going to help them in these longer fights. And Kim Down also has the stasis there with that Seeker's Arm Guard. I think something both items we need to be looking for because it's going to be important for fights.
Current Call opened up, looking to focus it onto Mobility. He'll sidestep that 4th shot, owing to half health. Zero Tower up to try and keep the lane pushed. Here we go. Looking for the dive. Ao June finds Mobility, and it's a shutdown for Fiji. Cyclone going to be used. Shockwave lands onto 2. Pop Blossom return the fight. Still scrapping it out. CCG want to fight their way through, but Winthrop are slugging, and they're losing as Denethor and Kim Down need to bail out from the fight. CCG pick off Winthrop, and they finally get a team fight lead.
And again, that big upside at the very least. Oh, hold on. Wow, they're
still going through. Oh, they can get right through Denethor. And that's a big kill now picked up on CCG's side, staggering those stat timers.
Yeah, I got to imagine Denethor thinking he's going to be okay. He's going to make it, but he dies, like you said, staggered from the rest of his team. Going to allow CCG to get a huge influx of gold. But we can't ignore the one upside there for Winthrop. They did get the dragon. It is Infernal Soul Point. But for CCG, they got themselves a nice little boon for fighting out that next dragon. And they showed us what happens if they pick Mobility off early.
Yeah, it was a nice pick on a Mobility. Gets his flash out. Same thing with Zach. He will not have his flash for the next exchange. But Ao June stepping up to the plate, finds the right target.
Great shuffle, perfect angle to ensure that Mobility was not able to flash it out. Makes him more vulnerable for the next fight as well, because he's going to be flashless. You give Winthrop props. They're able to take a couple kills back, but at the end of it, still very CCG favored. The only thing really saving it in any fashion, again, was that third dragon. CCG are strong enough now that we got to start looking at the next Baron for them to be able to take that one away very quickly if Winthrop aren't careful.
Yeah, one of the things about Dardoch's build, and it's very common on Nocturne, it's not like it's revolutionary, excuse me, is the Hexblade. The Hexblade, even though you are behind 1.3k gold, popping your ultimate activates the Hexplate, and it does make up for a little bit of that deficit when you are on to the right target. Nocturne does have some pretty significant damage with the Stride Breaker as well to really slow him down when you're on these immobile carries. So it allows the pick potential to be strong for CCG.
And now CCG playing in fog here. They're threatening that Baron as it spawns because they know Winthrop are going to have to check. And once their 2 blue trinkets are used, there's going to be an opportunity for CCG to try and pull it. Denethor is TPing. Expect a fight.
And a reminder, carries do not have their flashes up for Winthrop University.
Yes.
It's the same story for Aojun and Cody Sun, but they do have more mobility to their favor. I'm not talking about the player, I'm talking about the Featherstorm, the Emperor's Divide, and even just being able to shuffle out does work to their benefit in trying to escape when Wilson will be jumping on them. Same can't be said for Zac and mobility in this case.
Yes, but still, Aojun and Cody Sun being flashless means once their ultimates are down, there is an angle. Winthrop certainly going to be fishing for that moment here. But it is just going to be the NA Ram. Winthrop don't want to play too far inside lanes, and CCG, they want to spare it.
Their Dardoch getting caught by the Pop Blossom, going a little bit too deep there, but still it's working out for CCG. Zenith Blade onto Kim down. Now only 35, looking to get out. Curtain Call is going to get opened up. First pick found by Mobility's Curtain Call. Wilson on retreat. Still healthy, but Shockwave onto 3. Does not find kills in the back end, but it does bring the counterpunch in favor of Winthrop University.
It is a good response. It cost them all their ultimates while CCG retain a couple, but at the end of the day, it's gold earned and a bit of a reprieve. They get to recall and spend what it is they earned, but it's Dardoch again, getting a little mixy, going in very deep this Rex, and getting caught out for it once more.
Yeah, it's tricky on the Nocturne. You want to use the Paranoia to find priority targets. The downside of that, it's hard for the rest of the team to follow up in a good time. So for a while, Dardoch's kind of fighting by himself, and when you have the crowd control that Winthrop had, sometimes this can be a losing fight, and it really did show there in that last one.
Yeah, and this next one is going to be starting very soon. You're seeing TPs. This is Winthrop's Dragon Soul. CCG don't want to let it go that easily. No Demonic Ascension just yet, but if CCG can live long enough, it's going to be 5 versus 5 ultimates.
Flash getting burnt out of Zac. Dardoch looking to get out of there, but watch out for the ball of Zac. Waiting for the perfect opportunity to get a shockwave going. Aojun playing a little bit dangerous right there. CCG pushing forward. Paranoia not on the table, neither is the unstoppable onslaught, but you know what is? It's the Curtain Call mobility. Could get into position right now, but Aojun's looking for a flank in for the Shurima shuffle. Instead, Kim down, gonna find an angle as well. Shuffle onto 3. Aojun will have to go golden. Cody Sun will find Zac. Wilson jumping back in for Aojun. Will claim him, but look at the rest of your team. The wings getting clipped of Winthrop University as it's a triple kill for Cody Sun and the ace for CCG.
A big fight there for CCG. They deny the Dragon Soul, and this gold lead, it shoots up to 7,000. We saw a lot of oopsies in that team fight for Winthrop University. CCG happy to capitalize. They want to walk it down until the end, and they might just have the wave to do it.
They got a cannon creep in that wave, so it will buy some time to push forward, but is it going to buy enough? That's going to be the big question right here.
They got another one.
Yeah, you got another cannon now coming up. Under attack are the Nexus Towers. Nexus Tower number 1 going to fall. Nexus Tower number 2 going to fall. And they find the win. CCG in game number 1 will take down Winthrop.
And so back and forth. And it comes down to one fight. So often are games that exceed that 30-minute mark. And it's too bad Winthrop looking like they were making something happen, but CCG, of course, finding a really huge fight. And I mean, I'm sorry, Mobility. I saw that flash, bro. I saw that flash. I can't let it go.
Happens to the best of us, man. Happens to the best of us.
It does. It really does.
Yeah, kind of a crazy game beatdown. I mean, back and forth is the perfect description of it. The way things kind of flowed as it went on shows you that both of these teams have pretty heavy hands going forward, but sometimes just the flip, not even of an Elder this time, of a Dragon can make or break a game. I like what Kim Down was trying to do. He had an angle to go for the Pop Blossom, but it's Ao Jun who spots that right away and says, you know what? Let me go before you get me, man. But off of that, hey, that's game number 1 now in the books. We got to get ready for game number 2. We're going to throw it a short break. Be sure to stay tuned. So we've got more Winthrop versus CCG.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL lower bracket playoffs. And already, we're eating good, B. We're eating good. We got a back and forth game between CCG and Winthrop University. I want to give big credit. First of all, Cody's son, he was eating well that entire game. Really did get to have some alone time in the bottom lane, as well as getting a couple of cleanup kills to make sure that he was accelerated for the later fights. And then Aojun, even though he had some stumbles here and there, that final Pop Blossom really did well for CCG.
I mean, we got to give the shout out to Fiji too. You saw it. He had most damage in the game by the end of it. That Swain ended up paying off big time in a lot of those team fights, even if he did die in a couple of other ones in inopportune moments. At the end of the day, just showing us that Fiji's wheelhouse, it runs deep, even if it isn't a champion we may expect.
Already, we're off to the races off this one. This time, Ezreal going to be left up because Winthrop want to take that on B1. CCG respond with Cassiopeia and the Bard. So the cast is one way to try and make sure you lock down the Ezreal. Miasma gets a lot of work done depending on the champions that it's going into. Because if you can't dash, you can't really escape the grasp. Pursing your fangs into you. Response out of Winthrop University, and getting locked in here.
Could be Anivia's support. Kim Down hasn't played it yet this split, but I mean he played Pike, so I'm sure he's capable of playing Anivia. So, and there is that opportunity here to keep that question mark going, especially if we see the Zambessa locked in, just because we've seen the Kog'Maw played into the Cassiopeia to great effect, particularly by Insanity.
Okay.
But no more questions. It's Anivia mid.
Part of me was liking the Ambessa because it's like a double flex, right? You don't know where Anivia's going, you don't know where Ambessa's going. But feeling the need to grab your support in phase 1 of the draft before we get into more bans, trying to ensure you get the best matchup in that bottom lane. You do get a lot of long range now for CCG. Caitlyn can be very oppressive to that regard, and it works really well with the Bard. The moment the Bard is able to either get the Tempered Fate or the Cosmic Binding, the obvious follow-up is a trap immediately after, so you get double snared in that process, take a ton of damage, and it's a pretty legitimate combo to have there in the bottom lane for CCG.
Yeah, and that Caitlyn just means that Cody's not only 35 are going to have a really strong 2v2. The Nami Ezreal, we don't see something like that very often, but I think the Tidal Wave is going to be a pretty useful ultimate there for Winthrop University to either start fights or disengage from them, and I gotta imagine that's a lot of where that's coming from. So it's going to be about what Kim Down can do in other lanes, which is something, we credit him for doing pretty well in.
By the way, update on what is Fiji listening to now. It is Headstrong by Trapped. That's an old one right there,
That is a throwback.
That is a throwback.
I don't even know if he's old enough to listen to that song. That's crazy.
How old is he? I don't know.
I'm sorry, when I say old enough, I'm pretty sure that song came out before he did. If you catch my meaning.
Fair enough. I do like this from CCG side. They're really tunneling in on Denethor. His two best blind pick champions have been Gnar and Jace. Gnar being the most prominent of all of those. So not going to allow Denethor to just walk into the early phase of this draft having comfort.
Yeah, and of course, the same thing goes the other way. Singed for Fiji, not being allowed to go through. Two sources of being grounded actually sounds like a nightmare. I gotta respect that pull there from Winthrop University. So instead, at CCG, they have enough damage. Just need some more front line, and that's what Fiji does best, man. They're gonna lock in that Ornn, leave Dardoch's pick until the very end. You got to imagine he's just going to want to see what everything is like so you can pick the best jungler for the situation. He is kind of the Swiss Army knife in that way.
Yeah, Fiji on tanks. It's just a tried and true, man. And of course, if this gets in the late game, you do get a lot more value out of the Ornn once the ornaments do come online, and you can build that for a Caitlyn, you can build that for a Cassiopeia, continue their scaling. The response for Winthrop University, Ambessa. So you do have that public execution that can guarantee you access to 2 champions that don't have the most mobility in their kit. Cassiopeia, even the Bard. I was going to say the Caitlyn, but the Bard is another one you can go for there. And all going to finish it off with the Trundle. Now, the Trundle here gets some pretty good value. You're playing into a tank player. Just steal his stats, become the tank yourself.
Yeah. And that one is a pretty exciting one because, like you said, Fiji is going to give him an opportunity for a very high value use of Subjugate. But also, the gank potential is definitely there, especially in that early game. The Pillar going to do well into Cassiopeia, into even Bard and Caitlyn to a degree. So there is that ability for him to do a little bit of dueling early on too. And I think with Dardoch playing the Nefiri, there's that opportunity for Wilson to be a big nuisance early, which I think he did a good job of in the last game.
Yeah, do you know that one content creator where every time he eats something good, he takes his glasses and he just chucks them across the room? Yeah,
yes.
I kind of feel that way when I see Dardoch lock into Fury, especially into this comp, man. Like, you could really pick, you have 3 high value targets you can go for. I even look at the Nami. You want to get the resets going, just go kill the fish, eat some sushi, throw your glasses against the wall, and continue resetting.
Yeah, that's not where I thought you were going with it, but it is definitely an angle there for Dardoch. This is a champion he's played with a lot of success too, so you got to imagine with a lot of squishier options, it's going to be easier to get those resets with that ultimate.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really important there. Again, that disengage from the tidal wave is going to be huge. Wilson, of course, is also going to be a big proponent of space making for Winthrop University. Not just the Pillar, but being that front line when he takes those stats away from Fiji, as we expect. I think Winthrop's comp, I can't lie, Eric, I think this comp's kind of hard. I'm going to be honest. For the most part, Winthrop as a team, we see them play for scaling. We see them usually draft something that can fight really well in the late game. But I think this game, in some ways, CCG have them beat early, and they also have them beat late. I'm a little concerned for Winthrop.
I'm glad you elaborated that on a little more, because when you say hard, either it's a hard comp to execute, or this goes hard, bro. Like, I was just trying to figure that out there for a second. But yeah, I agree with you as we head into game number 2, Winthrop University versus CCG Esports. I do like what CCG are cooking so far. Outside of the Trundle being kind of a big thing here, because Trundle does really well in a lot of early game exchanges. Especially if he catches Dardoch one-on-one, you can steal away a lot of those stats and bash his face with them. And we'll see. I don't know. I put a lot of the onus of execution onto Wilson for this game. If he can be the one to respond properly on the map and in the fights to keep his team going.
Yeah, and it's going to be really important that Wilson does so, especially in these earlier stages, because if we look at the laners, especially bot lane, I think Cody Sun and only 35, they're clearly going to have an advantage. And is Caitlyn also going to be really strong later on, so you want to be able to try and slow Cody Sun down a little bit, especially considering what he's been able to do last game. But you also want to play for Denethor. It's a pretty good matchup as well, and Miss Ambessa is going to be key for getting into that backline and shutting down Cody Sun later into the game. So Wilson, quite a bit of juggling to do in this early game. Again, I think this comp's a little difficult for Winthrop, but they have windows of power they can play for. They just need to use them, or eventually CCG will just outpace them.
I like this from Aljun. He's being very proactive early on. As he shoves in the wave, you are going to get some easy harassment onto Zach when he's on the Nenevia, but gotta hold that thought. Flash already burnt out from only 35 as he had to get out of position from the Pillar. And I was gonna say, like, that early ward should have an idea of where Wilson's gonna be going, but Wilson's not done just yet. Yeah, he's going right after only 35. It's first blood for Wilson. Hey, he needed to get active early. That's what he does for his team. Dardoch is now here just to push away the rest of the squad. We'll jump forward, forces out
illegal.
the heal.
Not illegal, just
and
waste of time.
Make sure that Winthrop, get back home safely.
I mean, that wave was going in regardless. I think Dardoch could have walked away sooner, but he does guarantee himself an easy path to that bottom scuttle. There's an opportunity here if he wants to actually immediately pass through mid for a double scuttle, because you know Wilson is just going to path straight up there. But, you know, it's tempting, but not the best option maybe in his opinion, because at the end of the day, when you're playing these champs that want to power farm, cycling your camps optimally is that most important thing, so doesn't want to sacrifice that.
I can't believe Wilson got away with that, man. That's just mean. He ganks, forces the flash at only 35, then just heads straight to the try and says, watch me do it again.
Yeah. Now things slow back down, teleports being used. Remember, lower finals here. Winthrop have had such a great run, but it could end here. CCG using their second life here in that lower finals to try and make it back to Conviction, who sent them down here very, very recently.
Important to note that game was a 3-0, and to be quite honest about it, it didn't even look that close. A lot of what CCG did, it did feel like they overcooked a little bit at the same time, but it also felt like they were a little bit outclassed. I think there was a lot to learn for CCG from that game, and I think some of those lessons are being displayed. I do think their draft in game 1 is much more capable. I do like this draft for game number 2, and it's no longer just, hey, let's put Dardoch, let's make him carry. It's like, all right, let's kind of move our pieces around a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh.
All right, here we go. Aljun getting focused. The wall goes up. He needs to create distance before he gets pillared. And that's what Wilson was looking for, but Aljun, with that ghost, escaped the range.
And of course, still holding on to his flash. Pretty important deal there. And Dardoch around gives him that confidence. Try and push this wave in. Only 35 is on the move as well. Allow Dardoch to do more of what we're used to seeing. Last game, you know, we don't often see Dardoch getting pressured.
Yeah.
It's usually him doing stuff like this, even though, you know, Wilson looks like he's able to get the camp. He has a dive that he can go for.
Here we go. Dardoch's leading, but he already used his ability to get out from damage. It gets the egg at the very least. Dardoch takes a lot of damage in the process, but one of those survival tools now down for Zach.
The egg and the flash. And I mean, we can see Aljun, who's doing well in a lot of these health trades. So it does give him an opportunity, especially with him still having the flash, to get a little more aggressive here in this lane, even go for a kill if he sees that potential angle here. So I think Zach's lane, while he didn't die, lane is going to be a little harder till his passive comes back.
Passive not available, flash not available.
Yeah.
Making sure that Aljun has a lot to work with in that lane. And first dragon should go over to Winthrop. Dardoch getting there a little bit late, but it's going to cost Wilson his life. Aljun picks up the kill on top of it, going over to Cassiopeia. CCG will love that.
Oh yeah, gold feels good. Aljun's life getting easier feels even better. Lane wasn't great for him last game, but in the team fights, he was cooking on that Azir.
Yeah.
It was a great look.
I mean, Aljun, you know, we've talked about a lot of these other players and how they've had blow-ups. I look back to the first time we saw Aljun. You know, that was CCG as well, but it was with Dardoch. But this was a team that I personally perceived as more stacked, right? Having Array, having Breezy, having Crimson. That was last year. They finished 6th place. Now, suddenly, it's a different team, right? Dardoch's still the consistent factor, but now you also got one more veteran in Cody Sun, and a rookie and a sophomore. And it's the team that's performing better. Sometimes, you know, it's not about the amount of talent that you have. It's about how well these players are able to sync up and play together. And this CCG roster and Aljun as a whole really do work well.
They do. We talked about how excited we were with that reuniting of Aljun and Dardoch. Clearly done wonders for him as a player. I think this is a very good split here that Aljun has had so far and continues to have here in playoffs. Not just that game 1 on the Azir. Some good looks from him overall. Now he has that advantage here on the Cassiopeia. Something that you got to imagine CCG look to try and capitalize on.
Lane swap's getting called out. Denethor spots out Dardoch, showing up over on this top side. Dardoch happy to clear that wave. Pressure looking for grubs at this time. 9 seconds before that does come up. Denethor scouting Dardoch as much as he can. Wilson is also in the area, but the bot lane quicker to the trade over on the side of CCG. Meanwhile, Winthrop still happy to keep mobility down in that bottom lane. Here comes the attack onto Aojun. Aojun forced to burn his flash to get away.
And this could give that opportunity for Winthrop to try and push. Remember, it's just about getting one grub here, and that's what they're playing for. As long as Wilson can smite one, should be fine. And CCG not going to take any risks. What? Oh, okay. It's just delayed. Not going to take any risks. Winthrop are going to get the one grub. So there's the denial of the 3 full grubs. Something CCG really could have taken advantage of.
CCG paying a lot of respect to this roam combo of Trundle and Nami. Tidecaller's Blessing does provide a level of slow, so does the Chomp from the Q that Trundle has. So the sticking power of the Trundle is really up there, and we're not even including the Pillar at that point. So you do have to pay some respects there when you do see this Trundle and Nami on the map.
And a few minutes from that next dragon. Winthrop, though it cost Wilson his life, got the first one. Drake stacking, a big thing for this team historically. This split is no different. Something that you got to imagine they're just going to keep on focusing on. Getting to objectives first. Again, it's just like game 1. This is a comp where they want to be the ones controlling space. Use things like that Glacial Storm Zach is working with, the Pillar, and of course the Tidal Wave for Kim down once he hits level 6. Just to be able to control space and try and play from your effective range, make it harder for the carries of CCG to interact. That's the important thing here. Part of doing that is threatening that Dragon Soul. You gotta imagine Winthrop going to put a big focus here on this next dragon, and every dragon thereafter.
Ability, trying to play a little bit aggro and take the shots that he can when he has those windows against Cody's Sun. And if he takes those wisely, you have a Nami. You can sustain back up and out-trade in the long run.
Right. And all things considered, though they've been pushed in, I think that sustain, of course, that ability to trade back in key moments has allowed mobility to keep up, if not slightly ahead, in terms of farm. Sometimes in these Caitlyn, insert champion here lanes, there's some pretty big advantages that can be built up. It's important for mobility to be able to stay even, just so those Mystic shots can really hurt everyone except Ornn. Ornn, he's going to be stacking a lot of armor. It is what it is.
Yeah. And again, Fiji, happy to play the weak side of this matchup anytime, any day.
Any place.
Any place? Is there anything else we can add to that? Where?
Any person? I don't know. I think we're circling.
You see the pings now coming out. It is for Dragon, so that might be the place, time, and person thing.
Yeah, no teleport on Fiji. Remember, Denethor has his. He's threatening the proxy as well. Not threatening, actually, just doing it.
Yeah.
Does mean now Fiji's actually engaging him is a pretty big deal. It's going to make it harder for Denethor to actually look for the TP angle.
Tempered Fake goes out, but now Aojun's in a bad way. Gets caught by the Tidal Wave. True Shot Barrage also lands onto him. Flash forward from mobility. Will take down the Snake. Down a member. CCG don't want to fight anymore, and Winthrop should have their way with this dragon.
I gotta say it's twice now. Winthrop doing a pretty good job at keeping Aojun separated from the team and really putting pressure on the Cassiopeia. First time it happened is why he had no flash, and the second time resulted in the kill. Now CCG want to fight after the Drake, as we can see. That is simply just not going to happen. Winthrop, they have a pretty big soul they can play for in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Just like the exchange in the top side. They're just kind of chilling, man. I mean, even though they're swinging a lot, it's very wet noodly, so it's more vibes in the top lane. He's listening to Green Day now, by the way.
Green Day?
Yeah.
Damn, which song?
Give me Novocaine, She's a Rebel.
Damn.
This guy's all over the place with this playlist.
Dude, he is.
This is the most interesting thing to me. I know it's a lower bracket finals, but man, I dig his taste.
Yeah, gotta give it to him. Right now, lane assignments being swapped up. See, mid laner switching to that bottom side of the map in preparation, especially for Herald that's coming up soon. Big potential for gold here. I think both of these teams want so desperately.
Yeah.
Oh, bot lane, no flash. Oh no, Algin does have flash. You got a flash, brother. Oh, he can't!
He can't. There's no escape. Goodbye. That's the focus for Winthrop as they begin to tunnel in and focus on to Algae.
Wow. You know, all things considered, considering the wave they were bringing into that tower, maybe there was just no world where he could flash the safety. Wanted to keep his flash up for that next dragon. So, you know, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. I think that would have been really hard for him to survive if they had decided to dive him. Still, it's unfortunate for CCG. A lot of turret plates are going to be going down here. I think they're just gonna force this turret. Wilson, come on, bro. Come on, bro. It's 2026. You can't be tanking the turret like that.
And this is why I really did like the Trundle pick. I said at the start of the game that, you know, Wilson's going to have to enable Winthrop University to be capable on this map, and he's doing just that. Keeps influencing the map, keeps pressuring Aojun. He's gotten 2 kills out of that alone, and it's working pretty well. Wilson doing a good game.
Yeah, very good. And even though it hasn't resulted in any kills on the Cody Sun specifically, pressure's there. Has been able to force them out. Allow Mobility and Kim down on occasion to get a wave in. Now, though, is he going to be able to save his mid laner? Zach. Looks like he's the target of CCG's ire. But I think Kim down, again, always where the team needs him.
Yeah.
Going to be part of dissuading that.
And Aojun in desperately need of a space heater. He's been filling the Glacial Storm one too many times now, as he's already at half health. And we'll just take that recall to get back. Zach's kind of had his number this game. Again, part of that thanks to Wilson, but also a good gameplay from Zach.
Yeah, part of it is he's goated, man.
He's just
what can I say? We've been praising him for the growth that he's shown us this split, and that continues to show himself, even in matchups with mid laners who we would end up regarding pretty highly, and even Aojun, I think, has improved a lot.
Oh, that's a nice petrifying gaze coming out of Aojun. Might be enough to save his life, but they're still going for the dive. Nope. Aojun gets out, and now the counterattack coming out of CCG thanks to Tempered Fate.
Teleport.
Only 35 looking to step up here, so is Dardoch. And now the focus, here we go. Dardoch in the middle will use the call. The back shutdown going to be found by Aojun. Mobility returns it by taking down the snake. Here's the counterpunch left and right. 2 kills for Mobility. Lays the Mystic shots and peppers down CCG.
And it's the triple for the Ezreal. Winthrop, you called it the counterpunch. Something they've been doing so well this series. Just prepared for any swings CCG are trying to make, and this time they swing back hard.
Oh, now Cody Sun under a lot of threat. Fortunately for him, public execution is down. But
what was that?
It doesn't matter. It's not fortunate. It's not fortunate at all when you're going against Big Denny.
No, sir. I love it. He goes for the dive, and it just makes this Herald already so much easier. But Dardoch, good at 50-50s. We've seen this before.
Yeah, but it's the Rift Herald, man. This is a tough one. Use the call the pack to get in, which means Flash was your only way out.
Okay, not working out maybe the way CCG are hoping for, but Winthrop happily going to collect that Herald, collect the Flash of Dardoch. It's going to be able to pressure him even harder in these coming fights. It's going to be a late showing here for Winthrop for this potential soul point. They really want this dragon, but CCG are a little out of sorts. Don't have that positioning to really capitalize on it either. I mean, Aojun being top lane basically guarantees that this is impossible to fight because he's not rocking the teleport.
Winthrop University going to use this Rift Herald to get themselves some priority. Nice use of the Tempered Fate will deny the charge at the very least of the Rift Herald. Here comes Aojun now coming out from the sidelines. Looking to stop this tower from going down. Tough situation now for CCG as they look to fight their way back into it. Call the Forge God, going to find a double knock-up. Only 35 looking to play back. Petrifying Gaze doesn't land onto too much.
Wilson.
But Winthrop University are now split, even with the Subjugate, getting a lot of stats back to Wilson. Eventually, that's going to time out, and Wilson has nowhere else to go. He's staying inside of that pit, but somehow he's still alive. He's still chilling, and finally, Cody's son will be able to take him out. Only 35 takes the magical journey out. Bubble's going to find its mark onto Fiji, but Dragon secured by CCG.
It was a really funny looking fight. Wilson just sweating the entire time, ultimately goes down. Huge win there for CCG, and I think, honestly, I expected Winthrop to just drop that Herald and focus down the Dragon immediately. There was an angle where they get that without having to worry about Aojun showing up at all, but they wanted both. They get punished for it, losing the jungler, and of course, losing that potential Ocean Soul point here. And there's an angle. CCG collect all these individual dragons. Again, there's some of these souls. You get the individual drakes as well. It's so powerful. 4 Ocean Dragons and Ocean Soul. It's going to do wonders for your sustain.
Philips Noralco precision play. Taking a look at that counterpunch, as we had called it, in the top side.
Yeah, again, good fight. This is already off the back of a kill onto Aojun. And the follow-up, of course, comes through here. And the follow-up of the follow-up from Winthrop University ensures that mobility comes out on top with the triple kill. That's why he's looking at 4-0-1 right now and has hit that 2-item power spike way ahead of schedule. You could see it in how much those Mystic shots hurt. You could see it in how much the True Shot Barrage is hurting his opponent.
Cody-san, here we go. Now call the Forge God. It finds Zach on the back end, but there it is. The Tempered Fate puts the fish in a bad way. They want to find the bird next, but a little too much threat coming out from Mobility's poke. It's still a pick nonetheless for CCG.
This is that stage of the game where I was worried for Winthrop and where I like CCG's competition. Oh, hold on.
Public Execution finds only 35. Only 35 takes a magical journey out. Denethor looking for the extended chase, but only 35 gets to his teammates. Dardoch used those darkened daggers, stab him right into Denethor. Denethor takes it on the chin, says, "Bring it." Blue buff. This
comp from Winthrop is getting harder, especially with Fiji. That's the big thing here. The fact that he and only 35 can really gap close with those ultimates and get those perfect setups for the team is something that Winthrop haven't really shown us an answer for. For the most part, if in these 5v5s, if they get that first swing, it's when things work out for them. But Fiji being able to engage from outside their range has been so critical.
Yeah, that fight in the top side, man, that was really back and forth. Is it like all started off with, okay, we're going to dive out June. CCG do a counterattack. Winthrop follow that up with their own counterattack.
Yeah.
It's what's made mobility such a big threat, as you were mentioning, Beatdown. You know, 2 items completed, now working on his 3rd item. And Ezreal poke really does matter here. You can see the damage that was done off of 1 Mystic shot onto Cody-san.
To be fair, Tidecaller's blessing was there, so that helps a little bit, but still, it's very strong. When he is not hitting Fiji, even honestly, at this moment, even when he's hitting Fiji, he is kind of doing some work. You know, the Ornn really shows how accelerated he is. Still, Winthrop, again, grouping. This is where things are dangerous because of Fiji's ult.
Call the Forge God goes out. Target's going to be Zach. Zach gets away in time. Public Execution onto the back line now. Denethor looking to run away. Petrifying Gaze to slow him down. Fiji absorbing a lot of damage. Will be able to be that front line for CCG. Ace in the hole goes out, finds Zach. Dardoch getting low as well. Now Mobility is going on the chase, looking for those Mystic shots. Sees the snake, wants a pair of boots, but Aojun is creating distance. Not enough when you're dealing against the Arcane Shift. Last Mystic shot doesn't land, but the flash from the snake is burnt.
And this is that ideal scenario here for Winthrop University. Can they survive that combination of the Call of the Forge God and the Tempered Fate? Even still, not able to actually kill anyone on the side of CCG. That's really that next step for them, to weather that storm and convert that survival into some kills, because they have a lot of damage that they can be working with. They just have to not get caught out as they have been.
Ooh, only 35's got to be careful right here.
Miller,
Wilson's walking up onto him. He saw Wilson in the river next to Dardoch. Disrespects the map state, and because of that, he gets punished outright.
And not respecting the pillar to stop him from going through that magical journey. Otherwise, while this is happening as well, see in the bot lane what Denethor is able to do, crash in multiple waves, make space for this mid-tier one to go down as well, and that's a lot of gold collection there for Winthrop University, and control over a very crucial side of the map. Remember guys, they want this Ocean Soul. Their third Drake is coming up in a couple of seconds. Putting this pressure mid and bot gives them the space to be able to walk in and make this setup.
You can buy time with the Tempered Fate if CCG want to go for it right now, but you got to throw it, and you got to throw it now. 18 health remains. Here we go, Tempered Fate onto the back line. It gets secured over to Winthrop University, but that wall from Zach, it's not one that CCG can get through.
And this is a much better Dragon look for Winthrop University, and it's for two reasons. One, they recognize this time around that they need to take the Dragon as quickly as possible and avoid getting engaged on. And of course, Zach, really great wall with the Anivia. Now with more levels, it is getting a lot bigger to be able to make space to prevent the follow-up. And this is perfect for Winthrop. Now they have Ocean Soul Point. They didn't lose anything for it, and they still have the map in a great state where they can set up around this Baron as well and create a similar situation to before if CCG aren't careful.
Zach puts up the wall, and CCG haven't brought the tools to break through it. So now Winthrop University is sitting at that soul point 4 minutes before they can try and contest for that Ocean Soul. All that being said, CCG, I still like the scaling for them. I do think they got some great scaling champions in the Cass and the Caitlyn, but more importantly, the ornaments. We've already seen the first two online. Dardoch has one, Fiji built one for himself. That's going to keep bringing the stats for CCG as this game gets later.
Yeah, that is going to be very important to not only catch CCG up, to really push them ahead, especially when you think about items like the Infinity Edge for Cody Sun. Oh no, it's actually the Storm Razor that he ended up upgrading, but still, those extra stats don't show here in that gold difference that we look at the top of your screen. Really important for CCG, but again, I can't stress how important it is and how much revolves around this Ornn ultimate.
We go Call the Forge God used, finds Zach, but not much else after that, and it makes it hard for CCG to continue this situation. Denethor might be looking for an angle over the wall. Dardoch finds a safety away from Zach. Pressure applied by Winthrop University. I like that Fiji's trying with the Call of the Forge Gods. It's just rough to try and land it onto this team.
Right, and I didn't see follow-up from only 35 this time around. That's usually where that ult has that most success, where you knock people up, make it so that they can't flash that stasis, and set yourself up perfectly to follow up without Jude and Cody Sun. So I think it's a big reason why it didn't work out maybe the way they hope. And Winthrop are in a position where, again, they have some pretty strong control here of the map overall. Able to push in these waves pretty freely and get set up around these objectives first. And that's going to be really important. CCG can't catch them out in these next couple of minutes. And Winthrop get that dragon. That soul's a huge buff. And will go a long way towards Winthrop tying up the series.
True Shot Barrage in the mid lane. Shoving in waves. Aim of the game right now for Winthrop University. They're playing a little bit more towards this top side, but here we go. Once again, Call the Forge God going to be used. Double knockup coming in now. Only 35 has to flash out. Dardoch goes in, but he gets caught. Whoa. And Wilson will take a bite out of the Hound. Denethor having to flash over the wall. Fiji's getting low in mobility, currently unchecked. Public execution finds Fiji. And unstoppable mobility has now hit the rift, and Winthrop control CCG.
And they control the Baron as there will be no contest. A great play there from Zach as well. I love the teleport. And maybe we can watch in the replay, creating a pincer so that Winthrop University can hit CCG from all angles to make sure there was almost no escape. And now, with the Baron in their hands and the gold they earned just from those kills, you gotta imagine there's gonna be very big purchases coming through from Winthrop just in time for their Ocean Soul.
Yeah, it's a nice influx of gold. I'm looking for any major purchases. Knight's Vow for Wilson. I know an alternator was built by Zach, only getting a component, but still, alternator's a pretty good component to have.
Very good.
27 minutes into this game. 2.8k gold lead. 38 seconds before that dragon is on the map. As he said, Beat, this is the right time, right place.
Yeah, and again, long term, again, no follow-up here on that Tempered Fate. So we're really just having a big split focus here from CCG, not the unified team fighting that we often see from this roster. But Zach, as well, as it's falling apart, I love this TP to, again, create this pincer, make it so much more difficult for CCG to actually walk away from this fight. They lose so many more in the process because of it. And again, it's this perfect setup going into this dragon in 2 seconds.
CCG, kind of a do-or-die moment at this stage of the game. Soul is up and available. Dardoch's already lost half his health. Call the Forge God used. It lands onto absolutely nothing. And look at these Mystic shots go. Mobility has been big in poking down CCG, stopping them from getting their foot forward. Instead, CCG have to peel off and just forfeit the Soul to Winthrop.
That's right. No response to be had. Just some waves crashed in, but ultimately doesn't add up to much because now they have the Ocean Soul. The sustain is so much greater for Winthrop University. Already we saw how good things were for them in these sustained fights, and now they just got so much better.
Oh, it is big right now for Winthrop. They're eating so good as Fiji trying to hold the bottom lane. The rest of Winthrop, 3-man stack to take in that inner mid lane tower. Cody Sun putting in the line of traps to dissuade Winthrop from going any further, but Mobility getting one-on-one time with that tower has no problem taking it out. Dardoch looking to jump in, goes after Wilson. Will have to try and get back over that wall, finds his way to safety in time after taking a good chunk. We've got the Subjugate out as well. Here comes Aojun looking for a fight in. Call the Forge God going to be used. Gets the knock up onto Zach.
Aojun.
Zach is locked down. He will go into the egg form. CCG, they're able to crack the egg and find a fight in their favor.
A huge fight. And again, this is what we're talking about. You got to use Fiji's and Only 35's ultimate to close that gap. And they did it so well in that last one. I love the angle Aojun was coming from. And really just utilize that huge DPS that this team is working with. So now they get themselves a bit of a reprieve, and any reprieve they can get for themselves is important. Eric, it shows us that they can still win team fights, and even though they're behind right now, Elder Dragon is up in a couple minutes. If they win that fight, we're going to see a repeat of that last game, where it looks like Winthrop had the advantage, and suddenly in one fight, they lose the whole game. So Winthrop, even with Ocean Soul, you know, this is not a guarantee.
The DPS that CCG have cannot be ignored. Look at the itemization, right? You have a 3-item build currently on Cody Sun. This is where Caitlyn really starts to shine. You can also take a look at Aojun. Actualizer is complete. Alongside those ornaments, public execution onto nothing. The focus is Denethor. Denethor's caught by himself. He's far away from his teammates. We'll have to flash over the wall, but here comes the ace in the hole. Lands right into the back of the head of Denethor.
Really nice play. I almost thought he was going to get away, which would have been really a tragedy, but it's great for CCG because they don't lose anything for it. And now they get themselves even more time on the map to either push waves, slow down, or even look for another play. Only 35 still holds on to his ultimate, so CCG want to move as a pack. See if they can catch someone out. I think Zach in particular is a vulnerability they can jump on. Flashless, still eggless last time I checked as well.
CCG getting some momentum back into their favor. Now Dardoch looking at mobility. Love to sink those fangs in, but man, it is tricky to catch in Ezreal. 3 minutes before Elder Drake comes up, so the topic will be Baron in 1:30.
And that's where we got to set our sights, Eric. Right now, though, 1:30 is long enough that CCG want to set up a little death rush play on this bottom side of the map. See if they can catch anybody out. Looking like they won't. They do sacrifice that space on the top side around that Baron that we're anticipating. There's a bit of an awkward setup here for CCG, so they're just going to recall, walk their way through their top side jungle, try and slowly inch their way forward.
I want to give a quick shout over to Cody-san. I do think he's been pretty on point this game. 4-1-0 on the Caitlyn. We kind of talked about how much Cody-san has been a changed player from the time where we used to see him was more of a KDA player. And I know you can speak more to it. Didn't have the best look in LPL from what I understand.
LFL.
LFL, thank you. LFL,
Yeah. No, not a great split from him. I mean, Mirage wasn't good overall, but he certainly had his own share of struggles. But here looking like a man reborn.
Yeah, call the Forge God. Knock up onto Zach. Nothing else to follow. Battle line still going to be held. Now waiting for that cooldown to come back up will be Fiji. Ace in the hole finds Zach. That's a significant amount of damage done.
Still no passive.
Passive. Only 35, getting a little bit low here. But this is where that Ocean Soul really starts to do its work.
Yep.
Zach is just healing up. See, Cody-san feels the need to keep getting whatever shots he can find onto Zach. Now Dardoch might be out of position here, gets stunned up, needs to get away. True Shot Barrage, flash forced out from Fiji to create some distance. Now Tidal Wave going through, Fiji's by himself. He dashes forward, out comes the Pillar, Public Execution onto Fiji, finds him. Denethor onto the back line, will take out the Ord. Now Dardoch's low, only 35's low. Aljun, Petrifying Gaze, Dardoch goes in, gets the first reset.
Are they doing
Looking for
it?
Kim down, Cody-san will clutch up and find Wilson. Out comes the Tempered Fate, doesn't find anything over the wall. Dardoch has to dash away, will seek the Hounds into Denethor, but it's not enough damage. Aljun still trying to hold the land. It's 4 versus 3. Only 35, very low. The Ocean Soul still ticking for Winthrop.
Yeah, that's really the only upside, but it's still numbers advantage. Ultimates are coming back. CCG, they know they need to force this Baron, but it's so risky. They can still get walked down by Winthrop.
Here comes Denethor. He's looking for Dardoch. Dardoch flashes over the wall. Uses the blast plan to get right back on it. And now over the wall, only 35, looking to do some work. Caught by the Tidal Wave. Dardoch will take towards the air with the Call of the Pack. Zach looking to get in. Here comes the Call of the Forge God. Big Orn teleports in. And Fiji looking to hold the line for the team. But he's getting stunned up by Zach. Now he's left by himself. Caught in the CC train. Bubble follows suit. Another stun, Public Execution, and Fiji is dead again. But CCG are wearing Baron. Elder Drake now on the table.
I gotta give so much credit to CCG playing that absolutely the best way they can. That's a huge catch out by Dardoch as well. Going into this Elder Dragon, that is numbers that CCG can be working with. It's gonna be late, but they can play for this Dragon.
Oh, they can very much play for it. Tempered Fate goes out. Buy CCG some time.
It's a flip.
Dardoch looking for a way into this. Keep in mind, he does have the Hound's Pursuit available in online, focusing on to Denethor. Denethor's critically low. He's burning down, has to go over to grab some fruits to heal back up. Now the flip. Can Wilson do it? Mobility taking a chunk of damage. Dardoch still standing in. Oh, onto the back line. Dardoch finds a kill, goes on a killing spree, but there's no more smite for CCG. They want the reset. They need it now. Either that or pick off Wilson. Wilson still on the line, goes in, and he gets the smite for the Golden Eagles. But here comes Cody-san, fighting tooth and nail. Ace in the hole, double kill for Cody-san. Looking for Denethor. Public Execution is found. Only 35 falls. Teleport coming in. Call the Forge God goes wide. And Elder was picked up by CCG, but Cody-san is putting up a fight. Uses the net to get out from the stun of Zach. Wall goes up, and this fight is chaotic.
Remember, Zach doesn't have the Elder Dragon because he was down, but CCG somehow looking like they're almost coming ahead in this one. They're still sitting with Baron buff for another 45 seconds. There's so much to parse with this fight. At the end of the day, Winthrop still walk away with a couple of Elder Dragon buffs. They're going to have it for a minute 30. And it's going to be on them to capitalize, because even though they have ways to win these long fights, they have ways to whittle down CCG like a wood carving. CCG show us just from pure mechanics that they are able to outplay these team fights to an astonishing degree.
I mean, look at the way this went. Dardoch was trying hard to find the resets on the back line. Pops the Hound's Pursuit. Sure, he got kill number 1, but that's your smite down.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, this is a stage of the game where you do have to, especially when you're trying to outplay as CCG have so far, you have to reach a little more. And had he gotten that reset and lived longer, this would have absolutely become a CCG victory here. But it doesn't work. Cody Sun helps keep this game alive here for CCG. Level 18, full build, very strong. And it's a big reason why CCG are still here. CCG can still win.
And again, Cody Sun, phenomenal performance coming out. At the start of the season, one of the things we heard was Cody Sun was taking NACL very serious, that he wants to use Decline, that he wants to show that he is back. And for some of us, we were like, okay, you know what? I'll believe it when I see it, but this is something I'm going to pay attention to. I'm a believer right now, Beat. I am a true believer because Cody Sun, game after game, can put on the carry pants and step up for CCG.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been a believer basically the whole split. I think Cody Sun has looked very good here in the NACL, and even more so in playoffs. And he clearly performing in this series as well. Great game on the Xayah, even better game here in game 2 on this Caitlyn. And now, worth noting, has the GA as well. Give himself that second life alongside his jungler Dardoch. Gonna allow him to last a little bit longer in these fights and give CCG more time to outplay the way they have these last couple of minutes.
Yeah, that Guardian Angel will be big for Dardoch in his backline dive. But here we go. Tempered Fate coming out. Doesn't find anything. Instead, that's one of the worst feelings when you pop that and the only thing you get is a Mystic Shot to the face.
Yeah.
EG wants to be that big boy tank, but it's pretty tough right now for him when there's so much poke coming through. Wait, they caught Zach. Call the Forge God going out. Zach has to flash out. You don't have your Nivea for a little bit. Glacial Storm goes out. Pillar gonna meet right after, slowing down CCG. It's very difficult to deal with this terrain generation that Winthrop University have. Cody Sun stepping up once more. Dardoch looking for the angle in onto the back line. Fiji is going to back out and teleport right back in for his squad to continue trying to get the job done. Now here we go, stepping forward. Wall is built, wall goes up. Wilson able to contend. Battle line strong, but here comes Denethor stepping up. Big chunk right there. Dardoch's getting low, and so is only 35. Aojun needing to peel back from the Frozen Storm. And the wall making this hard for CCG to step up and not find a situation where they feel like they've overstepped.
Unbelievably tight game from both of these teams. Playing on very thin margins, and now Winthrop using it to try and break open the base here, but Fiji from behind.
Here we go, call the Forge God. Dardoch looking to get in. Dardoch instead having to back out. Here comes the Tidal Wave looking for the disengage. Dardoch looking for an angle onto mobility. It's difficult. Aojun peppering Denethor, but you have to fight into the Frozen Storm of Zach, who keeps putting it up and making it difficult for Aojun to posture up. Bubble lands onto Fiji, and an inhibitor under attack. This is so difficult. Zach is creating space time and time again with those Glacial Storms.
Yeah, an underrated part of the Ocean Soul. Your mana also regens is so good for the Anivia, who's very mana hungry, especially when you consider that Glacial Storm. Zach hungrily making use of it here. You can see his mana just continuously regenerating here.
No.
You see a GA popped.
Yeah, Guardian Angel gonna get popped right there. The wall's built up. Cody Sun has to flash out. Winthrop might have this. Only 35 is taken by Zach. More Mystic Shots being fired by Mobility. It's up to Cody Sun to clutch this out in the name of CCG. Another wall now coming out. Aojun looking to sink the fangs once again, puts the poison on to the bird. Aojun taking damage. Dardoch wants his angle in, but he's not finding it. The Glacial Storm is doing so much work. Cody Sun looking to bail out of this. Gets knocked up by the Tidal Wave. Petrifying Gaze. They need to get Zach, and Fiji cut out. Will bash his head into the wall. It is a trade. Wilson has fallen. There's 8 seconds before the dragon comes up. Here comes Dardoch. He's looking for the backline onto mobility. Wants to take him out with the Hound's Pursuit, but doesn't get the reset, does not get the kill. Winthrop looking to bail out.
Wow, so CCG narrowly defend their base, but they don't want to end this one just yet. They need to harry them a little bit, because the next Elder Dragon is up here. And really, the bane of CCG
Yeah.
is this Ocean Soul, because even now, Winthrop
Teleport to
don't
the
even
base.
need to recall.
Teleports in the
Oh, is
base.
it-
Winthrop are going
Teleport.
straight for the back door. Temper Fate's going to be used to buy some time, but the rest of CCG are in a bad way. Winthrop want to backdoor this, but look at CCG
No,
now come
look.
back. It's 3 members chasing down Zac.
No
Zac is
jungler.
cracked into the egg form. There's no jungler. Elder belongs to CCG. They get Zac as well. Denethor's trying to run away, but he's got nowhere else to go. Public execution meets the petrifying gaze, and CCG might have just broken the Golden Eagles.
CCG, they just narrowly win out this fight. Winthrop, they spread themselves too thin, Eric, and they end up losing on all fronts. They don't take the base, they don't take the Elder, and now CCG will take this Baron. And you said it, Eric, this might be that game. CCG can use this to walk it home and take us to match point.
A crazy exchange. Teleports being used from Winthrop University, feeling like they had a chance to backdoor the base, but time was bought by only 35. Aojun,
I mean,
he's
yeah.
very deadly right now. I don't think you want to step
Yeah.
up too far into the snake with an Elder buff. Now,
Hey,
the only
whoa.
thing
He didn't
working.
steal the blue.
Ooh,
Yeah, Aojun got it with the burn.
he got it with the what?
Because look, he has it. And now his teammate, Dardoch, yeah, see? That's brutal.
That is brutal. Empty-handed in every way. No Elder, no Baron, no blue buff.
No word I can't say on stream. You know. Still, small thing here for Winthrop. They did knock down 2 inhibitors. So it does mean that CCG gonna have to do a lot of wave clearing to push these waves deep, but still, Elder Dragon, big gold lead. CCG, very powerful at the moment here. Does mean that they certainly have the ability to make it happen. You can see them play for this 4-1. Winthrop try to defend this tier 2. Oh!
Yeah,
Okay.
that tower exploded.
Yes.
I
Is there
will
a
say
Ziggs in
this.
the game?
Even if we were to ignore the Elder buff, I still very much favor CCG at this point. Aojun just finished the death cap, and another thing to watch out for, Dardoch never had his Guardian Angel wasted, so that's nice to have if this dive does come through, but you can see right now the cleanses. This comp from Winthrop is really good at turtling and defending their towers.
Yeah. Again, they have a lot of range to work with here that they've made good use of. And I will say, Eric, that's one thing I don't agree with. I think without this Elder Dragon, I do favor Winthrop just because of how well they've been able to play out of CCG's range and how difficult this game has been for CCG, this whole time. So that's why you see them backing off right now. Even with Baron, this is dangerous.
Getting out from the stun of Zac. No chase coming through. Winthrop pushed back into their base, but you got to watch out for that mid wave. Even the top wave, it's a pretty big one that's headed over towards the base of CCG. And that's the problem for CCG right now. 2 inhibitors down, you're going to have that natural push no matter what.
That's right, and we're going to be heading towards that 3rd Elder Dragon, it looks like, Eric. And these teams want to try and give us the longest game of the split. I think we're almost 10 minutes away from making that what happened, but the lower finals, both of these teams facing elimination, but also facing a chance to get to the grand finals, are just putting it all out there every single game.
Oh, man. Insane game so far. It's an absolutely insane game. I'm taking a moment to catch my breath. And
You should.
for this fight, what's the best music to have there? I think Fiji already
does he
has this
think?
locked in. He's listening to Run to the Hills by Iron Maiden. Perfect song for this.
Ooh,
Perfect song
yeah.
for this.
I think so. Something frantic, definitely, as this is a very tense situation. And right now, CCG, they have that first touch to the bottom side. We're still a few minutes away from the Dragon, but it really is just about playing out of your opponent's range for Winthrop University. And for CCG, looking for catch-outs like this, but it didn't quite work.
Still getting some pressure through, but Tempered Fate misses, Call of the Forge God misses.
Yeah.
And those are your 2 engage tools now off the table for CCG.
Yeah, I mean, best thing CCG's working with right now is just Cody-Sun trying to maximize his range, use those energized autos from the rapid fire cannon just to get, you know, a pretty reasonable amount of damage down. But Ocean Soul, the fact that he can only do so very infrequently, does mean that CCG eventually do need to back off, need to clear these waves, and then reset a little bit. We're going to do it all again, Eric.
This is the best situation that you could have for CCG. Your inhibitors are spawning. So take the time, go ahead and reset the map, get the waves under control in the mid and in the bottom. And from there, try and get yourself in the best situation you can to fight for this Elder Drake.
That's right. That's really all it's going to be about at this point. Even, I think, Baron at 130 is probably going to be forgotten unless one team has such an overwhelming advantage at the Elder and just wants to use the Baron for that potential of turtling up in the base. But Winthrop, of course, is going to force their way to this bottom river, and it's going to be that dance again, Eric. Playing at our effective ranges, seeing if only 35 and Fiji can get the big engage.
All right, here we go. Target might be Kim down here. Nice knockup finds Denethor. But the fight back onto Fiji. Fiji's losing health. He's losing it quickly. He might lose his life in the process as mobility will shoot him down. 4 versus 5. And you're starting to feel the pain right now for CCG. Dardoch missteps towards the Glacial Storm. And now Aljun fighting it out against Zach. He does a lot of damage. His death cap was completed. Redemption goes out to heal up Zach just a bit. But here comes Dardoch on the opposite side. Looking for an angle in onto Zach. Ooh, I was waiting for the Hound's Pursuit to be used, but not going to find it. Instead, CCG are getting pushed towards the base of Winthrop.
Yeah, trying to walk the wave in, but Winthrop using their range to just clear out the wave and make it so CCG can't actually affect their base. Someone has to answer that top wave, which Denethor is doing, but otherwise, we're still 30 seconds on Fiji. He does have TP, but can you stay long enough without your front line?
Here we go, teleport coming out from Denethor. Zach is racing to get back into the fight.
What?
Wilson's dead! Aljun catches him with the petrifying gaze. That is no smite for the Golden Eagles. What do Winthrop have left? They still have Zach, they still have mobility, but you have no smite to try and claim the Elder.
Watch Dardoch, he has the ultimate. They could be looking for the engager. Fiji is TPing in. He has Call of the Forge God.
All right, waiting for Fiji. Call the Forge God. Here comes Holy 35 coming out from the flank. He wants to find mobility. Mobility will take him down instead. Double knock him now coming out from Paul the Call the Forge God is secured over to CCG. Elder Drake belongs to them. And Winthrop now sitting in a bad way. Fiji will take that damage any day. Dardoch still able to absorb a lot of it, but Fiji's getting lower and lower. Has to dash right on out. Cody's Sun's still up and available, so Zach has to watch out. But what a game going into the late stages. 50 minutes now beat down.
That's right, and CCG are the ones who are going to collect that third Elder Dragon off the back of, again, you called it, an amazing petrifying gaze from Aljun to stun Wilson up and lead to his death. So now, 2 minutes. CCG have the power to end this game. Can Winthrop keep them at bay long enough to do so? Or is this going to be that moment? Because CCG have shown us many times this game. Small missteps for Winthrop turn into instant fight wins for CCG. They will close the gap if you give them an inch of space.
CCG, what a fight coming out from them. And it's a difficult comp to fight through, but somehow they keep finding these windows of opportunity. And I do want to reemphasize the Guardian Angels. Those are big on the side of CCG. Denethor is still working towards his. He's pushing that wave, should have it complete on the next recall. The fact that Cody's Sun has one, the fact that Dardoch has one, makes it definitely a mission to take down CCG.
Yeah, and I think big thing for Aljun too. He's about to get the shield back from his Seraphs, which is very important, considering the sustain and how huge it's been for Aljun in this game. Now that he has that, maybe he can get a little bit more aggressive. Remember, CCG, they're looking for the angle. It's Fiji, it's only 35. It's always them fishing. And if they catch someone on the hook, Eric, with the Elder Dragon in their back pocket, that's it. We'll be going to Soul Point.
Yeah.
The Winthrop have to hold on.
At his game point, we passed Soul Point, Pete.
I meant match point. I meant match point.
Match point, yeah. Hey, even I messed it up a little bit there.
You did it on purpose to make me feel better. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's my cope. As Flash comes out as Zach, that's a nice Tempered Fate. Going to be used right there. You can see how hard it is to siege. But finally,
we
gonna
go.
break the line. Now here we go. Call the Forge God. It's looking for Zach. Zach is getting low. Dardoch smells blood in the water. Tries to find Zach, but Zach is gonna survive. Here comes Aljun.
Look at
Aljun
Aljun.
does a lot of damage. Now the march into the base. 5 strong is CCG. They want to end this right here, right now. Aljun creating distance before he gets caught and trapped by the wall. Kim down. Gets picked off by Aljun. Nexus towers are going down. Public execution on the back line finds only 35. Aljun looking to fight his way out of this one. Guardian Angel now popped. Aljun is low, but he is not dead. Winthrop, on the other hand, are falling left and right. Fiji jumps in, finds the knock on the Zach. Here comes Cody's son as he steps away. Guardian Angel popped. Mobility might have done it, but it's not enough to save the game. CCG on match point.
53 minutes and all smiles for CCG. It really looked like Winthrop were going to be able to take that one. So many of the fights for them are so effective. They had the range to play for, but you got to give a lot of credit to CCG, playing their margins perfectly and finding a lot of moments, despite their windows of winning these fights being very, very small, jumping on it instantly. And that is what won them this game.
I'm getting my heart rate monitor right after this game because I can feel the blood pumping right now. That game was crazy. But for CCG, I mean, it's a little bit about patience fighting into that composition because it's very hard to get through. You have double terrain, the Anivia wall, the pillar. It slows you down. The glacial storm makes it hard to position forward without getting caught. And for CCG to weather that storm time and time again, find these small little cracks and break them wide open, it was significant in giving that win.
It is. And it's tough, too, because you got to imagine the pressure is on there for Winthrop. 2 games they absolutely could have won, but they find themselves facing elimination here as we approach Game 3, Eric. So we got to see how they'll handle that pressure going forward. I mean, Tails did say Winthrop in 5. So it's not impossible, and it's not over yet.
You got to get to game number 5 first if you're going to make that call, right? And CCG, they just feel like the kryptonite of Winthrop University. Well, Winthrop, it's their biggest adversary yet, and they got to break through in this next game if they want to keep this a series. Otherwise, CCG take it 3-0. We're going to throw it over a short break while we get ready for match point for CCG.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Oh man, it's already match point CCG. As I said right before the break, it feels like they've just been the kryptonite of Winthrop University, because now it's put Winthrop in a situation where you need to win back-to-back games. You need to make the reverse sweep a reality if you want to stay in this.
Yeah, and I mean, you say already, but in a way, it's been more than 2 hours since the series started. So it's
I've
been
aged
a long
like
one.
5 years, man.
Dude, we need to. I know Slayer was saying in our group chat that he was gonna airdrop some electrolytes. Get those to Eric Stat, man. 'Cause we need to keep this guy going for the rest of the series. Last game, shout out to Mobility. I think he performed honestly really well. He always does well on the Ezreal, but unfortunately, overall, CCG again, really just getting the better of them, especially at a point where their comp was really hard pressed to get onto the members of Winthrop University. But again, very small moments that they were able to capitalize on instantly were a big part of how they were able to turn that game around, especially so late in the game where one huge misstep just leads to the game ending.
I'm going to give a big shout to Cody-san in this one, more particularly in that first Elder Drake fight. Normally, when a team gets Elder, that's it. You're done. You can't fight the team fight anymore. Yeah. Cody-san picked off everyone but Denethor to make sure that Elder was a non-factor, because for Denethor to utilize that Elder, he has to full engage to get in there. So Cody-san was big in saving that game.
He was. And honestly, just going to go ahead and drop my early MVP per vote. It's Aojun. I'm just saying. Because this guy, holy smokes. Like, yeah, lane game one wasn't great for him, but incredible team fight performance on the Azir. I think he was a big part of this narrow line Winthrop was forced to walk and unfortunately stumbled on. Because there are moments where if you gave Aojun an inch, suddenly he's just pushing Winthrop University and he will get some serious damage down, or he will help secure kills, or he will get huge petrifying gazes at really key moments. Again, it earned CCG that last Elder Dragon that they were able to use to set up their finishing push to win the game. I think Aojun has had an incredible series. I just want to keep throwing love his way because he deserves it, and yeah, he keeps us up. That's my MVP.
I don't blame you. I even look at that game number one when he went for the shuffle before the Pop Blossom could hit him. That was pretty game winning right there. So
ridiculous.
Yeah. For Winthrop University, like, you don't want to end up like Drake, the rapper, the pop artist, where you drop 3 L's in one day, right? You really need to find a way back into this.
Yeah.
And I got to ask you, what's the solution here, man?
It's really hard to just tell you like it's this one thing that Winthrop is doing wrong. I think for the most part, Winthrop are having a pretty good series. I think CCG are just better than them, are playing better than them in such incremental ways that they've been able to add up to game wins. Because at the end of the day, most of game one was going pretty well for Winthrop University. CCG were getting their shots in, but we were clearly at a point where I thought Winthrop was going to win the game. But really well-placed team fight turns that around. Game two, it was again incremental. A lot of really small plays, a lot of threading the needle, and very slowly getting themselves back into this, winning that third Elder Dragon, and then slowly turning that into the game win. So I can't just give Winthrop, this secret piece of advice. It really is just a matter of you need to play better, bro. I'm sorry.
That's your job, bro. This is like Master Chef and you're Gordon Ramsay. You gotta give them the secret spice, man. How to win this.
Be better.
You doing?
Win more. Be better. I'm sorry. And again, it's not like Winthrop are bad by any stretch, but I really think it's just the outplay that's coming through here 2 games in a row that CCG are performing on. And that's really what's doing it. I think for the most part, even though the draft for Winthrop in game 2 I think was kind of hard, they played it well. and they were able to avoid a lot of win cons CCG were running for like 40 minutes. But unfortunately, it was a 56-minute game. Those last 10 minutes were a little harder for them.
I think part of it is maybe get a better playlist. Go on to what Fiji's been going on to lately. Which, by the way, he did close his Spotify, so maybe the buff is over. But we'll find out. As we are getting through draft right now, there was a little hiccup, so we're getting kind of caught up in the situation.
Oh, I see.
Fiji's going to be on Yorick for this one, so it's an interesting combo. But I do like these early stages for Winthrop. You got the Blind Gnar, something that Denethor has been very capable on. It's one of his best champions. And anytime he gets in with an Enchantress, I'm already loving it.
Yeah, it's going to work out pretty nicely. Denethor on the Gnar means that you already have a good amount of engage. It's not as much as I'm usually excited for, but I think it's enough for Kim Down to have, that flexibility to play something like the Karma. And maybe Zach can kind of bridge that gap a little bit with whatever he ends up playing for in that mid lane. I think on the other side, CCG, again, this time around, much more clearly focused on scaling and in that late game. Rise is going to be really strong inside. Same thing with the Yorick, going to be a split push monster. Of course, Lulu lending itself to whatever hyper carry Cody Sun is want to be building on. I think Kaisa has been pretty big for him, especially recently in the playoffs. We've been seeing that pop up more in general. Something that I think he could be potentially looking towards. I mean, Yunara is still up. We still got a lot of pretty decent tier champions available.
That's what I'm looking at right now, Yunara, because that's been the combo that a lot of teams have gone for, Yunara plus Lulu.
Yeah.
It does match up pretty well. I do think there will be concerns dealing with the Xin and Gnar. That's the angle you go, but Lulu does have some pretty decent peel, and depending on what you take in the jungle, it could be a solid answer.
Yeah, the thing is, though, the thing that worries me about Yunara in this context, especially with Karma already showing, Mobility could just play Aphelios, and they could honestly really dominate that lane. I think probably something they want to leave until the very end. They're just going to lock in the Rek'Sai, which is an interesting one. Actually curious. I mean, you don't see a lot of Rek'Sai jungle. I know Dardoch is certainly willing to play it. So, I mean, it's going to be, that's an interesting one. You do need something that can set up plays, especially earlier on into the game. And, despite some of the changes Rek'Sai has gone through over the last couple of years, it still kind of fits that purpose if it really is Dardoch running that.
It could be a fun pickup here. Usually Dardoch, there is a lot of method to his madness when he does take some of these champions. And the Rek'Sai being able to dash onto the back line, the only concern I'll have with popping the Rek'Sai ultimate is if you get caught out of position, because the Xin Zhao creates space, right? If you're going past the Crescent Guard range, likely once he pops that, you have like 4 to 5 seconds where you're on your own trying to fight your way out of this. And that might even double down, because Malzahar getting locked in means any backline dive, you don't move, you are caught.
That's actually so legendary from Zach. That's so sick, because using that ultimate, it's going to make it really hard, because Dardoch at this moment, he's diving in by himself, Eric. And it means that he's going to be isolated so very easily, or even more so. Whatever play Winthrop want to be making, there's going to be a really easy setup here for Zach to be able to just, look very intensely at one specific individual and make it easy for Winthrop to jump on top of him. Of course, there's also that lane advantage that he can have just because of Malzahar's E being able to really help with that wave clear early on against something like the Rise. So I think Winthrop made pretty good use of the mid-prio. Zach's been able to get through that laning phase, and I think this is just another time we might see it happen.
Yeah, this is an interesting mix. I mean, I'm looking at the mid lane by itself. You already talked about the push with the E, but the ganking potential that you have.
I mean, it's just stupid, bro.
Like, as a jungler, you're just like, There's only one place I like to eat, and it's mid lane.
I'm literally getting flashbacks to my early days of playing League of Legends in the mid lane, where I'm seeing this champion for the first time. I'm like, what do I do? He's just looking at me.
Menacingly.
Yeah. And
can't do a thing about it.
Literally, you can't. And again, I think that really harms CCG in the way that Dardoch's the only dive threat for real. It's going to be really easy for him to just get CC'd into death pretty instantly should he do that. So he has to pick his angles very carefully. And I think today's the day where he's been getting caught a lot, so I want him to be extra careful.
This might be the highest value Mikhails we will ever see in a League of Legends game. As we are ready for match
It's
point
not just Mikhails, by the way.
2-0 on the series.
Everyone's building QSS, bro. I'm sorry.
2-0 on the series. Let me finish, B. Let me
I'm
finish.
sorry.
Winthrop University fighting for their tournament lives right now against CCG. Okay, now you can go. Yeah.
All right.
We're gonna
the
get
QSS. It's the Malzahar tax. Something everybody in League of Legends has to learn eventually.
pay your
Something these
1,300
players-
or else.
That's right. Something everyone who plays League has to learn eventually. You gotta imagine these players know it very well. Let's see if they remember it today, though. Malzahar does not see pro play very often. It's definitely the first time Malzahar's come out this split, because I think this is the first time Malzahar's come out in the last year. I want to say in
think we've seen one
2023
in
someone
season.
played Malzahar. It kind of popped up for a while in LCS too. I remember, but lately, no.
Don't worry. I got this.
Okay.
this. Okay,
Oh, he's gonna
we
look
got
it
8
up.
games.
Okay, I'm gonna talk while you're looking things up.
Power of Evil was played it very recently.
Okay, there you go.
We're gonna look at
How
top
very recently is recently?
this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think we've seen 2 games so far in the mid lane, and that is both in LPL. So major
will.
region.
There you go.
We've seen it. Angel and Care.
All right. So far, Aojun is the one getting that push in, but let Zach get some levels. Let him get all his spells, and we can see that one change up. And I'm most interested really in the jungle, as usually something I see when it comes to Rek'Sai jungle, as in response to some of these dashing champions. I know famously it's a really good answer into Lee Sin, or at least it has been, and kind of similarly can put that pressure onto Wilson. He jumps in, you can interrupt that audacious charge, knock him up, and set him up for your team to be able to take him down. So I think it's going to be really interesting how Dardoch handles these early skirmishes.
He's setting his sights onto the bottom lane. That's one of the things about the Void Queen is she finds creative angles when you need her to. Knockup going to be found onto Kim Down. Kim Down might have to burn his flash here. No, just going to use the heal. You can see the pressure that's already applied by Dardoch. He gets 2 summoners out off 1 visit.
And it's mobility's flash, which is a big one too. And of course, very much like Bard and other champions like that, just the ganking from alternate angles in ways you may not expect. Just creates a lot of value there. Dardoch already taking advantage. Now both junglers gonna either complete or start the Scuttle Crab here. Wilson, though, is going to have that chance for an early back. He might actually stay a little bit. If he stays long enough, he can take away those Raptors. He knows it's coming.
Still kind of caught up on the Malzahar pick here.
Yeah.
It's just kind of crazy to see, man. I mean, one of the things that's frustrating when playing against the Malzahar is Malzahars love to do the double burn build where you get the Blackfire Torch Leandries. So your E will seem to burn for like a century. And you walk away, you got like a quarter of your health, and you're like, yeah, I survived. Why won't it stop ticking?
Oh, it's still ticking.
Here we go. Wilson looking for the angle in. There's that knock-up out of the Audacious Charge that you were mentioning. Does disengage Wilson from proceeding any further.
Yeah, there it is. Is going to be able to, I think, mostly walk away with that Raptors camp. Yep. As Wilson is also going to be able to take his.
That's the other frustrating thing. When it catches you when you don't think you're in the range.
Yeah. That's just how it goes, man.
Welcome to Mel's Gaming.
Mel's Gaming. I know this must be hard for you, Eric. Especially as a... What role did you play? I don't know why. Was it jungle?
I played 3.
Was bot lane one of them?
Jungle was one of them.
Yeah, I remember jungle.
Then I also did a little bit of mid. I did mid jungle when I was solo queuing.
Then you know.
And then when I played in a little competitive league, it was just like a tiered league. It wasn't anything major, but I did support for that one.
Oh, there you go. I think you have multiple perspectives on Malzahar and what he can do to you. So, yeah. So we'll see how Zach performs on that one. Already we're seeing him start to get that pressure there onto Aojun. Right now Dragon is spawned. The team's really in a great position to just start that one out, right? Dardoch is the one closest in the vicinity. Could look for a gank, could look to start that dragon. Remember, guys, CCG 2-0 right now. 2 very long and close games. CCG consistently coming out on top. Winthrop now, after a legendary lower bracket run, it's just been astonishing, are facing elimination if they lose here.
Fortunately enough for Aljun, Rise does have decent wave clear that he can play around.
That's right.
It's just, it's not the same where Malzahar can just press E and walk away. I mean, normally you pop the Call of the Void as well just to get some preemptive damage to ensure the E is going to reset. But you can see it right there. Zach's just freely going out and forces the flash out of Aljun.
Yeah, now that Nether Grasp is there, when Zach is on your screen, you got to pay your respects.
Oh,
here
we might have a situation here. Here comes Zach. I thought I was hearing the Jaws music for a second.
Yeah. We'll say Dardoch, of course. Information from that Tremor Sense will definitely help a little bit. We'll know. I'm actually very curious. Zach is floating. Malzahar, does she show up on the Tremor Sense? Thematically, he shouldn't. But that would also be like OP if he didn't. You know? We gotta watch for that.
Would that count for like every floaty champion? Does like a Nivea get a pass too?
I would think so, and like Vel'Koz and things like that. You know what? I don't know if I like that from a gameplay perspective, so I'm just gonna believe it doesn't work like that until I see otherwise.
I wonder how it would interact with Cassiopeia because she's like slithering.
I mean it's like think Toph and how she sees from Avatar. So I would still count that, you know? Still touching the ground.
Appreciate the Avatar shout out.
Dude, always. How you think I don't know the greatest earthbender that ever lived? Come on, man.
I don't know if you've seen her in the new Avatar fighting game that's coming out soon, but hilarious kid. Hilarious kid.
Wow, okay, I've only seen clips of Azula, so I gotta look up. I didn't know they released some footage with Toph.
And now focusing back into this game. I mean, for the early stages, going relatively even for the most part. It's a slight lead over to Winthrop. And even with the mid lane situation that you got with the Malzahar picked up, Aljun still going to be getting the better of some of the CS. And going to be okay with that. I mean, for the most part, the big advantage here is just Zach gets to roam out easier.
Yeah, and something too that I think I really want to not reiterate, but just really bring up is that CCG, partially because you have Rise and Sivir, you're trying to scale. You're really trying to build up your gold and to get to crucial breakpoints first. It means that Winthrop have a pretty good window of time, a pretty good chunk of time where they should be able to get a lot of control here over the map and build a lead. Because once we get to a point where Aljun and Cody-san do get to the points where they've scaled and can also afford to pay that Malzahar tax, these team fights do get a little harder for Winthrop. And of course, CCG have this advantage where they should be able to play pretty well into side lane with either one of their solo laners. So it should make it a little easier for them to play the map later on into the game as well. So I don't want to quite hard commit and say Winthrop are on a clock, but as time goes on, the game does get more difficult for them. I think Malzahar just means that that clock is a lot longer than I would usually think.
Yeah. The Nethergrass not getting max value in the early stages of the game would be kind of cataclysmic.
Yes.
Yeah. Or a Winthrop University. I mean, there are some good tools to like kind of get people out from the Nethergrasp. I think the most concerning thing is the range that you have on a Rise and a Sivir. Here we go now. Aljun popping his ghost. He wants to focus on to Zach. Here comes Wilson as well, joining the fray. Ultimate gonna get popped, but there's that Nethergrass finally used. It doesn't deny first blood. Realm Warp gonna come out, but Aljun doesn't get out from it. Instead, gonna stay for the long haul here. Only 35, keeping Aljun safe. Cody-san able to join back into the fight, forces the flash out of Wilson with the Boomerang Blade coming out. And now the Transcendence of Mobility forces Cody-san to retreat on his own one-for-one trade in the mid lane.
Yeah, CCG gonna end up going 1-for-1 in that instance. Already we're seeing a little bit of what that Nethergrasp could do. Of course, making that play onto Zach was smart. Doesn't mean he can suddenly win a 1v2. He needs help to capitalize on that crucial ultimate there. something to keep an eye out on later.
I will say this, because of that first blood, Rod of Ages is now done. Getting it done at 10 minutes feels really good, man, because time you hit that 20-minute mark, it's going to be fully stacked. You'll have Seraphs alongside it. So nice first blood, really picked up by CCG.
Very true. And I think Zach's already shown us part one of that double burn build that you have been referencing here. Of course, Deathfire Touch being on there too means the burn really just does never end. And from this Malzahar, I think it's something that CCG are going to have a lot of fun with, Eric. They're going to enjoy that very greatly. Jokes aside, what they will enjoy is they, for the first time this series, have gotten that first dragon. It would mean that they are going to have an easier time playing for potential Dragon Soul, and especially as a team who's scaling really well, getting an early Drake is huge. You usually don't expect to get a lot of them as you're scaling up.
Another thing we didn't really mention was the grubs getting taken earlier. Winthrop were able to grab that. I think that is big when you're fighting into a Yorick. Yorick with 3 grubs is a pain. He's got grubs, he's got his little ghoulies, he's got the maiden. Suddenly attacking your tower and split lane pushes, you want to make sure you deny that.
Yeah, truly the denial is the big value of that pickup there, because yeah, CCG would be able to make incredible use of such a buff, so huge stuff. And now with this pressure onto Cody Sun being put, Winthrop can make some pretty good use of it right here and now. Get some turret plates for this Yunara. You see mobility, already getting a bit of CS lead, CS lead there, almost 20 CS. So any bit of acceleration on his part, going to do really well for Winthrop University overall.
Aljune's looking for an angle over on the top side. Denethor and Meganar form. This is just a shove in the wave now, and look to put pressure onto this tower. Dardoch coming from behind the tower also has only 35 in the back pocket. So complete control of this top side of the map, going over to CCG to try and take a tower.
And it's looking like that race to first brick. If we could look at bot lane just to see where we're at. They've been on it for a while, so I'd be surprised if CCG got it first, but
I think they're about to get it.
They're about to get it.
And there we go.
That's it. First brick. Okay. So really big gold pickup there for CCG. Be able to race for that. Wise of Denethor to back off, just to make sure he doesn't get caught in the dive as well. But Winthrop kind of lose out on that a little.
And kind of surprising too, because the grubs were to Winthrop University. The Golden Eagles, you're kind of expecting them to be the first ones to take it, but I guess when you put that much pressure and that much manpower in the top lane, just win.
Yeah, it is Yorick. Big deal too for Fiji. It's going to allow him to bridge that gap a little bit that Denethor has been able to build, to allow him to come back to lane also with that Trinity Force completed. I think in that 1v1 in terms of build, they're basically even, which is huge. Because again, over time, Fiji is going to be very strong and going to be very happy in this matchup. So just keeping up in situations like this is a win.
Now, I want to bring up kind of Cody Sun in this current game. Because you're short range on the Sivir, it does put you in quite a bit of threat. Denethor finds his Meganar form. He will be jumping onto you, trying to get that stun out. You know, then Zhao wants to get on you. The same thing with the Malzahar. Kind of reminds me of the quote that I always steal from Cubby and claim as my own. Can the Sivir auto attack? Yes or no?
Well, for one thing, you can't say you're claiming it if you give credit to the original person who said it. But also,
it's the first time I'm actually giving him credit, to be fair.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Well, you and Cubby are correct. I agree. If Cody Sun can auto attack, which is why, again, I put a lot of pressure on time, because eventually he'll reach those power spikes and be able to afford the Malzahar attacks.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll be fine. I think CCG has a comp where they really can't enable him. Get a lot of auto attacks down, a lot of damage done, and he's going to have a lot of fun this game.
I think it's just about getting to that stage of the game first. Because, like, you're not going to just walk into this and say, yeah, I'm building a Quicksilver Sash immediately, right?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, you need a little bit of time before you do grab that Quicksilver Sash, because you need all the stuff that makes you an 80 carry in the first place.
Yeah, of course.
Like, that's the window for Zach to try and lock down this Sivir. I would feel more I'd feel more passionately about this point if, you know, if Aojun wasn't getting caught right here. And that's the treatment we were waiting for. Wait, Aojun? Okay, yeah. Go ahead. He just pumped up the kicks, and now he's run.
Still, Flash and Ghost is a pretty big takedown there. Just denying that away from the rise means that they can try this again as soon as Zach gets his ult back, which, by the way, order the cooldown's already gone. It's going to be very easy for them to try that again. And that's just that gang potential you talked about, Eric, yourself. Just how easy it is to set up a play with Malzahar in your lane.
No flash from Wilson or Zach to make that happen. And he got the Ghost and Flash out of Aojun for it. Well, Rift Herald getting started up right here. Dark Procession will put Denethor locked in, but here we go. Denethor over the wall looking for mobility. Here comes Dardoch. Locks down on mobility, but the shield of Kim down will keep mobility alive alongside that barrier. Great job from Winthrop to make sure that mobility wasn't going to fall. Only 35 is going to see the grain screen on top of it, and Zach is pushing into the base.
That is a huge win there for Winthrop University. All that onto mobility, and they still lose. So, of course, the fact that Zach's there makes it even better. So much is lost on the waves that he's been crashing into that turret. And now, Winthrop, they are going to be able to get that Rift Herald, which is just a pathway to even more gold. And when we talk about the clock running out in comps where you're going to get outscaled, of course, getting huge gold leads extends that clock.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, 5,500 gold ahead, that extends the clock quite a lot, Eric.
And again, this is before Mikhail's, before QSS. So Zach still has so much potential now, and you know, building up his next item on top of it. This is really good for Winthrop University. 5.2k lead, and look where that lead is, man. You have it on both of the carries. You have it on Denethor over on the top side. Ryla's going to be completed by Zach. So the moment you get caught by an E, you're just not moving for a while.
Yeah, one thing I will say, I'm not quite. One thing I want to clarify. I'm pretty confident Mikhail's cannot. I'm pretty sure it can't remove suppression. If I recall, suppression is like a very special one where literally only QSS can remove it. I'm gonna double check that.
Yeah.
That does mean that, yeah, that's why everyone individually has to pay that tax and build that QSS.
Big tax.
Oh yeah, okay, I just looked it up. Suppression is one of the exceptions.
Okay,
of
okay.
Mikhail's. Yeah.
This is how long it's been since we've seen Malzahar.
I know. Or Warwick, God forbid.
Especially old Warwick when he used to do the point and click.
Oh, that's before my time, thankfully. Jesus.
Yeah, easiest suppression of your life.
Literally pointing. It's just like Malzahar holds.
Yeah, I think season 1, you did see that combo a lot. Just Malzahar, Warwick. Get suppressed by one, that expires, you get suppressed by the other.
Yeah. And now Winthrop going to use their advantage to just remove resources from CCG. Just take these jungle camps. Showing and Wilson just building up a decent lead here over Dardoch. And now, because this lead is so enormous, CCG really going to struggle to take advantage of these strong side laners that they have. Because right now, you look across the board, everybody's so far behind that they're just delayed these crucial power spikes. And that makes it harder because, again, we got to keep stressing. On top of these power spikes, we're going to need to... You're going to need to spend 1,300 gold in the QSS, which does not feel good for the members of CCG.
Not at all. And just looking at the gold difference, I mean, look at the lanes, man. Look at the difference between Cody Sun and mobility. That's a QSS right there. So if you have to build one, it's kind of doubling how far behind you are.
Yeah, exactly. It's brutal. And now, Winthrop is going to use this advantage, and of course their time on the map. They're going to take this next dragon. It's going to be halfway to that Dragon Soul, and I will say this is one of those moments where I think Chemtech Soul's honestly pretty good. Yeah, damage reduction below 50%. Should they actually complete the Soul? What the damage reduction below 50% health, I think will be very valuable.
Okay, Here we go. Realm Warp into the fight from Aojun. Nethergrass going to use, holds Dardoch underneath the tower for a while. Aojun missing one of those Qs. Zach putting on the dancing feet, and look at that. Zach is going to live. Focusing on to Aojun. Aojun can't clean up the kill. Wilson will go on a killing spree, and Zach can dance.
I will tell you for one thing, that is a gold diff right there, because no amount of dancing would save Zach if they were on even items. But again, this just shows how far behind CCG are. And of course, to a degree, Zach he was schmoving a little bit. And it's hard because CCG, when you're in these moments, you do want to take plays. You do want to really push it, because that's what it takes to make comebacks in these situations. But of course, that can also set you so much further behind. As now Winthrop very happily just going to collect even more easy gold on the map. Zach's going to get another turret in his pocket.
Zach is going to be gross this game.
Yeah.
I'm curious how much gold he has, because Leandries is getting very close to completion as Aaron started up.
I mean, this is
Teleport's coming
so
out.
very legal. This is so very allowed. They take it down so quickly. They're so much stronger. CCG,
man.
they don't want this, because this could be that beginning of the end for them, a snowball from which they can't survive. But what is the option here? Maybe the 50-50. Dardoch has an easy way into the pit, and we know he's always been good at 50-50s, Eric.
Yeah. Oh, but Wilson's getting low here. Aojun is fighting into 3. That's the bigger problem. Aojun will get taken out by Wilson. Retell strike. Finds its mark. Nethergrass.
Oh, hey!
Hello, Dardoch. You're not allowed to play League of Legends. The rest of Winthrop University chase him down. Denethor forcing out the flash of only 35. And all that's left is Fiji in the bottom lane, but the Baron bait works for Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, it is an objective bounty. It's got to feel really good for Fiji, but otherwise, they win the fight, and now Winthrop don't even have to worry about the flip. They're going to secure this Baron. They're going to extend this gold lead even further, and they're going to be in a very powerful position this game.
Winthrop fans rejoice as the Golden Eagles have come alive. And now getting a 7.7k gold lead. 22 minutes into the game, mind you. Massive gold lead to have. Baron on top of it. Everything is lining up for Winthrop.
It is. This gold lead is huge, and not only that, this Baron buff's going to allow them to collect even more. And this is that snowball again that I was saying that CCG might not be able to withstand, as this is only going to get more difficult here. We are getting to these critical item spikes for members of CCG, but the problem is you're so far behind that Winthrop are still so much stronger at this moment. And all it really is going to take at this point is one more fight for CCG's base to get broken into, Eric, and it would be pretty crazy, especially with considering the pace of the last 2 games for Winthrop to get this advantage so early. We're looking at almost 50 minutes for both games. Rather, each game in Game 1 and 2. And here at 23 minutes, Winthrop already have the Baron. They're already about to take down the last Tier 2 turret. This is crazy.
This game is so accelerated. Landry's finished by Zach, by the way. So the double burn is online and super early into the game alongside Rylos. This is basically a lot of utility that you're getting from these Malefic Visions going down. And you gotta love it for Zach. I mean, this is such a creative pick coming out from him. He's a player who a lot of us, pretty much the entire casting team, wasn't that high on when he showed up for Winthrop University as their starting mid laner. But, I mean, he's really shown up. He's really put in the work. You know, there was a lot of conversation with Winthrop and their development and the belief in this player, as you had with that interview with Coach Tails. And I really like this for Zach, man. Definitely a standout in the split.
Especially here in the playoffs. Again, real standout, really big improvement as time went on. I'll never forget the first game we saw where he really stepped up big time alongside Winthrop, where I know something me and Cubby said, because he said that he didn't sleep very well when asked about it in the interview. So me and Cubby both said, all right, we need this guy to never sleep ever again. Because if that's what it takes, we love to see that kind of growth from players. But it's nice to know that even on a good sleep, Zach has really just grown into a very competent NACL mid laner in his rookie split, no less, being a big part of Winthrop's success here in this lower bracket. and a big part of their success here in this game. While Winthrop are facing elimination, 2-0 in favor of CCG, Zach pulls out the Malzahar and is crushing.
Soul point now for Winthrop University. 5 minutes before the two contest for the Soul itself. The map is lit up pretty heavily for CCG over towards this top side. You can see a lot of vision that they've been able to establish in place. Good amount of that is to just make sure that Fiji is going to be A-okay when he goes for the split push, because he's going to be locked into that top lane for a while, given supers are going towards the base.
Right. Now, they are looking like they want to make that play onto Fiji.
Yeah.
They don't know per se. He does know. He's just going to go ahead and TP out. Big resource forced out. A nice look there from Winthrop University. And it's going to pose a problem should he be caught in that situation yet again. But again, this game's so accelerated for Winthrop University. You can see it. Level 16 there for Zach already. Has access to that rank 3 ultimate. So powerful, so fed on this champion, and not a QSS in sight.
Yeah, Cody has to finish that Infinity Edge. And then I believe sometime after that, we should see
Then
a QSS
we can talk about it.
Finally build, because getting to the 3-item saver is pretty important in a game where you're behind, and already important in the first place, even regardless of that fact. But if CCG are going to see some life in this game, I mean, they fought out of deficits in the previous games that we've seen. I feel like a lot of it is going to be from the pressure that Fiji applies. He's been really good in the side lanes. That's why you look at the bottom lane, there's no inhibitor tower. It's Zach who's been applying that pressure. But the thing is, those have been traded out for something on the map time and time again. And eventually, CCG are going to run out of things to trade for, so you have to play a little bit more careful now.
And now TP's coming through. Fortunately, Fiji not careful enough, Eric. As he is, he's caught. They got him.
Yeah. He's caught. He's dead to rights. Fiji not even going to burn his flash, realizing that there's no escaping this.
Of course.
So that pressure that you needed in that top lane where supers are pushing in, mind you, not going to be there. CCG got to recall and deal with this wave.
Yeah, it's a super wave, and of course mobility clearing the next one too. Alongside his team. It's 30 seconds on Fiji. Hold on a second. Okay, now they're going to walk into that. I thought they were just going to try and push to end the game. I mean, they still could. They're so strong that if CCG get caught out, that's it. We're going to game 4. But the real goal here is the mid-tier 3.
They're going after Zach. Zach going to use the Nethergrass, but there's the Wild
Cancel.
Growth that stops Zach. He's polymorphed. It's a shutdown found, but Dardoch is too low, and so is Cody's son, who's able to get out in time. The trade found. Zach grabbing the kill off of the burn build, mind you. So 1-for-1 mid for jungler. But Winthrop are happy with this situation because they get to jump onto the base. They're taking more inhibitors. One falls in the mid lane.
Yeah, now though Fiji is back, I think it's time for them to walk away, but still, you're right. It's a trade they're happy to make. Winthrop still come out more ahead because of it, and it's more pressure into CCG's base with 2 inhibitors being taken down, especially a minute 30 till this next dragon. It will be Winthrop's soul. And even then, there's also a Baron to be thought about here, Eric. And Winthrop can kind of have their pick. And honestly, just try and start the Baron right now if they want to.
First, you got to shove in that mid wave. Yeah, mobility there doing it. Takes out the cannon. With super minions, that's going to be an easy task. Drop University positioning onto the Baron. And take another look at the exchange that happened. Catching out Zach, but again, it's the burn build, right? So as long as you get the Malefic Visions in, Dardoch is going to go down at the end of it.
which is really sad, but you know, it is what it is.
Oh, Baron's going down.
You can see the picture-in-picture. We got to go back. Baron's here. Dardoch's in.
Dardoch, no, he doesn't get the steal. Instead, his life is forfeit, and that right there might have been the last dying gasp in this game 3 for CCG.
Yep, there's a super minion wave here. The numbers are in Winthrop's favor, and there you have it. Only 30 minutes in the game, Eric. Winthrop University at 0-2 finally strike back against CCG.
Recalls being made. There is great wave clear, but you're still dealing with a Baron buff, and you're still dealing with the Nether Grasp. A trade gonna be made. Looking to jump into the fray, but the Wild Growth stops Denethor from getting a Meganar ultimate. And the Eagles might not have closed out this game just yet. Instead, they're forced to flee as they lose both their carries.
Yeah, we got a little too excited there. Winthrop couldn't quite close out Mobility. I didn't see how, but he died extremely quickly and very suddenly in that last fight. That's a big reason why this ends up being saved here. CCG, though. Oh, Dardoch's even here in time to try and contest the soul. This is soul for Winthrop. Can he actually stop it?
Yeah, he's trying to stop it right now, creating space with the Crescent Guard. He's rooted.
Ultimate.
He cannot get there. Kim down locks him down. Cody Sun's under attack. Meganar ultimate goes off, and Denethor pounces onto Cody Sun. Fiji falls. And now Winthrop say, didn't work the first time. Let's see how they handle a second barrage.
And any second now, we're going to see Zach come with the teleport. There it is. He's channeling it. So you got to imagine that this is it, Eric. Winthrop finally strike back in the series.
Wild Growth on Aojun, but he's got 3 members of Winthrop on top of him. The Golden Eagles not going to get clean swept again. They want to fight back for the reverse sweep, and it starts here in Game 3 as Winthrop will take out CCG.
And it's starting here in the fastest game here in this series. Game 1 being 45 minutes. Game 2 being more than 50. This is a very fast game by comparison. And it's got to be a really big breath of fresh air for Winthrop University after losing such close games in Game 1 and 2 to be able to, off the back of this Malzahar pick for Zach and off a really good early game, win a pretty quick Game 3.
Yeah, Zach Malzahar, only seen so far this year in the LPL, and it looked good. Another shout out, by the way, to Wilson on the Xin Shao, who was doing a great job. I think Kim down as well, playing the Karma well, knowing when to utilize those roots above all else to lock down members of CCG from running away. It was a really good composition that came together and really played towards a fast pace that CCG could not keep up with. But on this note, we're throwing it over a short break, because it's not a 3-0, man. We're going to Game 4, and we'll be right back with CCG versus Winthrop.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Here we are. Game 4. It's a series. I wouldn't have it any other way. In fact, I just want to get to game 5. Let's get it going already, man. But Winthrop fighting back. Very creative draft, to say the least. I mean, pulling out the Malzahar beatdown.
You got to give credit over to CCG as well. Dardoch pulling out the Rek'Sai jungle. The idea definitely made sense, but there was that onus on Dardoch to really perform in that early game to bridge his team into those moments where they would be very strong. But honestly, Winthrop really ran that early game. Really good opener there from Wilson. Of course, the Malzahar from Zach was extremely impactful as well. And you can see that goal difference over time, really just building up to a point where CCG never had a hope to scale up.
I mean, mobility, getting out a lot of damage output. I feel like him surviving that jungle fight around blue buff was huge to make sure that Winthrop were going to take over this game. Denethor is on comfort when you have him on Gnar. It's one of his best champions that we've seen that he just loves to blind pick. Big shout out here is going to go over to the jungler Wilson, who, as we can see this fight right here, Crescent Guard knocks him away, instantly snared by Kim Down.
Yeah, really good move there just to make space to ensure that Dardoch, is not able to win out that 50-50. I think it's something he's done an excellent job at throughout Spring Split here in the NACL, and it's just been ridiculous to the point where we ask him in interviews, like, dude, how do you keep doing this? So just keeping him out of the pit is the true answer to win out these fights. The best way to win a Smite fight is to never make it a Smite fight, Eric.
Just ban that guy. Don't let him in the Dragon Pit. Goodbye. Lock him down.
Yeah,
then it's Twitch chat.
the only way.
Hit the slash ban on him. So yeah, ultimately a good move and a great game out of Winthrop to get momentum back on their side. And for a lot of teams, you know how momentum can really play into it, man. Sometimes those moments are what you need to get your confidence back, be able to play well. Get in the draft to game number 2. Varus, Malphite, Nasus, nothing too crazy here. Still continuing the Gwen ban to ensure that Fiji's not just going to be outright steamrolled if he does play the weak side. Pulls J4 and Lucian, but now B1 for Winthrop is Victor.
Yeah, another control mage there for Zach. Really powerful one at that, especially at this stage of the game where a lot of the big players are out of the picture. Nivea, Ryze, Orianna, Azir, and even Cass. So Zach going to be really happy with this one. Another potential for that lane pressure, and of course it's scaling power into those later stages of the game. Another Dardoch special, of course, is going to be the Sejuani. And wow, instant Yone. So how June going to have that ability to get some real threat onto Zach.
I mean, there's a chance you can flex this Yone around a bit, but I mostly expected going out June as you had said there. And it works well with the Sejuani. So another thing you got to keep in mind, Sejuani loves melee champions to play to when it comes to the lanes. Helps for the stacking of the permafrost. So that is one way to play around it. It's a great team fight. It's a great engage. Already with just 2 champions locked in by CCG, Throp are going to look to bounce back with Skarner.
That's another great engage, another great enabler there, and it is going to be Denethor's Jace. So you got to imagine, especially with what's left, PG, not really big on the Renekton overall. Expecting more of like the Cassante, or maybe even the Jax, but I think it really gives that opportunity to Denethor. Confidently knock down this Jace. Champion he's had incredible success with here, especially in the back half of the split. But just to get an advantage and get a big lead for his team.
Got my hopes up right there. I was like, see it.
Dude, he's not going to play Aurelia.
I know, but like, it's one of the old school combos, Aurelia, Sejuani. At that point, like, it would be a lot of fun, but I don't know it too much as a Fiji champion. But yeah, Cassante instead does allow for some of that more weak side play that you want to go for, as well as some spiciness. You do want to go for different levels of engage. Get someone through the wall with the all out. And suddenly they're far from their turret and far from safety. Still going to be a tough lane to play into. Denethor, he's got hands when it comes to the Jace.
Dude, so good. Champion you definitely don't want to let through. Speaking of not letting through, already seeing Rakan taken away. Some respect paid to mobilities of Felios. This late in Fearless. I'd imagine that is a high priority pick for him. Just want to take that out of the picture.
Now the marksman pool does get choked out the later this goes.
Ooh.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like a Ziggs come up sometime soon. It's something that Mobility very recently has started getting into his pool and can play towards a poke comp if you do want to go that way. But Senna getting banned out, we've kind of seen the influence of Senna, especially in playoffs more than anything else, where, hey, as long as I can scale to the late game, I can be an absolute menace. I think Levitate was one of the best players of Senna, and Braum being bound away as well. The champion that rarely shows up, I think it was Kim Down who played it last.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so see what CCG look to go for here.
I think Winthrop setting up for potentially a Renata. Not Renata, what am I thinking? Nautilus. I had Renata on the mind. It was a big Kim Down champion in 2023. And makes sense. I think they're setting up for Nautilus probably just to get another engage angle there or to pair with Wilson. But of course, this late into that draft, going to be easily picked up there for CCG. I see the bounce between. It's probably going to just be on Alistar. Makes it easy for Kim Down to just tank a Glacial Prison and instantly pop that Unbreakable Will just to kind of eat that CC and keep himself into that fight. And of course, that sustain. I think it's just too good this game. Just do it.
Yeah, I feel like this is the point of a series where Kim Down gets happy. Where he's like, okay, Enchantresses, they've all been played.
I sleep.
No more. No more. Me sleep. Me sleep. Tanks? Engagers? Me
Woke.
awake.
So it's going to be an easy Alistar pick. So what's the play there for mobility? Could be the Misfortune. He already has a good amount of range with his team and a lot of damage. Be playing for a lot of good setup there.
Oh, Corki.
With that bullet time. But instead, okay, so it's going to be Corki. Also kind of pairs well with that range already. A lot of poke that Winthrop are working with. And I think that mobility actually is pretty nice. That Valkyrie should help him space better in these fights, especially when you're looking at like Nautilus, Yone, Sejuani, just to keep him alive.
Yeah, one of the reasons I was kind of thinking about the Ziggs earlier was because when normally I see a Jace, I like having some poke alongside it to soften up a team. I think Corki does a much better job at that, given the context of the composition that Winthrop want to take right here. Because once Corki gets into the late game, those rockets hit like a truck. Plus, you still get to be that marksman that your team needs, so you will put in some really, really good DPS there. And yeah, I actually really like this comp for Winthrop.
Yeah, overall, I like it as well. You have a good front line. You have some great scaling. The only concern really I have is that maybe early on, some of your lanes, especially on that bottom side, could get hurt a little bit. So there is that pressure on Wilson to be able to gank, relieve pressure. And I think it's something he's done pretty well for his team so far.
Especially in that
something
last
that
game.
Dardoch is going to look to, That's something Dardoch is going to look to capitalize on. Sejuani, easiest ganks of all time in like human history, especially bot lane if you have the Nautilus with you. And she has great lanes to play to as well. A lot of melees, a lot of easy ways to stack that permafrost. So I think CCG's early game, it's pretty standard, pretty easy to execute on. And of course, you have a lot of great late game potential with Cody Sun's Kaisa. Amazing performance on that champion very recently in playoffs. It was against Winthrop University, funny enough.
It was gross.
When they sent them down to that lower bracket. He finished 16-0-7 in that game. Absolutely chefed on it.
Well, here we are. Game number 4. Winthrop University fighting for their tournament lives. Lose here, get eliminated. Win here, take it to the comfort zone in that game number 5. We got to see how this all unfolds. Winthrop, CCG.
All to play against Conviction in the grand finals. The team who sent CCG down here, and the only 3-0 we've had in the playoffs so far. Winthrop looking to play them for the first time here in the playoffs. Already out June. Not a great start to the lane. He does have fleet though. You know, it could be worse. Still pretty bad.
Zach's going to have a pretty good time in this lane in this early stages. Poor Aljun getting zoned off pretty hard. And speaking of Zach, I do want to pull up a quote that we picked up from Denethor. Speaking of his teammate, I mean, for Denethor and playing alongside Zach and some of the performances that we've gotten out of Zach, there's a lot of respect that goes over to that mid laner. First, we got to get our skins out of the way first.
Of course.
Make sure you're up to date with that.
Oh no, Eric.
What's up?
Cody's son is playing IG Kaisa. The series is over, man. This game is won, man. What can I say?
Yeah.
It's the Kaisa skin.
It's kind of like a Super Saiyan buff, you know?
It is.
But going back onto that quote, now that we've gotten our skins out of the way, we can actually pull it up.
Can we though?
Maybe. Let's find out right now. Ooh.
Did that ward expire? It did.
Oh, Wilson's timing is so
They
good
got
here.
him.
Okay, sorry, Cody-san. We're going to have to hold that thought. And he slammed against the wall. Pulled in by only 35, but not underneath the tower. So Wilson's influence in this game has been big. In this series has been big.
It has been. I think him down waited a little too long on that pulverize there. It was really a world where you prevent Cody-san from flashing and he dies. Still, pressure has been put on. A bit of a denial there on that CS department. And you do get the flash out from only 35 and Cody-san. So plenty to capitalize on in these coming minutes. And yes, it's like you said, something Wilson has done for his team so well. Something we said in the draft was very critical this game because you have a lot of scaling elements on the side of Winthrop. Is this gank potential, this early game value. And so far, he's hitting it.
Okay, can I do it? I think I can.
Yeah.
Okay. I was waiting for the Arctic Assault in the river. Now we can talk about the quote from Denethor. You can pull that up in the lower third because a lot of the respect that this team has had for Zach and his performance, you got to admire it because Zach is someone who's not just being a rookie and kind of just following the team's lead and whatnot. He's also being a voice that is prominent in this squad and helping the decision-making of Winthrop as a whole.
Yeah, and it's amazing, too, for him to do it, not only in his rookie split, but a rookie split that he started in Week 3, where it was Sword starting on the roster as it has been for a couple of years now. Now, it's been looking so good.
Nice use there from Aljun to make sure that Wilson wasn't going to lock him down. And still gives so much over for Zach in this mid lane to keep shoving in the wave. Teleport going to be burnt from Aljun to make sure he doesn't lose out on too much.
Speaking of, you can see top lane already going quite well there for Denethor. Big CS lead, exactly what we were expecting here in this matchup. We know Fiji does well with little resources, even from behind, but I think Denethor Jace is not something you want to be giving resources to, Eric. So, point of pressure there that Winthrop can apply, especially once we get into side lane. Okay. No, I'm going to let it go. It's fine.
No, let him know, beat.
No. It's just a funny thing with Yone is that when you go onto turret like that, you use the W shield and you E back with the Soul Unbound while the turret shot is chasing you. The shield will expire. So, it's not actually going to protect you. So it's a little awkward. That's all. Okay.
It's fearless. Sometimes you miss the small techs.
Yeah. Also, it's really funny. Wilson throws the Q, channels the recall. He's like, wait, I hit someone.
Wait a second.
Wait a second. Somebody's here.
I think Dardock might be here.
Yeah.
We got to deal with Unk.
Yeah. I mean, recall, at the end of the day, gets channeled. Ward in that brush will show Dardock on this exact gank. Oh my god.
Nice hook coming out. Catches Kim down. Kim down does have his flash, so not going to be in too much danger. We'll burn it to get out. A little bit more damage on the mobility alleviates the pressure on the bottom lane for CCG.
I like it for mobility. Just trying to tank that Arctic Assault, knowing that he has more than enough health to live with Dredge Line down. But at the end of the day, Kim Down still has the flash, no Hex Flash to work with. So pretty, we'll call that an effective gank there from Dardoch. Otherwise, things are kind of slowing down. Not much play to really speak of, as Dardoch doesn't want to try and start that first dragon. We saw a blue ping coming through here towards the dragon, so it's looking like Wilson is actually going to want to try and prioritize that. And with this perma mid prio, why wouldn't you? Eric, trust me? Do you trust me?
I trust you. What is it?
Close your eyes. Close your eyes right now.
Okay.
Guess the CS lead in mid lane.
20.
30. You can open your eyes now.
Okay.
Zach has been having a
gross,
great.
man.
To be fair, this is a hard matchup for Yone, but Zach is he's also doing really well.
Yeah. I mean, the big payoff is going to be your team fighting a little bit later. And Yone, you know, he plays decently well into the side lanes on top of it. But the
Oh my god.
worry for Aojun just keeps adding up. That's the big problem. The Fate Sealed, that's going to be crucial for making sure that CCG don't just crumble and fall apart at the seams.
Yeah. Zach. Okay. Zach's out of mana. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Still, again, really just good performance here from Zach in this matchup.
A lot of daggers.
Aojun will still be very effective, past 2 items. And especially as a backline dive threat alongside the rest of his team. But this is a period where it's going to be really hard for him to get to that point where he has impact. So for Winthrop, the angle, what we were talking about in draft, was that they want to scale. We need Wilson to get them to that point where they scale. But, in fact, just through laning prowess alone, Zach has been able to get a pretty significant advantage, while Wilson is able to, interact with the rest of the map, especially bot lane, just to make sure Mobility and Kimdown are farming well enough. So I think Winthrop, with this lead that they built for themselves, however small it may be, at this stage of the game, this is very good for them.
Oh yeah, you're pretty happy. Yeah. All that being said, though, I mean, Dragon still gets picked up here. Cody Sun might get picked up. Rockets are landing right on to Cody Sun. Cody Sun is Cody done with this lane.
Yep, gonna have to back off, but mobility's low enough that maybe he can't stay. Still, health bar. Are we gonna fight this? Who got that? I missed it.
I'm not exactly sure. I think it might have been Wilson.
Could be. Oh.
That's a lot of dudes. Oh, 4-man dive onto a 3-man squad.
The thing is, too, Zach is so far ahead that him spending, an unusual amount of time here is just so very fine, Eric. And now, at the end of the day, they forced him off the wave. That's another crash here for Mobility and Kimdown. It does allow Aojun to catch up a little, which has got to be great for him, but ultimately still a benefit for Winthrop.
You see the little exchange going on. The problem with the exchange in the mid lane, Aojun getting into the face of Zach, eventually probably going to use Soul Unbound. Like, you have to use it to eventually go back, but
oh yeah,
that means Zach is just going to be walking you down, hitting whatever spells he can. So not the funnest lane for Aojun.
No.
Emphasis on Ow. We're at that stage where we're just making puns off the name, man.
Hey, whatever you need to do, Eric. Whatever's going to get us through it. That's the important thing. Right now, CCG going to go 2 for 2 on early objectives. First Drake, I think is fine for Winthrop to let go of. And honestly, even the second, these grubs, I think Winthrop, they're going to be pretty late to this. Imagine Dardoch's going to easily get all 3. It's not so bad for Winthrop. I think this is another situation like last game where the importance is in the denial.
Yeah.
Because Jace, Denethor on Jace especially, would be able to get massive value out of that objective. So taking it for yourself is still important for CCG.
A lot of control coming out of Wilson. And it paired up with Kimdown gets these deep wards into the jungle of Dardoch. Dardoch's going to be heavily scouted, which is pretty important. Winthrop University. Dardoch is a primary engager. knowing where Dardoch is at any time of the map, it's a nice advantage to have for Winthrop.
That it is. You gotta imagine with Winthrop focusing more on Wilson in particular, focusing more on ganking bot lane, farming and pressuring Dardoch. That now that the first item has come through, now that we're approaching first items for most people on Winthrop, we're gonna start prioritizing some of these objectives, especially 2 minutes till this next dragon. Winthrop, it might be in a position where they're comfortable enough to fight that one, especially with Kim down at level 6. Really gonna be good for him to last in these team fights.
That's a lot of damage on Aojun. Low mana bar for Zach. Dardoch going to show up in the mid lane, but so does Wilson.
Oh, hey.
Hey, what are you thinking of doing there?
I'm going to need you to walk back. What are you doing here, little bro? What's going on? And Dardoch's like, oh, my fault, sir.
Oh, here we go. Fiji looking to trade it out. Going to miss one of his Qs. And Denethor simply walks out. I mean, this is already such a good look for Winthrop University, who just seem to be getting the better in every single lane.
Yeah, I mean, Cassante, it's everything's about the Qs. You remember how in last game you were talking about Sivir?
Yeah.
Does she get to auto attack? Same with Cassante. Is he landing his Qs?
Can Cassante land Qs?
Lane is going great. Is he not?
Oh, that might change right now. Flash is available for Denethor. He's looking to take a route that doesn't favor him, and first blood is picked up by Dardoch.
12-minute first blood, by the way. Very late, considering how active this series has been.
Yeah.
But,
oh, here we go. Fate Sealed going to be popped. Aojun on to Zach. It's his way to get past the gravitational field. It doesn't look for the longer exchange between this.
Yeah, still. No ult, no soul unbound. That is an instant recall there. As Kim down and him could dive him very, very easily. Still, that dive top, or that play top, huge for Fiji. Really allowed him to close that gap. Now, Denethor really only holds on to a 100 gold lead compared to what it was before. So really big catch up there. Nice gank from Dardoch. I think so far Wilson has been the one really stepping it up in the early activity of this series. This time it's Dardoch who part of that first play.
It was a good angle for Dardoch. I mean, Denethor didn't even get a chance to burn his flash. He was put at such an awkward position. And I respect Denethor for not burning his flash in the first place, because if you do, that Glacial Prison is following you.
Oh, for sure. So in the day he holds on to it, and there it is, second Drake. Or instead, CCG. I want to make some priority on this top side, and there it is, Kim down. Always where the team needs him to be is in the area, and is going to make this dive, we'll say, very unwise.
For calling up Kim down. Need a bodyguard. Kim down will provide, especially when he's on the Alistair. Kim down just going to stay over on that side of the map to make sure that Denethor doesn't get dived.
Yeah, you see these lane assignments being a little funny there. Mobility fine enough with that Valkyrie to be able to lane 1v1 here against the Cassante. As long as he's careful again. The Impopo strike. Cassante lands the Qs. You're having a very bad time.
Aojun looking for an angle into this, but remember, Wilson is right there. Instead, will have to retreat. Does have only 35 in the back pocket, so the fight looking to continue. Depth charge going to be used onto Zach. Zach flashes out, missing the hook, but still gets knocked up and still gets slain. Cody's son will take the kill underneath the tower. Only 35. We'll see his old teammate on the respawn.
It ends up being that 1-for-1 on this. Sorry, it ends up being that 1-for-1. So it's not the worst. The huge ult impale there from Wilson kind of saves that one. But still, getting that kill onto Zach, slowing him down a little bit, pretty meaningful for CCG. As long as Dardoch lives to tell the tale, you know, that's the big thing. Loses his blue buff, is still under a lot of pressure. And as a result of these plays, Eric, the gold lead overall ends up being pretty even. But I think the most important thing is that bot lane, things were going pretty well for mobility and Kim down. Now Cody's son, because of a kill, because of some turret plates on the bottom side, is 1k gold ahead. And for Kaisa, who really scales, who really shows her value at 3 items beyond, that's terrifying if you're Winthrop.
Yeah, 1k. And it's Cody's son, man. Cody's son plays like a lunatic nowadays. He's a changed man. And he's very vicious when he goes for the backline. And you know a lot of these killer instincts, they're going to be looking for Zach. They're going to be looking for Denethor. They're going to be looking for mobility. Once he hits that threshold, Winthrop definitely got to watch out as Rift Herald now getting started up. Sun coming in from an angle here, teleport being channeled. CCG want to fight for this. They're going after Kim Down first and foremost. Kim Down going to hold the line. Just like that, Rift Herald now going to be secured over to Winthrop University, but Kim Down, I don't think he's escaping this one. Looking to jump forward is Wilson. Fate sealed over the wall. Denethor is there, but the pain is brought by CCG. And look at Dardoch, he's getting lower and lower, needs to escape. The ultimate will get out in time. Mobility surviving by the skin of his teeth, but so is Aojun. And that is a health bar utilized. 2 picks for CCG.
A big fight, even though Winthrop do win out on the Herald. At the end of it, CCG take the fight and collect a lot of gold in the process. Really big comeback, and again, really just shows what we were talking about when saying that, you know, Winthrop's comp that wants to scale. You're not going to see the serious value of this comp until later on into the game. And it is good for Winthrop and Denethor to be able to get that first brick. It does really lessen the sting of what they had lost overall, but this is really that example of how easy of a team fight setup CCG are working with right now.
Yeah, CCG. I mean, especially with that last fight, it felt like there were multiple moments where their members should have gone down. Dardoch escapes, but just barely. Aojun escapes, but just barely. But that's all you need, really, to be able to stay in this lead. Now, here we go. Fight breaking out, focusing on the Kim Down. Kim Down getting stunned up from a Frost. Locks him down, gets him to about half health. But mostly Winthrop just trying to make sure old KD doesn't fall.
Yeah, and you can see it. CCG are feeling aggressive. Cody Sun, he's moving closer, has the killer instinct, can join from a great distance. Always something Winthrop have to be careful of as we see that fight again in the picture-in-picture. And, you know, Sejuani, Nautilus, it's just so easy. There's just so much clear setup. And, of course, Aojun finding a lot of great angles with the Q3, with the Fate Sealed as well, just to make sure Winthrop can't get their damage off.
Ability gets a little bit of time in the mid lane. But that lead is still growing for Cody Sun. Rageblade now completed. So we're getting closer and closer to that 3-item Kaisa. And again, Cody Sun being on the Kaisa, I mean, you talk about the Killer Instinct being this very good offensive tool to get onto the backline. It can also be defensive, just giving you that slight edge to reposition. And with Flash available, Cody Sun will always be that threat that Winthrop University have to watch out for.
Yeah, right now, CCG, Winthrop are going to get that first setup here around this dragon. It's going to be second Drake for either team.
Oh, man.
And see, everybody has their tools back up, except for Zach. Used the ultimate there, the Chaos Storm, to be able to pressure Aojun. Forces him to use the TP to come back, but at the end of the day, he's happy, healthy, and ready to fight. So this fight is dangerous here for Winthrop University. You can see it as they back off.
And this Drake is pretty crucial for CCG if they can stack these up. Mountain Drake into a team that has a lot of poke will do a lot of work.
It will. And the fact that there's the potential for 3 Mountain Drakes, too. Dardoch, only 35 Fiji. There's a lot of potential for stacking stats this game to make themselves very difficult to kill. So Winthrop, not in a position to fight that next dragon, but they can't afford to keep letting these dragons go. Especially once we get to a point where Cody Sun reaches that 3rd item. You can see it. Sheen is there. And once that Dusk and Dawn is finished, Cody Sun is going to be the biggest problem on Summoner's Rift. And Winthrop need to find a way to deal with him.
Winthrop, they want to take this to a Game 5. They're aching for a Game 5. You've seen in the past, a lot of teams, when they get to a Game 5, that's where they run out of draft steam. Winthrop has not been one of those teams. They know, and Tails especially knows, how to make it work. Their tournament lives are on the line. This miracle run that Winthrop have had, you want to keep it alive. Got to start finding answers soon as CCG looking to engage onto Wilson. Wilson is locked down for days. Turret goes down, jungler goes down, and CCG continue their march.
Not only that, they can look to start the Baron. They have the Kaisa. That passive does so much work taking down major objectives. even without 3 items, you can see what Cody Sun is doing to this. And Winthrop don't have a smite to contest them.
No, and this is tough right now. Fiji's looking to go in, only 35, misses the dredge line, and it's not the angle right now for Kim Down, absorbing a lot of damage, but delivered back thanks to Mobility, who shreds him with the Gatling gun, and ultimate use. Kim Down interferes and stops it. Kim Down survives on top of it. Winthrop will not go quietly into the night as Mobility gets a triple kill.
And Zach, he's looking for a little bit more, but look who's back on the map. We have 30 seconds on mid and 20 seconds, especially if Cody Sun goes down.
That's 4 kills now for Mobility. That is a massive influx of gold going over to Winthrop University. Things were getting grim, but in the 11th hour, this is the comfort zone for Winthrop University. As now going over the wall, they want to catch Stardock. They want to deny the smite. Looking to get away, but you can't get away from the hammer that goes down onto Dardock.
Wow, CCG might remember that as the reason they end up losing the series, because this is a critical moment here for Winthrop University. Dardock stops them from getting the Baron. That is pretty huge, but at the end of it, that's a big turnaround for Winthrop. Mobility, who was falling behind, he was more than 1,000 gold behind Cody Sun. Look at that, it's 28 gold now, it's even. Wow. And overall, Winthrop have gotten themselves a gold lead for the first time this game as well. Eric, this is that moment where Winthrop seem to have kind of crested that hump that you deal with this composition.
Yeah.
Where, you know, Zach and Mobility, we need to see them get the 2 items and beyond before they really come online. Well, they're here now. CCG's advantage is expended because they got split up around that Baron fight.
And I do want to give all the credit in the world to Kim Down. His ability to play this Alistair, even denying the Fate Sealed from Aojun, who is trying to escape. Absolutely crazy stuff to come out of Kim Down. Big KD, one of the best engagers in this league, making sure that Winthrop are fighting all the way through. Now Aojun looking to escape. Will find his way back to safety with the Soul Unbound.
That's right. They're going to walk it out. Now with Dragon up in a minute's time, that's going to be what everybody's looking at here. Zach trying really hard to sneak away that turret. Probably will be able to now as he gets that wave in. But I like what CCG are angling for here. Honestly, they can just hang around this top side of the map. If Winthrop overcommit to the Dragon, CCG do still have a pretty quick Baron take again because Cody Sun is here on the Kaisa. So it's something that Winthrop need to be cognizant of as they prioritize this Drake. Again, can't allow any more Mountain Drakes to CCG. It only makes it harder to kill their tanks. And of course, the Mountain Soul will almost kill your composition.
Coming off the respawn right now, both teams resetting for this Mountain Drake. Teleport even being used by Zach to make sure he gets there in a timely manner. But pings coming out from CCG over towards the Baron. They look into that direction, trying to make sure that no funny business is going off. Aojun to rejoin with his team, but Dragon has now spawned.
Right. Resources, everybody's got their ultimates back. Flashes are up for all but Cody Sun. Look, he's going to be a potential target to look out for. CCG don't want to let this Dragon go. Or at the very least, they're going to fight for the fight after.
Comes Dardock, ultimate going to be popped, but Dragon secured. Fate Sealed onto the back line, able to claim 3, but suddenly it's stopped in its tracks. Only 35 getting low. Killer Instinct going to be used from Cody Sun, looking for his angle, looking for the pick, but his teammates are falling one after the other. Winthrop find Dardock.
They're doing it.
Aojun caught out of position. His soul unbound, but tethered to Mobility, and all that remains is Cody Sun. The lead spikes for Winthrops. The Golden Eagles set their sights on Baron.
And that's going to be the Baron for Winthrop. This gold lead's going to spike even harder, Deserex. They find themselves in such a huge advantage, and I said it during that last Baron fight. CCG might remember that as the beginning of the end of this series. We got to watch this one again. Watch the Fate Sealed. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Fate Sealed literally saved Mobility's life. being able to actually take him away when he was effectively caught saved him here and allowed him to just continue getting damage off. And of course, this team fight ballooned the gold lead astronomically. And the Baron buff, as we're going to see when we come back to live, is only going to make it so much worse. There it is. 5,000 gold. And Winthrop are turning the tides.
And it wasn't just that as well. Aljun got stunned as he used the Fate Sealed. So he didn't get into the back line. He was stuck in the gravitational field and forced to use his Soul Unbound to go away from the fight instead of in on it. And it all is collapsing right now for CCG. Winthrop University, in order to win this, you have to make a reverse sweep happen. 2 back-to-back losses, and now they're stepping forward on 2 back-to-back wins in a Game 5.
That's right. As I once heard Cubby said, it's not over until the fat lady sings, but she's taking a deep breath right now. The carries of Winthrop University are most certainly online. 2 dragons to their name, and the Baron buff most importantly here. You can see the setup. They took the top tier 2. Now they're setting up the pressure mid and bot, just systematically chipping away at everything CCG are working with to continue advancing their gold lead. And we're at the stage 2 where one good team fight is going to be the end of the game and the beginning of Silver Scrapes.
Siege into the mid lane. Baron empowered. That cannon creep doing a lot of work, but Mobility doing work of his own. As here we go, teamfight gonna break out. There is the Impale, found by the backline, but suddenly the pick from Kode-san onto Mobility takes out so much damage for Winthrop University. Fiji looking to create some distance. Wilson looking for a way back in. Fiji wants the Q3, doesn't find the knockup, neither the dredge line. And now Fiji flashing over the wall. Aljun, Soul Unbound, back into place. A 1-for-1 trade. It could have been so much worse. Actually, 1-for-0. It could have been so much worse. But Mobility getting picked off there is giving life to CCG.
And most critically, CCG still have several ultimates to play with, even after that Glacial Prison, which is why they were confident enough to fish for that fight. Could have been really bad for Winthrop, but they end up walking away, losing 1 Baron buff. And that's going to be the end of their Baron power play, as they got about 13 seconds left. We're going to see the precision play presented by Philips Norelco, and it is going to be the fight again here around this Baron. The things that really turned around for Winthrop University, and you can see it. Just the fact that a really good gravity field there from Zach, just to make space for his team, and the fact that the members of CCG were so split up around this Baron, able to get picked off on the exit. And yep, I see what you're seeing, man. Really good cancel of the dash from Kim Down.
What an intense series so far. I mean, CCG obviously still have life in them. If they can find more picks like that onto Mobility, that is the main damage dealer. I know Winthrop still have a lot of damage after him. At Denethor on Jace, you got Zach, who's doing very well on this Victor. That could be your first step towards turning this game around, but it's going to be one of many, because right now Winthrop are still very firmly in the driver's seat.
Yes, even without the Baron buff, you got a lot of power to work with and control over a very crucial side of the map, as we have another Mountain Dragon spawning in a couple of seconds here.
Hook coming out, but Kim Down wants to take that engage. Pops his ultimate. Teleport used by Aljun.
Huge.
But I still like this for CCG. They got Kim Down's ultimate down. Only 35, taking a lot of damage. Fade sailed onto the backline. Here comes Kode-san. Wants to find Mobility. He flashes out. Denethor claims Aljun. Kim Down's low. There's a lot of low health bars, but the front line is alive for Winthrop University. They're chasing down Fiji. Headbutt pulverized from Kim Down sends them into the air, and Mobility will shoot them down.
And really, it's just all around Mobility here, Eric. If CCG take him down, the fight is winnable. But if he survives to output that Corky damage, CCG don't have a ghost of a chance. That's Winthrop's sole point. And another step forward towards Game 5.
Momentum, as we said, belongs to Winthrop University. And you can see that gold lead growing and growing. 5.4K after what was a negative play right after the Baron. They lost a bit after that Baron, but it shows you that, hey, they haven't lost momentum. They can still keep mobility safe. Him flashing away from Cody-san was so huge right there, because Cody-san has been trying to target and mark mobility time and time again. As long as he stays up, the dream is alive. Or Winthrop, and unfortunately, Aljun is not.
How can play, man? Really nice way for Denethor to play in fog like that. Just to make Aljun think he's safe and walk up to the wave. And unfortunately, that's a free side. It's a free pick there for Denethor. Free side lane for Winthrop University. And another completed item for Denethor Jace. Strongest player in the game at the moment here, and a true menace this split.
Yeah.
Over any team, against any team Winthrop play.
Winthrop University going to start up the Baron. And remember, Aljun is down. It's 4 versus 5. For Winthrop, they can just play this to bait CCG in. They're filling themselves right now. They even see that there's a wave over in the top lane that's crashing into the tower. Aljun finally going to respawn. Reminder, Aljun does not have teleport, so it's harder for him to be away from his team.
That's right. Now Baron going to be started out again. And you know Wilson just going to fish again with the Ishtal impact. Mobility is flashless, though. That is an angle CCG can use to play.
All right, here we go. Headbutt pulverized. Fiji is pulled in by the Impale and locked down. Mobility will take his head, and just when the numbers even up, Winthrop will find a pick and bring it back to a 4v5.
Watch Kim down. I like that he's camping out here just to play interference. Again, the best way to win a smite fight against Dardoch is to make sure he can't fight it at all.
All right, 6K health remains. Dardoch still trying to hold through. Kim down, looking to hold the line. Only 35's getting low. Dardoch wants the steal, but Kim down is just waiting for a headbutt pulverized to come off cooldown.
That's it.
Will headbutt him right over the wall. Unable to get there in time. Fate sealed onto the backline, but Aljun does not want to take that fight. Winthrop able to grab Baron and take another life on their way out.
And another step forward here in Game 4. Remember, guys, they were 0-2, facing elimination here in the lower finals, and they're swinging back one punch at a time. And now they are so close to knocking down CCG, yet another peg here, and taking us to silver scrapes. They are so close, Eric.
Kim down, that's a defensive lineman right there, man. Him holding the line, not allowing Dardoch the time of day. And it's all said and done for Aljun. The moment you're trying to find a Fate Sealed and your Soul Unbound is next to the Baron Pit, there is no returning. You're only going to the gray.
And here we go again. Winthrop going to play through mid and bot once more. Again, all it takes for CCG, regardless of how strong Cody-san is at the moment, one misstep, and Winthrop will take it to this next game. And it's so hard for CCG to actually play. Again, as long as mobility is positioned well and hard to get on top of, the front line for Winthrop is too tanky. They can't bypass them. And that's the only way CCG can even hope to close the series out right now.
The regular season, CCG had Winthrop's number. Early in playoffs, CCG had Winthrop's number. Winthrop wants to change that narrative right here and right now, because they got one going for them on top of it. It is the 5-game slugfest that Winthrop like going for. 7.5K in the lead right now. Dragon Soul spawning in 30 seconds. And so many threats from Winthrop can punch and take out the jaw of CCG.
Right. Winthrop's soul is approaching. Yeah, there's a response here in the Tier 2 turret. Winthrop are just going to let it go. It is nothing compared to what they are about to gain with this dragon in 10 seconds time. And you can see it. Bot lane is auto-pushing. Mid lane is close to their base. CCG have to let this one go and play this one out like they did in Game 2, relying on the Elder Dragon to allow themselves to come back into this one. because Mountain Soul belongs to Winthrop.
Very happy to have that Mountain Soul. Most importantly, very happy to deny it from CCG's tanks.
Oh, yes.
Now, Kim Down's going to have a good time. I know Wilson's going to have a great time. Everything is in the favor of Winthrop University. Inhibitor down in the bottom lane. So Winthrop University, Eagles will go over towards the top side.
Uh-oh. I think we're in trouble.
Yeah, here comes Wilson. Dev charge going to
wow.
be used to make sure that
Wow.
Wilson will not grab him. Now Cody's son going to use that killer instinct to try and get away. Glacial Prison used. That's 3 ultimates to escape the grasp of Winthrop.
That's right, and that hand is still reaching ever closer to CCG as they're pushing mid and top into these tier 3 turrets. And with that super minion wave in the bot side, it's going to be coming soon to CCG, trying to clear what they can at a distance, but their comp, it doesn't have much range to speak of, Eric, so it's very difficult for them to prevent the siege of Winthrop.
Very difficult indeed. And with an inhibitor falling in the top lane, inhibitor falling in the mid lane, it's only a matter of time before Silver Scrapes is being played. Dardoch wants to save this game, but there's so much threat from Winthrop. There's so much DPS that is pounding at your door and saying, open up, it's time for game 5. Dardoch backs away. Denethor is there, half health for Fiji. Nexus Towers under attack. You gotta do something fast. Aojun steps forward, soul and bound to get away. Half health across the board now as the Nexus Tower hitting the ground. More minions into the base of CCG. Hook comes out from only 35, gonna use the depth charge, finds mobility on the back end, but Aojun is punted away by Kim Down, who's playing the defense. Save Fate sealed, looking for it.
Oh my god, oh my god!
Are falling. Wilson looking to run out. CCG want to defend. Cody's son goes golden. He escapes. He's chasing Winthrop University. Denethor, one of the last survivors, will get out in time. Winthrop failed to end the game, but it's double supers in every lane.
CCG, they make magic happen again, Eric. Just when you think the game is over, they clutch it out big time. The team fighting is so huge here from CCG Esports, but you saw it, producer highlighted it. The big danger they're facing now is those double supers that you mentioned and the wards all over the base. They're trying to clear them out now. There's a great catch from only 35 because a backdoor with the Nexus exposed is the most dangerous thing CCG is facing at the moment here. But still, they live another day.
Yeah, look at those teleports. Both of the solo laners have teleports available, so you have to be on top of these wards that are out there now. One teleport is going to be used from Zach, so at least that one's down, but it's still 10 seconds before Baron spawns.
And we're going to watch the replay here again. Watch mobility. Gets caught out by that depth charge. Still, Kim Down and Wilson trying to do their best for the defense, but Aojun yet again. Team fight defining ultimate there with the Mortal Steel into the Fate sealed is the sole reason CCG are still here in this game and we're not listening to Silver Scrapes. But of course in real time, Winthrop, Baron buff in tow, ready to take another swing at this.
Baron buff now empowering double super waves. Winthrop gonna try a second time to end this game. There are no Nexus Towers. An inhibitor finally respawns in the bottom lane to alleviate some of the pressure, but you can see what Winthrop are going for. Ultimate gonna whiff, looking for Zach. He goes golden and denies Aojun the engage. Depth charge onto the back line, but lower gets Cody's son as the end is found, digging into the hearts of CCG and taking us to a game 5.
No matter how the series ends, this has been the story of the lower bracket. Win or lose, you cannot deny Winthrop their Silver Scrapes.
Game 5. 20 games played by Winthrop University in the lower bracket. They've gone the full distance each and every time. And once you get to that game 5, you can't help but to favor Winthrop.
This is the comfort zone for them, Eric. They've been here every single time. They're the reason every game in the lower bracket has gone to Game 5, and they've won every single one. And this is about to be that reverse sweep as well, because they were down 0-2. No matter how good CCG is and how skilled we know them to be, they have to be feeling that pressure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That pressure is enormous right now because we have gone the distance. We've done it so many times in the lower bracket.
Yep.
It's just another day in the NACL lower bracket. Now you want to make it to grand finals. This is the time to do it. You got to put up or shut up. Winner take all. Who will face conviction? Will it be CCG or will it be Winthrop University? We'll be right back as we get ready for that Game 5.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL lower bracket finals. And what a lower bracket it's been. It's all culminating right now. Winthrop University, CCG, Game 5.
Like, what else could we ask for? An amazing Game 4, if some hiccups from Winthrop University. And again, a lot of the, usual suspects seems negative, Eric. But, I mean, usual suspects in terms of good performances. I mean, look at Zach, look at Denethor, and what they were able to do in this game. Even mobility, despite some oopsies. A lot of good damage, and a lot of great gameplay early on, especially from Wilson, facilitating that team during those stages where, his laners aren't the strongest. Even though Zach had a lot of pressure in that mid lane. At the end of the day, they couldn't fight around these objectives until they reached those crucial breakpoints. And Winthrop, got to give them credit. They always know exactly when those breakpoints hit because they broke the game wide open when they got there.
Yeah.
And now, here at the dawn of Silver Scrapes, Winthrop have a chance to do something we've never seen in NACL. Make the lower bracket run and winning every Game 5 doing it.
This is unfamiliar territory for CCG. When they faced Conviction in the upper bracket finals, they lost 3-0. They didn't get to see that game 5. Sure, there's a lot to be learned right there, but not being able to complete that means you don't know how it feels to have this many bans on the table. However, for Winthrop, this is why I do have a bit of favor going towards them, because their drafts in game 5s have been spot on. They know how to maneuver around the massive amount of bans that you have. Winthrop University, one more game for the reverse sweep. CCG, one more game to shut it down. First pick for CCG. They're going straight over to the J4, but it gets respond to. Zach has been pretty on point with his champion. It's the Annie locked in. And finally, Wilson going to get his lease in as well.
Ooh, that's right. A signature champion. No Camille. CCG has given Denethor a lot of respect in this first rotation, but Wilson is going to get his patented Lee Sin, ready to skirmish, ready to fight, and it makes whatever Aojun picks in the mid lane, very concerning. And it's got to be something like that Galio, just because you got to imagine that lane's going to be attacked very often. The instant Gragas from Fiji, something we know he's played, even though he hasn't pulled it out much in recent memory, going to be pretty big, I think, in this game, just given Zach playing something not so mobile like the Annie, and if considering what 80 carries are left, mobility is also going to be a champion that can really get screwed over by that exploding cask. So Fiji, a lot of potential to carry in this game with how he can displace fights.
I mean, the pool for ADCs right now is there's barely anything, man. I mean, Misfortune is still on the table. We saw the Callista kind of get hovered before. I have a hard time thinking of anything. Okay, Smolder. Smolder is another one that does pop to mind right here. It does mean you would be playing the long con if you did go that Smolder. Ash getting taken away is going to shrink that pool even more.
Yeah, you got to imagine marksmen are going to get big time targeted, forcing picks to kind of drop a couple tiers in that regard. I'm glad you shouted out the Smolder. I'd be surprised if that one made it through, especially because it's something I think Cody-san is going to be wanting. Yeah, Jinx, these like hyper carry type champions, Jinx, Smolder, things like that, or where even Aphelios that was banned in first rotation are going to be high prior, I think, for both of these teams given what's showing so far, especially CCG. They need some serious firepower right now.
I know the Senna is still available. That could be an angle to go for.
True.
Does play towards more late game scaling, but I feel like people overlook a lot of the early stages of Senna. I've seen a lot of Senna Lucian matchups where you just fight early on and Senna actually does kind of win out on some of those early trades. But Braum being bound away, not going to allow that to be picked up on the side of only 35 and CCG. One more ban now left for all those champions, all 50 of them off the table, and it is that Sig. So champions that come to mind right now, I mean, Smolder is going to be one of the big ones here, and then Senna to follow.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I think at this point it might end up being a sort of handshake there, unless someone wants to make good on that Callista hover, which, I've had wonders about the champion. She's had a couple of buffs here and there. And I was wondering if they're enough to really put her over the top, but nobody's really pulled her out just yet. So it probably is going to be exactly as you say, Eric. I think, okay, it's going to be neither. The Misfortune. So this is a big one for mobility. Champion he's very comfortable on, has many games on. It's a little concerning this game when I'm looking at the 3 champions CCG has.
Just throw a cast to stop the bullet time.
Yeah, the cask especially. But what he must be thinking is just that Winthrop's comp at this moment, it has so many threats, and that's really where Misfortune shines.
Yeah.
Where she is not the only threat, she is not the only priority target.
Oh, wow.
So it makes it a lot easier for you to get some serious value out of that bullet time. And there it is. We talked about carry champions. Tristana, I think, fits that bill very well, especially the mobility to allow herself to follow up the engage her team is building on with that rocket jump, especially the reset potential. Cannot be understated as well.
What's left for the support pool here? I know both of these teams have really looked past the Seraphine, but there is a little bit of an angle there if you are able to take the extended fights.
I feel like this would be a juicy Renata game. I know we don't see her very often, but like Kim Down plays the hell out of this champion. It's good into Rakan. You can deny resets with the bailout. Oh, Poppy is actually super fun.
Oh, that's actually great.
It's Poppy support!
Poppy support from KD. I mean, look at the engage options that you have for CCG, right? You're going to stop the grand entrance, the justice punch, the flag and drag, even the body slam. There's so many angles here. And if you are forcing fights onto Cody Sun, he can't rocket jump out when Steadfast Presence is on him.
Really great shout. And another thing, too, to add is that Keeper's Verdict, always so useful when it comes to objective fights. Just knock the enemy jungler away. And once again, what do we keep saying? Dardoch, historically so great at smite fights, but if he can't participate, there's no fight for him to win. So this is another way that Winthrop can deny him at very critical objectives where he wants to try and steal.
And if Winthrop get going early, they have immense pick potential. Wilson is very active when he's on the Lee Sin. This has been a champion that has been a little bit more special to him because he was one of the first ones to pull it out and play it time and time again. You look at the pairing with Annie, those are two champions that love to pick off anyone in a bad place. And Winthrop, I can imagine they're going to play heavily towards that duo.
That's right, they are. And I think Wilson, again, is just going to be kind of moving around the map the way he did, especially in that last game, having as much impact as possible, but especially here on the Lee Sin. Very skirmish heavy, a lot of ability to 1v1, and of course, gank. You got to imagine, especially with Zach, the way these two have been moving around the map together this series and pressuring Dardoch in ways that we really don't see happen when watching CCG. You got to imagine this duo is going to be able to do a great job of that as well.
And yeah, that's one of the fortunate things about having J4. I mean, it's kind of surprising to see Game 5 J4, but that's how heavily contested a lot of this jungle pull has been throughout the entirety of the series. But Flag and Drag, you get going very early. You do have a great level 2 that you can play around with. One of my worries is just, I feel like the main target is going to be the bottom lane. You're going to try and catch up Mobility or Zach. Zach, it can be a little bit dangerous if Wilson is hovering over in that direction. Mobility is a bit tricky too, because that Poppy really throws a wrench into the entire equation. So Dardoch is going to have to pick and choose very carefully going into this comp.
Yes, he will be, and that's really going to be the thing here, especially target selection for CCG, because there's a lot of threats again. I mean, we talked about why that's so good for mobility. It's going to be easier to get that bullet time off, but of course, and we know what Tibbers can do to squishy champions like Tristana, and especially being that main source of damage CCG is working with. Should Winthrop get that pick onto him, CCG lose a lot of their ability to fight. But Winthrop, on the other hand, Aatrox, Misfortune, even Annie and Lee Sin, a lot of these champions, you lose one piece of the puzzle and the rest can somewhat stand on their own.
We are here on the Rift for the final time today. Winthrop University, reverse sweep in their side. CCG want to close out this series the way they started. Loser gets eliminated, falls into third place. Winner will face Conviction in the grand finals of spring. Let us know in Twitch chat who you're rooting for. Game 5 starting now.
And the amazing thing too, Eric, both of these orgs looking for their first grand finals. Neither team has gotten that far ever before in the NACL. Winthrop University, even top 4, was an accomplishment for them, something we hadn't seen yet. So every step they've taken since then has been new ground for them. But CCG as well, a team who since they joined the NACL, we saw this potential to punch above their weight class and then again decide maybe a top team just is their weight class, and this would be a way for them to be able to prove that. Finally making it to grand finals for that first time, getting that rematch against Conviction.
It'd be huge for the program of Winthrop University, their esports program. Not only outpacing Maryville University as they did in that first round of the lower bracket, excuse me, but getting this far, making it to a grand finals, it's already a huge achievement to be where they are now, but a grand finals would mean so much more. And CCG, I mean, I really want to double on what you had said. Look at this roster. 2 sophomores, a rookie, Dardoch and Cody Sun. and they perform like this under pressure. A team that 2-0'd NRG, sent them to the lower bracket, has been running the upper bracket, and the only team that was able to contest them was full of veteran power. But here we go now in the mid lane, looking for the stun, finds it onto Aojun. Aojun wanting to sidestep away, but the taunt comes out to lock down Wilson for a little longer.
Ain't worth it. Those 2 tower shots to get Aojun low enough to back is really what's important there. Especially with Zach holding the wave where it is. He's just going to be able to go back at Scuttle Crab. Now you can see it. The jump comes through. Kim down has the potential to cancel the next rocket jump if it comes through. But this is what you got to worry about when you're dealing with the Tristana. That wave push that she gets, the priority with the E passive there, that explosive charge, means that priority is pretty easy for you to come by. And of course that burst damage is crazy.
You always got to watch out for the double up that Misfortune has, because if you position yourself poorly, I've already seen like 2 or 3 double ups land, and it's what's made Cody have a hard time in this lane. If you get it on the kill of a minion, you get even more damage to that regard. And for Cody-san being on the Tristana, very early on, you have pretty short range. You're looking to scale up your range with levels.
That's right. Level 18, quite a lot of range to work with here. Wilson, of course, with Zach sitting on that passive.
E35's there.
Yeah, this is hard. Kim down's here though now.
Ooh, nice steadfast presence. It's going to lock down Aojun. Aojun's able to flash out in time. Double knock up from the Flag and Drake, but now Dardoch's in a bad way. Slammed up against the wall by Kim down. He's barely alive, but Wilson will chase him down with a safeguard.
Hit and run for first blood. Nice setup from KD to get that first kill onto Wilson's signature Lee Sin. Great opener here for Winthrop University. You lose the Raptor Camp battle, but you win for first blood, and that's really what counts here, guys. Not CS creep score, CS champion score.
Oh man, but here comes Aojun looking for Zach. Will force the flash out, so very least you get that. It's something that can be revisited by Dardoch, given that Annie really doesn't have that much mobility outside of just popping her W to move a little bit faster.
Yeah, and again, that is a big concern for Zach against the comp that CCG is working with at the moment here. So these team fights, positioning will be paramount for Winthrop University. But otherwise, things slowing back down.
Yeah.
Curious to see what the battle situation is going to be like surrounding this first dragon. Zach hit level 6 ahead of Aojun. So there's that angle as Wilson pats down for the Tibbers to make a difference there in whatever skirmish may take place.
Yeah. And I will say, even though Wilson's on a lot of comfort, it is still a pretty tough game for him, given what you're engaging into. I look at the Rakan, I look at the Galio, even the Gragas, and that can be a lot of concern. So I really want to see Wilson continue trying to generate these early leads. Step 1, this was already great for Wilson, but you can't let up the pace.
No, that second crab will be there on the bottom side for Dardoch. Potential angle doesn't pan out there for Winthrop University, and that means Dardoch has access to that Cataclysm.
Yeah.
You can see him pathing down. Could give that setup for a dive. I think it's really hard into Poppy. I think instead, just dropping the ward so that he can cover for his team in case Wilson decides to show up.
I mean, I feel like the lane you really, really want a Cataclysm is the mid lane. Only problem with that is Winthrop University, they're well aware. You can see the warning that has come down from Winthrop, covering both sides of the river. You can see the ramp also getting covered by a control ward. So it does allow Zach to play on the safer side into this Galio.
And now, Zach, overall, a pretty safe position here in this lane, despite only 35's presence. This means Wilson can go back to farming. I will say, him being a full level down on Dardoch is a little troubling.
Yeah.
Now that he's getting closer. Oh, okay, I think we had maybe we finished the Gromp. We had a bit of a lag there on the UI. So now he's about to hit level 6. That's the big thing. That Dragon's Rage really just adds to that gank potential that you were talking about. Yeah. Another tool he can use to really set up his team in this early game. before things get a little too hard for him to interact with.
Yeah, but even when he finishes his camp right here, Dardoch is still going to have a level lead. You can see Dardoch level 7 right now.
He's a full level up.
He is. He's farming well. He's eating good on this J4. And that's always going to be really nice for what J4 brings to the map. But first strike of the game, I think this is one of the few times where these teams aren't racing to take down the Drake. It's still there, standing on the map. Exhaust going to be used on Cody-san, and just some cheap shots.
I mean, you're working with the spell book. Before thing, just to get your flashback, you might as well drop it and get a pretty decent trade. Otherwise, I think Wilson's camps cycled a little awkwardly. Still has the Wolves camps from a while ago, but needs to go for his Raptors camps that's coming up just because of the priority Dardoch's put on taking them. Oh, in fact, he's going to race past them just to get a little vision on around this dragon.
Both junglers spotting out where they are. Zach, 3/4 of the way through his flash being burnt. So that's going to be up pretty soon. And whenever an Annie gets past level 6, has flash available, that's always going to be a big concern. I think for CCG, trying to make sure that, Zach is pressured and has to burn it at bad times is going to take away some of that engaged bite from Winthrop.
Yeah, now, Dragon being started, they have the info on Dardoch in the top side. I think this is that situation, though, where all 3 grubs, it's not ideal for Winthrop to let go of. Because Cody-san, playing the Tristana, though we don't see it often, really great at demolishing structures and will be able to do that so much better with that power of all 3 grubs. I mean, you can see it. Dardoch, bit of a pretty easy time. Oh, no. Denethor's going to be able to force him out.
Yeah.
Dardoch uses his second smite charge. Okay, that's actually a pretty big deal for Winthrop, just to be able to deny that.
I mean, I remember back in the day we used to refer to Tristana Ziggs as the demolition duo.
Oh,
Tristana
yes.
still
It
does
was not that long ago.
Yeah, Tristana still very much can do that. Just give her some time with the tower and see, gone in no time. So denying, as you said, 3 grubs, definitely good in slowing that down just a touch. But lane swap is going to come out nonetheless from CCG. And it gets matched right now. Winthrop University, Mobility, and Kimdown headed in that direction.
Yeah, that's the thing about Misfortune. The strut means that even if you are a little late to swap, you should be able to make it in time. The other side, though, the swap being late does cost Denethor a little bit, as Fiji is able to get that wave into the turret, and you see...
Oh, Buster shot used. Now Cody-san in the bullet
That's
time. Kim down is him.
Yeah, really nice hit on the Keeper's Verdict before he gets pushed away by the Buster shot. Is going to allow Mobility to get that kill. Really puts a hamper in the swap. Because I was just about to say how CCG were going to swap back yet again and kind of set Winthrop behind on the response. But the fact that they got that kill means now Mobility able to help collect another turret plate. And look at the response here on bot side. Big wave about to crash.
Oh, look at all of this. I mean, the barrier goes up to just try and, let the recall go through. But Kim down, everything he does after that is brilliant.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Cody, he's close to the recall. That's why he wants to play it like that. But notices Kim down too late. So isn't able to actually escape. I think that's an angle, too, where you got to consider just flashing and then using the rocket jump. Just to make sure that you can't get hit by or get stopped by the steadfast presence. So, it's a good response there. Winthrop able to turn that into a couple thousand gold lead off some of those turret plates and the farm leads.
And we cannot state enough how valuable this Poppy is going to be in the game. We're already seeing that value really start to show up. And again, Kim Down, a player who, you look at the early stages of Kim Down in Tier 2. Kim Down was, that's just the UCI guy, right? And usually you don't see that much outside of that play up until we got that scouting combine that Team Liquid had. Spawn saw something in Kim Down. And eventually, as the season went on and we got to see Kim Down play for Team Liquid Academy /Challengers, we all got to see what Kim Down's really about. And he's been one of the most feisty engagers that you can have in that support role.
I told you in the last Winthrop series, Eric. Spawn saw the truth. That's what he saw. When he saw Kim down, because Feud has been impressing ever since. And now, this threat here onto the bot side jungle, onto Dardoch, more of that pressure that we've been seeing throughout the series here. Dardoch's still going to be able to walk away from this one, but at the end of the day, surely we're not going to be fighting over the Wolves camp. I can't say I see that as high priority, Eric. I got to be real with you.
In a game 5, I feel like anything should be fought over, but you know.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Taunt looking to come out, but hey, just put up the shield and simply walk away. Aljun will get the wave nonetheless. A minute till the next dragon spawns. Winthrop able to grab the first Drake, which was Infernal.
And now it's Chemtech, which means a very powerful soul is likely on the docket here. We'll find out once that next dragon goes down. But otherwise, I mean, just taking stock. Winthrop again, a big advantage. A lot of it is in that bot lane. But really important that when we get to some of these early skirmishes, that mobility is, present. We can use that advantage that he's been able to garner in this bot lane so far.
I'm going to be honest, B, I don't want either of these teams to lose. I wish this was a grand finals so badly.
I've been saying this all throughout playoffs. I've never been so sad to see any team eliminated since joining NACL. Like, I don't know, this playoffs,
it's
been really nice.
Nuts,
yeah, it's been good. And unfortunately, though, we don't have a choice in the matter.
No.
We will be saying goodbye to someone, and this is Game 5, man. There's no more extending the series. Loser goes home. Gonna have to be satisfied with top 3, and the winner makes it the top 2 to face Conviction Esports in the grand finals. For Winthrop, it's such a big deal to be able to complete this run. And, gotta give shout out to Tails in the interview we did at the top of the show, saying that, they appreciate the stage time, and the players at Winthrop, they love the chance to play.
Yeah.
And what a wonderful sentiment that is. When you're just happy for every game you get to play, Game 5s are a joy.
In previous winners interviews that we've had with Denethor, he's mentioned the amount of reps that have gone in. Steadfast presence, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Kim down still holding off engages simply by pressing one button. Ooh, we got a teleport coming in. We're looking for a fight. Able to get the Keeper's Verdict. Finds the knock up onto Aljun. Aljun going to put the taunt through. Only 35. Looking for the backline. Another teleport's going to come through. Here comes Denethor off from the sidelines. And over the wall, we find Fiji. Kim down is low. Taken down. Dardoch will get the kill. And now it's one down. Bullet time goes out, but able to be evaded. Flag and drag knock up onto Zach. Aljun will take him down. Low health bars for CCG. Dragon's Rage will find its mark. Knocking up 2 and turning the fight around for Winthrop University. Wilson clutching up.
Huge finish there for Winthrop University. The fight was looking like it went awry, but they come out on top in the end, and the timing couldn't be better to allow them to secure their second Drake.
That was huge. Wilson, highlight reel play with that Dragon's Rage. I'm going to love seeing that on the replay, but here is what you've heard. It's Drake number 2.
And moment of truth, it is the Ocean Soul that Winthrop can be looking forward to. Should they get the next 2 dragons, the sustain, going to be so big. And of course, the regeneration of mana. So good for the spellcasters of Winthrop University, namely Zach on the Annie. A very comfortable champion, one we've seen a lot from him this split.
Okay, as we catch our breaths, one of the things we needed from Wilson was to generate early leads. We got it, man. We got it. Coming out from Wilson, 2-0-2 on this Lee Sin, finding some of the most crucial plays that you could ask for. Again, that Dragon's Rage was so huge. It was a fight that felt like Winthrop were losing, that they were on the back end of dropping a lead to losing Zach very early on. Even Kim down had fell. Mobility cleaning up a lot of those kills in the back end, all thanks to Wilson, who finds his man.
That's right, and Ghost being popped to get some pressure. I think Kim now might be in trouble, but at the end of the day, Steadfast Presence gives plenty of move speed. I think we gotta abandon this Scuttle Crab, though. The CCG have quite a presence here on this bottom side of the map, but otherwise, Winthrop still in a pretty good position in this game with the advantage that they have gotten. right side CCG are working towards really is just the fact that you're relying on Cody Sun to get really fed and get to this like 3-item mark where he becomes really powerful and they can rely on his resets. But of course, it's very much like the last game where Cody Sun's playing Kaisa. When you're so far behind compared to mobility, or actually I'm thinking of game 3, when you're so far behind compared to mobility and you're not reaching that curve, it makes it so much harder for you really to interact because mobility, he's only getting stronger, he's getting close to that collector, and it's just going to set Cody Sun back even further.
Zach getting a lot of chip damage on the Aojun. The Tibber's down. Aojun looking to run away from this one. He gets burnt up quite a bit, but now he's going to pay for it. Only 35 hops right on to Zach. The cleanup is found by Dardoch.
I mean, that is a lot committed and a lot of stall. Look what's earned in the response. It's first brick. We're going to get some hits onto this next turret as well. So I think Winthrop, even out at the very least, to mention what Wilson being able to take the red buff as the response here. It is something for their troubles. I think that turret makes it so that CCG get a small net win. But at the end of it, Winthrop still maintain a lead.
Now, I want to ask you a question because I know there's a lot of strong feelings when it comes to this item. Tristana, first item collector, how do you feel about it?
I think it's fine here because nobody's really building a tremendous amount of armor. I mean, you have Merc Treads on everybody, right? The only one who's built any armor so far is Kimdown. I think there's value.
Okay.
I think it's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it's okay.
There's a lot of people who would rage out about that and just be like, "What?
I think
Collector
I
on Tristana!" Oh god.
Yeah.
Ooh, here we go. Bullet time going to be used. Aojun looking to cut the fight through. There comes the double up, but just like that, Kimdown is taken out by Cody Sun, and CCG finally find a fight in their favor.
Yeah, Denethor wasn't at this one. Worth noting, just there on the bot side, destroying a turret. Still, response. I don't think he's going to TP. I think the angle is just to keep pushing.
Watch out, Wilson.
No,
oh,
brother.
My word.
Brother.
Yeah.
We got a little too silly there. Yeah, we got a little too silly there. I can't lie. There's a nice catch out there from Fiji. Really makes that fight win feel even better, even though Denethor is splitting here on the side. At the end of the day, you've cut down this gold lead quite a lot for the side of CCG, so catching yourself up, getting gold, especially on Trist, to really narrow the gold lead between Cody Sun and Mobility, I think is the most important thing here. So more of that for CCG.
And it's the second item now completed for Cody Sun, as we're going to take another look at that precision replay. I mean, the story here, you know what it is. It's Wilson, man.
And it's coming. For the moment, though, I think Fiji, actually kind of an awkward angle for him in this fight, not able to do a whole lot. Kimdown almost living is crazy too, but I think it's the flag that ends up taking him down. But the setup, what really wins this out for Winthrop in the end is not this kill, but that Dragon's Rage that we're going to see onto Fiji right here. Knocks up 2, allows the follow-up kills to come out as well, even though Mobility has to flash for it. And that's really where this game starts to tilt Winthrop's way.
Yeah, but I do think there is at least enough going in CCG's favor right now to still hold this out. Poppy is a big deal, and it is a big threat. Trying to get that steadfast presence burnt before anything major is used is going to be critical for CCG. But now we're starting to get into the stages of the game where Lee Sin is less impactful, and you're going to ask yourself, did I get enough done on the map? For mobility, it's a yes, but if you look at the other lanes, CCG have held their own.
Yeah, minor leads across the board here. Really, bot lane, I think, is very important in this context, especially with how important Tristana is to CCG's composition. So it's really just for Winthrop about maintaining that. A lot, you can see.
Oh, here we go. Oh no, Fiji blundered the explosive cast. This is going to turn it around for CCG. But bullet time lands onto nothing. Aojun still going to fall to Zach. And now CCG on retreat. Beat. That could be the nerves right there. When you're in a game 5, slip-ups like that can happen, and Fiji, his mistake, CCG are the ones to pay.
Yeah, that's right, because it's Winthrop who are going to have easy access to their soul point. He's going to be kicking himself for that one. Could have been a huge pickoff onto Mobility. At the end of the day, Winthrop win it out. And now they're one Drake away from that Dragon Soul. And you see the pings towards that top side. I don't think we're actually going to see a Baron start. But it's just about, you know, checking the vision. Making sure CCG aren't doing something funny.
Oh, man, that is a heartbreaker for Fiji.
Yeah.
You know, there are so many things where you can look back and be like, we should have won because of this, because of that. You have to hate something like that weighing on you in a Game 5. My only hope right now is he's not shaken by it and is still able to keep up with Winthrop.
I mean, I still maintain that moment is in Game 4 around that Baron fight. But I catch your meaning, especially in a competitive setting. Those things can really get to you. So I also agree and hope that, you know, you can just focus on the next play. CCG are by no means out of this game. Ocean Soul would make it harder for them to play.
Oh, yeah.
So 4 minutes, that's the big objective for them to be looking for.
Explosive cast going to be used. The focus again is onto Mobility. Flag and Drag finds the knock-up onto
They got
Mobility.
him.
Mobility doesn't get to play the game.
They got him, right?
Dragon's Rage comes out. Mobility finally gets shut down as Cody's able to bust your shot on top of him. Aljun getting pulled in by the chains of Denethor. Fiji on the opposite side with the red buff and also with Tibbers, but it's still a pick. And this is the downsides of taking that misfortune beat.
That's right, you're very vulnerable, and this was our immediate concern when we saw it in the draft. Still, enough key pieces from Winthrop remain that CCG can't look to turn this one into a Baron. But Mobility flashed and died. Means the next fight he's also going to be just as vulnerable.
Oh, yeah.
It means that his positioning is of the utmost importance if Winthrop want to turn this reverse sweep into a reality.
This is going to be a real tough one for Mobility because you can expect more plays like that. Kim Down has to be on his best game ever to decide when to use that Keeper's Verdict, to decide when to use his steadfast presence. We got to take another look at that. Just look at how much dive gets onto Mobility here.
And you can see it, Fiji. Nice body slam following that exploding cask. And it's tough. I mean, this is, again, what made me worry about this misfortune is, you know, despite the flash, despite dodging, dipping, diving, ducking, you dodge all these abilities, there are so many that you have to deal with in CCG's composition. So it just makes it that your margin for error is incredibly small. And we're just seeing that example here in that fight, and we're likely going to see more.
You have to position like a god. You have to be sick with it and make sure that any Cataclysm, any Flag and Drag is just going to be slightly out of range of getting that knockup. But 2 minutes until the dragon spawns. And Winthrop losing a little bit of steam. You know how you can make that up? Ocean Soul provides a lot of water. Heat that up. Steam back.
Hydrate, maybe? You know,
Hydrate or
hydration,
dihydrate.
Very important for you. Yeah, exactly. Very important. Because now CCG have that minor gold lead, and Aljun, under a bit of threat, he's going to be able to walk his way out of that one. Things are slowing back down. 140 till the Dragon. We're hovering around this Baron. The Dragon is what everybody is really thinking about, because it will be Winthrop's Ocean Soul. Huge buff for them. CCG do want to deny.
I think important thing to point out here is Infinity Edge is now done for Cody Sun. It's an interesting build path that got to the Infinity Edge, but what matters is we're there at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And that's a big spike that Cody Sun has.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, because remember, we talked about how important the lead mobility hat is. Well, that lead's not really there anymore. 200 gold, that's nothing. So this Tristana is at that critical mass that we were highlighting, the point you want him to be as CCG. So if he could free hit, auto attack, reset, Cody Sun is going to carry CCG to the grand finals. That's exactly what he's looking to do this game. So Kim down, you said it, has to be on his best behavior. Wilson, they all have to find those perfect angles to get that pressure on the Tristana.
Oh, this might be a Baron call right here. They spot out what's going on in the bottom lane. It's going to take a while before Dardoch's there. My concern here is it's not the fastest Baron that you have on the side of Winthrop.
I think it's baiting into a fight. Look at where Zach is. Look at where Kim Down is. They know this is a turn angle. It's just about target prioritization. Again, Cody Sun is who you want, but you'll take whoever you can isolate.
Aljun flashes out from the chains. little bit of chip damage onto only 35. But yeah, trying to bait CCG into a fight. CCG not taking it. Still some of their spells getting burnt. I think at the end of the day, Winthrop are happy taking anything that they can. Chasing away CCG. Now Dragon on the map.
Yeah, now an awkward angle there. But remember, Hero's entrance, even if Aojun is separated without TP, he can join the Galio ultimate. So really,
yeah.
I think this hover is because Winthrop want him to get closer and want to try and get on top of him again. Remember, he is flashless. He is someone that they can take down pretty quickly. I mean, look at where mobility is right now, too.
All right, here we go. This could be for Soul. Wilson knocked away, looking to jump in. There's the bullet time. Some damage is done. Cody's son will still take down the kill he needs to. And now the flag and drag onto Mobility. Mobility's getting whacked out. Hit by bit. Denethor doing the work, though. Finds the backline. Now 2 versus 3. Denethor wants to cut that number down. Dardoch cannot swing with Denethor. He flashes away from the Sonic Wave. Flag and drag looking to escape the World Ender. Chained up, Denethor will look for more to keep Winthrop alive in Game 5.
And Denethor finds the reset. Wilson for the double kill. And really, this Aatrox is the only reason Winthrop are still in this one. It's so difficult for Mobility to play this game on that misfortune. We said it in draft that the saving grace for Moby and this comp overall is that it is a multi-threat composition, and Denethor is absolutely that other threat.
Cody's son looking to chase onto Wilson, now has the reset, but there's Kim down, smashes him against the wall. Cody's son wants the chase, but here comes Zach to find the stun onto Cody's son. Over the wall with the blast plant, but gets chased through from the resonating strike, and it's all falling to pieces. Baron started up by Winthrop University.
Winthrop, Floyd Mayweather in this series. The counter punch has been so good for them. The response to play CCG are going for have been immaculate. And here it is once again in Game 5 where Winthrop counterpunched to a Baron, to an immediate turning point where they can start to close this game.
Winthrop University catching a pick, but now going to get picked in the process. Zach overstepping over in the top lane. But it's moments like that, a little bit of hubris coming out from Cody's son, thinking he could finish off that kill, and Winthrop made them pay dearly.
That's right. You know, the energy, it is electric right now in Game 5. You got to be able to control yourself, though. Winthrop, they have an opportunity here with this fight with this Baron. As we take a look at this replay, you can see it, Mobility. I mean, again, it's just so easy to prioritize him. But Denethor, the difficult thing with this fight is that you can see his ultimate still ticking down. He didn't quite have it. If he had it from the beginning, this is very much a Winthrop fight, and a lot more convincing, a lot more one-sided. At the end of it, though, you can see it, the value here in the Aatrox this game, and the main reason why Winthrop are far from out of it.
And then another look over here where Cody's son got the reset on the Wilson, felt like he had the kill, but Zach, waiting in the wings, gets there just in time to turn the fight around.
Really good answer. Again, that response being as quick as it is was so critical. Zach, again, you know, rookie moments from both sides here. Zach's turn to get caught out the way that he did. Does remove a Baron buff. It is unfortunate, and during the replay, we lost KD, we lost Kid Down.
More went out for KD, but a nice pick now for CCG, showing, hey, this game is going both ways. We can fight tooth for tooth, blood for blood. And it's still going.
And you can see in the pip, Kim Down just got, he got jumped on. Not much else to say about that one. He kind of got a, well, it's another pick, another Baron buff lost, and some pressure CCG are able to apply. This Kim Down is only just now respawning. And again, gold lead, back to almost nothing here. Everything Winthrop have been able to earn, CCG have neutralized once more. Now the most important thing, again, Dragon in a minute's time. You can see it, the Death Brush. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Kim Down.
Oh no, Kim Down is seeing Deja Vu. And that Deja Vu is in the color of gray. Another pick and another zoom in from our producers.
Really tough scenes for Winthrop University. Aaron buff going to expire in 25 seconds, and ultimately not a whole lot able to be done with it. And Kim Down going down makes it so much worse because it really inhibits your ability to set up vision around this dragon. And Winthrop, very likely, just going to have to let this one go and focus elsewhere, barring a pretty grievous throw from CCG.
Are we going to rinse and repeat it again? Okay.
No,
Wilson,
no.
Wilson will walk the other way. It's fine. And now CCG getting some map presence. Forward vision being established. Wilson landing that sonic wave. Of course, will not follow up with the resonating strike as explosive cast goes down. Just trying to catch out Wilson, but Wilson quick with the fingers.
Yeah, good response, honestly. That's a big ult. Unavailable here. Now Kim Down. Looking like... Yeah, everybody's here.
Zach.
The 5 versus 5 for the Dragon. Winthrop, they really want to secure this one, but they don't have the best angle.
Yeah, Denethor's looking for a way in. It's going to be a little tough now that you have a 4-item Tristana online. Can chip away at that health bar pretty quickly. Thing is, you do need Fiji to get some work in to make sure that heal cut of the World Ender on the World Ender. Not going to be too big, but here's Zach on the deep flank.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Here goes. Oh!
Oh!
Oh, the Tibbers missing. Unfortunate whiff right there. Still pressure over on that top tower, but now a main engaged hold down for Winthrop University. And you can see right now, CCG, they smell blood in the water, looking for the knockup. Here comes the hero's entrance. Mobility trying to find an angle to get the bullet time off. Aojun needs to bail out from this one. Explosive cast catches Mobility. Mobility dunked on by the Cataclysm. He's still alive. Finally, Aojun takes him down. Now Kim Down on the run. Denethor falls to Cody's son. Here's the flag and drag. Finds its mark. Zach is dead. Now chasing through. Looking for the cleanup. Cody's son. Reset after reset with the rocket jump. Flashes forward. Looking for the ace onto Kim Down. Flag and drag will take down Winthrop for the ace.
And that's it. We're 35 minutes in. The spawn timers are too long, and it's looking like Winthrop's legendary run is over. CCG have finally knocked them down.
The lower bracket miracle dream of Winthrop is crushed, and it's delivered by the hands of CCG. They are here for blood. They are here for redemption. CCG are here for their rematch in the grand finals.
And there you have it. CCG, in their third match against Winthrop in the spring split, have defeated them yet again. That is a 3-0 record here between these two teams. And Winthrop, really unfortunate. It looked like they were going to make it happen. Played 5 games in every lower bracket match, and they fell short here at the very end. Still an amazing split, but CCG, what a series.
Yeah, what a series. I mean, Winthrop were this close, man, to making it a reverse sweep, but CCG will continue to be the kryptonite of the Gold Eagles. Again, this is a heartbreaking game for me, regardless of who would win at the end of the day. For Winthrop University, their lower bracket run has been immaculate. 20 games played in the lower bracket, but CCG in Game 5 finally bring it back and close out where they started, that 2-game streak, putting a 3 in that win column.
Unbelievable stuff. Such a close series, incredibly long games, and a moment where we really thought, I mean, looking at this gold graph, Winthrop could potentially make the dream come true, but they fall short. A really good game from CCG, and overall a really good series from them overall. I know it feels a little funny considering they lost those last 2 games, but they managed to clutch up when it really matters, and that's it. 3-2, they're going to grand finals, and they get to take another shot at conviction.
And think about what it means for this squad, right? We know Dardoch and Cody's son, they're looking to punch as high as they possibly can. But for Aojun, again, someone who is on a roster that I thought was the better build last year with the CCG roster that he was on, and outperforming that roster. You know, it's amazing. Only 35. He beat his team right there in Winthrop University, a team that decided to go with Kim down instead of him. And while it's still all love and smiles because he's part of that Winthrop program, I can imagine what it means to him to be able to pick up this win and send them to third place while sending CCG to the finals. And of course, big conversation has to go out to Fiji as well, a player who it's his rookie season, man. And like, while there were some blunders and missteps here and there, overall, I feel like this was a really good performance out of Fiji, especially into a player the caliber of Denethor, someone who, when I spoke with Fiji, he said Denethor is easily a top 2 player. This is one of the toughest top laners in the league. He holds his own. Rookie split. This is a phenomenal roster who came together, punched above their weight class, showed what true NACL development looks like.
And it's the really interesting thing too, because again, we talked about, can CCG really be that top team? Again, it was that question. They were always hovering in that area ever since joining the NACL, and it's crazy to see them finally get there here with the youngest roster that they have. Again, 2 sophomores, a rookie, really Dardoch being by far, Dardoch and Cody Sun, having a lot of experience there, but usually not the successful build we see when it comes to experience, veterancy versus, rookie talent there. It's not quite the ratio that we're often used to seeing work, but CCG here and now with such young talent finally make that happen. And just like you said, Eric, it is again speaks so much to NACL development and the way that there are still so many young players to be excited about here in the league. You ever heard that phrase whenever you see like Gen Z get active in politics and things like that? You just think those kids will be fine, man. That's how I feel about the NACL.
The kids are all right.
The kids are all right, man.
Now we got to go ahead and pull up our MVP, and I think this is a deserved performance beatdown. Ao Jun, what he was able to do here today, even though, hey, he had his blunders here and there. I know some of the laning definitely went back and forth, but at the times where you needed him to clutch, he was there, especially in that game 1. I think of that Azir game. If he gets flanked and caught by the Paw Blossom, CCG probably don't win that game, but he found the backline with the Shurima Shuffle. And a lot of these other games as well. The Cassiopeia game was pretty spot on. When you're playing the Galio, you got one role, and that's make the other team bounce around. I think Ao Jun performed his role phenomenally.
I think he did. And I think you look at most of these games, even the Yone game, where I thought he team fought amazingly. The Yone game is hard because of how far behind he fell early, especially with an unfortunate level 1 where he lost most of his health. But at the end of the day, when it came to team fights, a lot of the angles where we thought CCG would be able to bring it back, again, it's his Yone ultimates, or it's the Shurima shuffles, or it's the Rise combos, the Realm Warps, whatever the case may be, he's clutching up every single time. I think the Galio game is the only one where, he played his role perfectly fine, but that Game 5 is the only game where I didn't see him do something incredible in these team fights. So I really think the MVP pick for him really is just a no-brainer. He played the best this series.
All right, our interview is now ready. I have to take a deep breath because this has been intense.
I know.
So, Beat, please, if you don't mind, I got to bring in our interviewee from our victorious team. Ao Jun, nice. Ao Jun, man. How you doing, brother? That was one of the most intense series I think I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, we went to game 5. It was a game 5. We had to reset our mentals after the 2 games, and then it was all or nothing. What we've been came down to.
Okay, let's go bit by bit. Let's try and dissect this series. I want to start off with game number 1. There was a dragon fight where Kim Down had a great flank angle to catch you guys with the Pop Blossom. Before he could pop that, you jumped in and did a Shurima Shuffle for the game-winning play. So I want you to talk about some of the decision-making that you guys are having, what you're communicating, and how you're looking to set up some of these plays.
For that one, for that game, we just wanted to send our Swain and Leona in, take space, and we were kind of just waiting. But I was just looking on the side, and we knew Orianna had no flash, so I'm just waiting on the side for something to happen. And I saw the angle where they were going in, taking up too much space. So I said, I'm sending it, guys. Look at me here. And then Nico came over at the same time, so it was perfect.
So it just lined up. It happened to be a coincidence that Kim Down was coming over at that moment.
Yeah, because we didn't actually have vision from his side at the time.
Oh wow. Yeah, then that's a happy little coincidence right there. We take those anytime. Now, in this series, you guys were able to go 2 back-to-back games. For a moment, it looked like it was going to be a sweep. Then the reverse sweep started from Winthrop University. Talk to me about the conversation you guys had, maybe the pep talks or whatnot, going into Game 5 to make sure that that wasn't going to be a reality and you guys would come out victorious.
Sorry, say it one more time.
Talk to me if you guys had any like pep talk or conversation going into Game 5, given how close Winthrop were to a reverse sweep.
We kind of just came together and said, we had to reset our mental, and then like the biggest thing was just no more Baron flips. Like, we're done. Like we're just gonna take a deep breath and then just play our game, because we get into a driver's seat in these games, and we kind of just make our own mistakes to let them come back, and that was like the main thing we had to talk about. Just taking a deep breath and just slowing down.
Now going back into time a little bit more, you guys did suffer a 3-0 defeat against Conviction to end up in this space in the first place. So in order to rebound from that, were you guys doing anything? Were there like talks, conversations? Did you guys like reevaluate your gameplay, watch some tape? How did you guys find a way to bounce back and look strong today?
We weren't too concerned. Like we weren't too anxious about this matchup, I guess, because we've played them 2 times already, and we kind of know what their win cons are, and you just have to play around it. Like the drafts, like I think a lot more. We weren't really thinking about I guess we weren't really thinking about from what happened from CMV. We just really just see what we think is strong in the meta, and then just go from there.
Yeah. So it's kind of just like, hey, it happened, mental reset, whatever. We'll move on to the next game. Is that the case?
Yeah, we just learn from like some stuff we learned in draft, and then just move on.
Well, now you guys got yourself a rematch. Conviction awaits you in the grand finals. So how are you feeling going into that match now that you get a second chance to take them down?
I think no matter what happens, it's gonna be fun, and hopefully I can take down Bountyless. We were on the same CLO team. We had a fun year, and I wanna steal the joy of winning from him. That's my goal.
I love it, man. I love it. With that, I do want to take some time to kind of reflect on the season. You found yourself on this CCG roster. I remember the original one that happened last year. Now, this is going to be your highest placement, your second place. You're making top 2, I should say. You're making it into the grand finals. So, as a player, how does this feel for your growth and your development, and just some personal pride?
I think last split I had a lot worse of a time in laning phase, and I wasn't really able to like incorporate a lot of the stuff we would learn like macro wise. And I think this split I've been able to just learn a lot more concepts and just be able to build myself up with consistency, just one scrim after the other. So I think it's been a really great time with my team, and we've had really good consistency.
Is there anyone you've been like practicing with or going over tape with in order to bring out this version of you?
Yeah, I think our coach does a really good job just helping our team progress in a way that like helps us get in the winning positions, and lets us know like what we're not doing and stuff. And then Dardock also helps us by like sending, like we talk to each other a lot, and like between us like teammates, and he tells me things like he sees that are happening in pro play and tier 1, and then we try to incorporate it into our own chem play, and that's just like a back and forth conversation we have between our team, and I think it's been a really nice process.
Now, speaking on the conversation of Dardock, I know you've played with him before. What has it been like working with him? Because a lot of the feedback that we've gotten about Dardock is developing players tend to enjoy playing with him, and that he offers a lot. Is that the same case for you?
Yeah, I think I haven't really played with too many. I wouldn't say I haven't played with too many like other veterans either, because this is only my second split. But Dardock's definitely been really enjoyable to play with, and he's been great for development.
That's great to hear. What about some of the other players on the squad? I know Cody Sun's another veteran, but you guys brought in Fiji as a rookie. So how's it been like playing with him? And of course, only 35 as well, who's a sophomore.
I think everyone brings like I think Fiji does his role really well as our top laner, where he plays weak side most of the games and he finds those engage angles. Cody Sun has his different aspect to macro he brings to the team sometimes as well, and I think it can be they're both Dardock and him kind of give input to the team, right? So it's not but I think it's a little different because he's as an ADC he's less involved in some of the map plays, but he gives his insights on lane swaps and stuff like that, and it's useful. And then only 35 just he's just he's the most fun in our group, you know. He's out there, he's got the social media, the Twitter, he's getting out there. I think stuff brings the fun into our team.
And Aljin, are we ever going to get a shower vlog from you? You know, only 35 did it. Quarter pounder in the shower. Are we going to get any fun like that, Aljin? Come on.
I don't know if we win. If we beat CMB tomorrow, there might be something on the Twitter, on the timeline.
Hey, that sounds fun, man. I definitely am wishing you guys the best of luck. Before I let you go, we got a little drill we got to run, and that's shout outs. So do you have anyone want to shout out for this win? Friends, family, staff, so
on. Shout out to CCG for just bringing together this squad of people. I think we've had a great time, and just everyone involved, I think, has put together so much effort and time. It's just been a blast, and it's been no matter what happens tomorrow, I think it's been a great experience.
Certainly has been, man. Watching you grow, and now you're in the top 2, you're in the grand finals. That's got to feel amazing. This has been a great season for CCG. It's been a great season for you, and it's been awesome watching you guys play. So I want to thank you so much for joining me, and I want to wish you best of luck in the grand finals coming up tomorrow.
Thank you.
So how about that, huh? This seems like a team that's really well put together mentally, is what I'll say there, because everyone kind of serves their purpose, right? Again, it's the same thing we've been hearing about Dardock time and time again, where he's one of those who's willing to nurture a lot of this talent and kind of find strategy to help them improve and grow and be ready for the shifts going on in the meta. And then even giving some praise over outside of the veteranship to Fiji, who's been rock solid. Same thing over there with only 35. It's a wholesome squad, man. You can make a slice of life anime out of this.
Yeah, I suppose you could. And I think they're going to need that mentality because, again, they got 3-0'd by conviction in that winner's final. So now, maybe getting a little further in a series, getting and winning a Game 5, it can really help you deal with sort of the pressures. And let's hope in that grand finals they can show us a little more, because conviction really do like the best team. And the trials of CCG are far from over.
Oh, yeah, man. You have one of the toughest final bosses that you're going to be facing in that grand finals. Again, you got to talk about the caliber of player that's on Conviction. General Sniper, right. Tomio, Insanity, you have Tactical and Bounty, all players that have a wealth of experience that you're going against. And you're just a humble little squad looking to bring your best to the show. I'm definitely hoping that they've learned a lot from their original matchup in the upper bracket, because I can straight up say I'm proud of CCG, but again, a tough opponent in Conviction.
Absolutely. So it's gonna be a really exciting matchup. It's gonna be tomorrow, guys, so don't miss it. And I know I'm not gonna be missing it, Eric. It's gonna be super fun. 1 p.m. PT, 4 p.m. ET, aka the real time zone. Not wherever Eric is. Mountain time made up. I don't know, Eric. I'm deflating. I need you to help me take this home.
This number 6 seed versus number 4 seed in our finals. There we go.
Wait, okay, really? Thank you. That actually brings me back to life, because how crazy is that, by the way? I don't remember who said it, but I know in a pre-game interview with the coach, they even mentioned Conviction. I'm pretty sure actually it was, I think it was Bach Yeah, because it was their Supernova series, Supernova Winthrop. Just saying that, Conviction, their seeding does not reflect their skill. And, it's 100% true. It is really cool to see, though, that, in this final, 4 versus 6. Who would have thought?
Yeah, who would have thought? And who would have thought it would be CCG, man? Early on in this bracket, I was like, oh, who are some of the top teams who are very likely to make it through? Conviction, given their new build. Maryville's another one. NRG is another one. Winthrop, they might make it a little bit far. Or they got very far in that regard. But CCG to be one of those names in the top 2, I mean, that's beautiful. That's seriously beautiful.
Yeah, it's great stuff. And honestly, there's a lot that even Winthrop should be excited about. This is the farthest they've ever made it as an organization. They knocked down a lot of teams we thought would beat them to get here, and they almost beat CCG as well. I mean, I for one can't wait to see what Winthrop is going to look like going forward. Summer Split is going to be great for them once we start talking about competing for the LCS spot. And now the only thing left for us to do, Eric, is going to sit back and watch that grand final, see who's going to win spring.
Yeah, I would like to put some parting words for Winthrop as well, because this roster did well. Mobility, he's looked the best he's ever looked before. Even dating back to those days where he was subbing in for King on Evil Geniuses. Denethor has always been one of those players that we felt like was waiting to get his next big boom and show up to the ballpark. My roommate is Kelsey Moser, and she was even like, Denethor should be one of the next ones up. She definitely had his praises on her mind, but then the blow up that we've had from both Wilson and Kim Down. Kim Down being, again, one of the best engagers in the league. Wilson, who knows how to facilitate for his mains. Zach, in his rookie split, showing this much of a performance for Winthrop University, knowing exactly what he needs to do for the squad. It's a 3rd place finish, and it is going to be bittersweet, but, Winthrop, it's the highest the program has placed in its history being in the NACL. So they should be proud at the end of the day, but again, that's just grand finals that awaits us, as CCG will be the one proceeding the top 2 against Conviction. And I think that's where we're going to close out for the day. Beat, do you got any closing thoughts before send this home?
No, I was so ready for you to just close it out, so please do that.
All right. I know it's been a long one, man. It's always a blast casting with you, Pete Down. So
yes, sir.
I'm glad I got to do the last one with you. But for the casting desk, my name has been Eric Desrox Patron. This has been Beatdown Boulevard. Shout out to the players, the staff, the coaches, to Liga A, Phillips Norelco, everyone who makes this possible. And shout out to you guys for, of course, tuning in to our ugly mugs. I want to thank you so much. And be sure to tune in tomorrow for the grand finals, CCG versus Conviction.
The NACL is presented by Phillips Norelco OneBlade.